Welcome to the Game PAC, aka the Game Play Along Club. This is a series. It's kind of like a book club. We're going to get together, we're going to play video games, and we're going to walk through them together and talk about it. I am Brandon, and joining me is my co-host.
Hey, I'm Tyler. This is the Game Play Along Club. I'm so excited to get started. We've got, an extremely high tier game to discuss.
Yeah, we had to start off strong, so this is our very first series we're going through. There might be some bumps in the road. Feedback is always welcome, but we decided we should play one of the best games of all time, one of the GOATs. Talk about Super Metroid.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I guess I'll get it out of the way. This is my first time to ever play through it in full. I've dabbled with it.
You that feeling whenever you want to re-experience a game for the first time, like you wish you could delete your memory so you could play it again.
Of course.
This is one of those.
Absolutely.
This is one of those. I'm envious of you, sir.
I understand, man. If the Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind machine existed, there are some games that I would apply that to.
In contrast, I grew up playing this game, and I'm very, very familiar with it. I don't know everything about it. I'm not a professional speedrunner or anything like that, but I've probably beaten this game from start to finish over a dozen times easily. Sometimes I'm taking my time. Sometimes I'm trying to be a speedrunner. But yeah, I kind of know where to do some tricks.
You find yourself learning new things with each playthrough, or do you think you've kind of got your rhythm down?
I'd say learning where to apply things. It is a pretty lengthy game, your first playthrough. But I'll remember where certain things are, and I'll apply certain tricks that you pick up in the game that might not be an item per se, just a skill set that you pick up.
Right. All right. Well, let's talk about this game. What happens when you boot it up?
First thing, dude, that is one of the most iconic intros to a game ever. I mean, the music is automatically setting the atmosphere for you. You see the credentials, Nintendo, was it 1993?
94, yeah.
94. Nintendo Presents. We see that dark corridor with computer technology stuff kind of in the back, that dark blue kind of setting the mood, and bodies on the floor, something bad has happened here.
I like that there seems to be a canonical alternate name for this game, Super Metroid or Metroid 3.
Metroid 3. Yeah. This is the third Metroid game.
Yeah, they acknowledge the fact that this isn't, even though I guess the reason I'm bringing it up is that this is such an incredible and an important moment, this game's release in the history of games, and I think a lot of people got their introduction to this series through this game. I think that's a safe assumption, but it is important to know that this is the third one, and Samus is going to express some previous run-ins with enemies, including her basically at this point in the series, her full history of Metroid, or experiencing the Metroid species in very brief windows. We get a unique, never before seen kind of autobiographical take on what happened in the previous game.
After that title screen splashes in with that amazing music, it kind of gives you a sizzle reel of the gameplay, and you start your file, maybe change the settings if you want Samus to moonwalk or not. You can, I always select the moonwalk for no particular reason. It was the 90s, everybody was doing it.
I should turn that off. You revealed this to me. I didn't realize it was in there. I should go and do that next for the next segment of the club.
Yeah, you should. Only just so you can do it. I don't really think there's any there might be some technical things you can do with it, but I don't know. So games just had moonwalk settings, Castlevania I think had one.
We should bring it back.
But regardless, you start your game and you get literally Samus talking to you, the player, explaining what has happened over the course of the last two games, which, very quickly to go over, in Metroid 1, you are going through and you're chasing the space pirates because they're trying to weaponize Metroids, essentially. And then you beat them, and you escape the planet, and it blows up, and you think it's done. And then, which was Planet Zebes, or how are we pronouncing that? Are we saying?
Well, I, for whatever reason, I was under the impression it was Zebus. I don't know if I've heard that
That sounds correct.
pronounced somewhere, but I don't know. I'm not sure where that comes from.
Let's say
that
Zebus.
might be the.
And
Okay.
please correct me if I say it wrong, because I've said it 1,000 different ways. I used to say Zebes, Zebs,
Yeah.
so Zebus, we'll go with that. You know, we didn't have voice acting back in the day. We had to just read and pronounce these proper nouns the best we could. And so Samus is telling us, Zebus was destroyed with the space pirates, and then she went to the Metroid homeworld and eradicated the species because it was too dangerous to keep alive, except for...
At the source.
Yeah, went to the source, killed the Metroid Queen, all of it, except for the one little hatchling that hatched and saw her and was like, "Oh, mama!" You know, classic baby bird hatching and thinks you're the mom. And so Samus is like,
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, don't you hate that? Samus says,
Oh,
"Hey,
man.
I can't take this." So she leaves it in the trust of the Federation. They're totally not going to do anything bad with that, right? So she leaves.
Well,
it with
I
them.
do. Can I just note? I love this because she takes. I'm assuming you mean that when she takes it to the Ceres research facility, right? To kind of like, hey, I don't want this. Can you guys figure out what to do with it?
Correct.
I do love that her decision to leave was based on the kind of like the discovery that they could use the Metroid as an energy source. And then she's like, okay, it seems like you got things under control. I'm gonna take off. The reason I like that so much is because the writers of this story were fairly in tune. It seems like so much of the catastrophes and the war and all that stuff that we experience in the real world is based on energy sources, fuel, and
There
rare
is no
earth
energy
minerals.
source which does not require a tax of some kind.
Everything has some sort of stake involved,
And we're
And
trying.
it is very astute of them to make the Metroid that.
Yeah,
in
the
this
chance to get free energy or the transference of energy through other life forms through the Metroid, yeah, I could see how it would be something we should probably look into. They're totally
the
not
basis of the
totally
Iron
not
Man
going to weaponize it like the space pirates were. Totally not going to.
And
do
like
that.
all of Iron Man's villains wanted to. I mean, this is such a core story to the modern human.
And this is once again kind of following the footsteps of their inspiration from the Alien series, which this is very much inspired by. I think pretty much anyone who has even been closely associated with Metroid or knows about Metroid knows that there's a heavy influence from the Alien series, all the way down from characters being named after the director of the movie, and character designs, and the fact that Samus is a female protagonist, 100%. A love letter to Alien. So yeah, like you said, she's like, oh yeah, you guys got this under control, and she's flying off, and then all of a sudden they're like, hey, you got to get back here, man.
Come back here,
Emergency
Samus.
distress signal.
Buddy, Samus, buddy, we need
Yeah.
you.
And also, I
Please.
forgot to preface this with the really awesome voice line at the very beginning, where we get a very rare, well-sounding audio sample of a guy saying,
The last Metroid is in captivity. The galaxy is at peace.
Dot dot dot. Like, sure, it's gonna stay at peace, right, guys?
Totally.
Everything's good.
So yeah, we get that distress signal and we U-turn and we go all the way back to the Ceres station. And this is kind of where we get our first control of Samus. This is our gameplay. We're going straight into the gameplay now.
I want to just start this segment by saying I adore this intro. I think this is incredibly done. Not to bury the lead, but just the way they executed on trying to communicate isolation and I guess destitution. They nailed it. They nailed it. When the game loads in, you see, or also backing up just a step, you see Samus' ship flying back to the research station, and the very next scene is her descending down into the station from her ship, and the walls are painted in dark blue. You hear a combination of like distant sort of screeching almost, while in the music track. So like the music itself is communicating like death or destruction. Something has happened here that obviously she was called back.
Yeah, on the Ceres station, you kind of get like the humming of machinery kind of in the background.
Yep.
Almost no like actual music, just ambiance and sound effects.
It's all ambience, but it works for what would ostensibly be the location's kind of soundtrack. It's not, in any traditional sense, it's not like music that you're gonna hang out and listen to, but it's the creaking sounds of like civilization leaving this place suddenly.
Yeah, and they kind
and
of
it's so creepy.
They kind of have to nail it here because there's not a lot of moments in the game or in a lot of games in this generation, in the Super Nintendo generation, that had the opportunity, that wasn't an RPG, that had the opportunity to sit there and give you exposition and give you like an immersive way to experience that exposition, and they nail it right here. So you kind of go through the station. It kind of gives you some familiarity with the controls. You're moving your character around. You're learning. You're getting comfortable with your movement and your traversal options. Even being able to shoot your beam to open doors and stuff like that. And as you're going through, you go through the title screen, the area that we saw on the title screen, and all the dead people are there. You're like, oh, this looks familiar. What's
incredibly done?
What are we seeing here? And then we go into the next area, and then there is the Metroid larva, and it seems to be unscathed. It's there. So
I want to notate one thing. Your reference to the title screen is important, and in the title screen, you actually see the Metroid for the first time alongside the dead scientist.
It's in the middle, right? It's in the middle.
Yeah, in that jar.
That capsule. Yeah.
When you run through, after given control, the jar is broken and the Metroid is out. So you run through the title screen location, and then you get into the next room where you find the Metroid that was foreshadowed.
Yeah. So
in the title sequence.
We're here to collect our sample and get it to safety, and before we can grab it, those eyes start glowing in the darkness of the background, and revealed is Ridley from the Space Pirates, a very high-ranking Space Pirate member, I'm sure. And it's that vial, or that capsule, is clutched in his claws, and he's fighting you, and you're getting your first combat experience fighting one of the most powerful creatures in the game. And it does that thing kind of like Mega Man X, where you can't win this fight. You can try your best, you won't win. As soon as you get to a certain amount of damage, Ridley will just kind of go off screen and then kind of zip from the background to the foreground with those awesome Mode 7 graphics, by the way. Flying into the foreground, taking the Metroid with him.
Yeah.
And then, classic Metroid fashion, we get a countdown because this place is about to self-destruct. And so we backtrack, and this is kind of...
Yeah, so we backtrack, but the thing I wanted to say something about this boss fight, because Ridley, as you mentioned, is very high-ranking in the Space Pirates. We know this because we know some of the kind of lore around the story, but you would also know this if you had played the other two games, because Ridley is one of your primary antagonists in the first game. Not the primary antagonist. There are a couple others that maybe would rank higher. I'm not 100% sure.
And he's on the box art.
Yes. That design is so incredible. They had to put him on the box art. But in storyline, this is their... Oh my gosh. Actually, this is their, like... If you're considering the Metroid Prime series, which I've played all the way... I've played all the game. I haven't finished 4, but I've played some of 4. At this point, I guess this is what, like, Ridley's 5th fight against Samus, or 6th, something like
weird.
that.
It's kind of weird if you think about it too hard, because...
You're right. No. That is at the what we take in the modern playthrough of Super Metroid. But if you are just playing it, around the time that it released, and I guess the way that the writers kind of considered this interaction, it was, this is a rematch from their fight in the first game when Samus ostensibly killed Ridley. So this is Ridley's past exploits coming back to haunt her.
Oh yeah, he's mad. He's mad.
He's big mad. That's not to say that what Samus did was like wrong necessarily. Like, she was doing what she did for the safety of the galaxy, yada yada. But this is like revenge of the Space Pirates, and I think Super Metroid, as far as I've played so far, we're going to talk about it toward the end of this recap. Yeah. Seems like Space Pirate revenge.
Yeah, so Ridley is hightailing
a revenge tour
back to Zebes, a rebuilt Zebes. And this is explained, not in the game, but it is explained in the instruction manual. I just went and read this actually before we started recording. It is explained in the story section of the instruction manual that the Zebes has been rebuilt, and that's how Samus is going to get there. That's how she knows where he's going.
Okay. So my experience of that was just because, like I mentioned, I know some of the kind of like story around the game, just for my, from my gaming experience, not having actually played this one. My thinking was just she knows Ridley well enough to know that Zebes would be his kind of the place that he retreats to. But if she's thinking that, then she probably is also aware that this is, to some degree, going to be a trap. I mean, they already tried to ambush her at the Ceres research facility and assassinate her.
That's what I like about Samus as a character. She's not dumb.
She's running headlong into the fire
unless
because
you
she
play
knows.
Other M. We don't talk about Other M, but yeah, she's not.
She knows that this Metroid is all important to the stability of galactic civilization. So even though she probably has an awareness of the kind of trap that she's running into, it's more important that she gets the Metroid. So
yeah, and she's also aware, like, if Ridley ain't dead, then there's probably more people that ain't dead. So I gotta follow him.
That's a fair assumption.
So yeah, you get out of the station, and you fly away, and it explodes.
Yeah.
Love a good cosmic explosion.
I mean, it was like straight Death Star blow up. Like these images we're seeing are kind of an amalgamation of science fiction at up until this point.
And I would assume that was like a failsafe of like, if the Metroids get out, or this Metroid gets out, then we need to blow the place up. And
it does call into question, like, how did Ridley have access to that technology? But at the same time, it's like, if you're Ridley and you really want to you want to get back in Samus and also have Metroid access, like, it's not just that Ridley wants to kill Samus, he still wants the Metroid.
Two birds, one stone for him.
Nefarious reasons, exactly. So like, he's like, I'll ambush her, I'll get the Metroid, try to kill her. If I lose the fight, I'll just blow up the station with whatever bomb contraption or whatever.
Yep.
So this is all about, like, Samus fighting for her life against people who have returned, while also trying to, like, complete her mission. In a sense, this is just an extension of the mission she was on in the past two. No, not in a sense. I'm dumb for saying that. It is literally an extension of the past two missions so far. All of this context is so important to understanding, I think, what's happening here.
And just to clarify, you had said that the Metroid Prime games take place in between 2 and 3, I believe. So 2 and this one. Yeah. And it's kind of like its own timeline. It doesn't really, they don't really cross over. But so yeah, we hightail it to Zebes, and we land on Zebes on the rainy exterior. And it's raining.
The atmosphere.
This game oozes atmosphere, man. And we're not covering new ground by saying anything about Super Metroid.
No, of course not. But it's kind of hard. It's like what?
Not a lot of games do it, you know.
And what new can be said about a game that is so iconic? But it bears repeating. It deserves repeating, I would say.
This whole intro sequence from
incredible.
The part where we land the ship, we pop out, you get the at least do I think does that play right there? Same as
it does.
Hopping out. And then immediately subverting your expectations by breaking the conventions of side-scrolling gameplay. If you are familiar with going right, and you go right, you're immediately going to be hit with a brick wall, and you're going to turn around and go left. So pretty much this game is already telling you, take everything you know about conventional game design with your side-scrollers and throw it out the window, because this ain't one of them games, bruv. We're gonna be going in a different direction, literally. So we go to the left. If we see a blue door that we shoot with our gun, that's how you open up doors. Now we know that pretty much any door we need to get through, we need to shoot it with something. And then when you get into these dark caverns, and the little bugs, the little S-bugs they're called, are like crawling on the foreground of the screen, and they're just kind of like running away from Samus, and it's like going into a cave that hasn't been spelunked in a while, and we work our way down in this area we're in is called Crateria.
So I learned that because this was the point in which I was like, okay, I feel like I'm in the game. I'm gonna start exploring buttons and stuff. And so I just went to the pause menu for the first time, and I saw the map, which an incredible thing to introduce to, like, popular game design is that map. But on the map is the name Crateria, which the first time I ever realized that this area even had a name. Not that it's all that important, I guess, but it does help to kind of give us address the huge game in its chunks rather than just the kind of the sprawling mass. So you're right. We're in Crateria. We're going through these caverns that are seemingly untouched for a long while, and then you start to find signs of civilization.
Yeah, we start going down into some like, I don't want to say man-made, but some kind of sentient creature
intelligence made for
structures.
sure.
And we're going down an area that looks familiar, a really long shaft down into the depths of Crateria, and we go down into what is like the bottommost part of that shaft. We start going to the right, and we start to come out of the backside of the final area of the very first game. You are in the area where Mother Brain's brain tank was, and you're kind of walking through this really odd looking corridor now, but it's so strange. It's all derelict and destroyed. It's so cool because it's referencing. It's not very often that a lot of these games, specifically sequels, reference the events of like, oh yeah, the stuff is still here. Like it's still here. Like this place blew up, but it didn't blow up the whole planet. It just incinerated the whole interior here.
It's that room that you run through where you really, at least for me, it clicked for the first time that this was Samus running through things that she had done before. And that room was the what was previously Mother Brain's room, because it's so strangely designed. It is just a long corridor with these strange kind of walls in between that you have to jump over. That was the moment I was like, what is this weird location? And then I remembered seeing like Mother Brain fights in videos.
It's empty. The liquid's not there.
But one thing that I want to mention is that this, while it is I have references, it is kind of like pulling the stuff from that first game. I think in this moment, the lesson to take is that like Samus is reckoning with the things that she did in the past. And that's not to say that she did anything wrong necessarily, but it's that seeing this area that she was directly responsible in destroying is, for a real person, that would bring back all kinds of like, memories, maybe traumatic memories. Exactly. This moment is like her kind of being reminded of, and maybe like processing kind of some of those events of the past game. And if you were a gamer who had experienced those things, you're probably feeling the same way, like, oh man, this is where the Mother Brain took place. I died here 18 times because the weird jumping you have to do. It's constantly pull it, like, remember what happened here, remember what happened here. The things that happened are going to affect the things that are to come.
Yeah, and so we make our way through it, and we take another elevator down even further, deeper into Crateria. And then we go to the left because we're kind of forced to go that way. There was something you had mentioned to me. We're going to call it the water pressure method. Of if you look at your map on Metroid, Super Metroid, water pressure finds a way of least resistance by way of trial and error. It goes each and every direction, but eventually comes out to the spot it can get out. And that's kind of how the gameplay design is here. I love that that term. I love the. I'm not sure if that's like a real thing or not, but
I don't know. It's just how I imagined it. Like, when
it's perfect. It's a perfect description.
When I picture her moving through the environment, it's an environment with a bunch of directions to go in. You can see all the doors, and if you're looking at your map, you can see little areas where the map continues, but if you go to that spot in game, it's just like a wall. So like, there's stuff all around that everyone is going to notice. The little holes in the floor, like where like something tiny could fit through, you're being taught that there are all these directions to go in. But clearly, if you don't know or you don't have the tool, you can't access those locations.
Correct.
So all you have to do, the burden on you, the player, at any given point, is to go where you can go. And in that way, it reminds me of like water in a high pressure system. It's just gonna spew out the places that are the weakest, or where there is an open valve or something. So like Samus, in the same way, unlike in a Mario or something equivalent, you just go the direction that the game is facing. You have to find those areas of weakness and then blast through.
The reason I wanted to bring this up, because for the sake of like this particular game's walkthrough in this series, we're gonna have to just go straight to the solutions, because if we just talk about hitting every dead end, it'll take us forever to get through the entire walkthrough. So I just wanted to bring that up for anyone who's following along, that because everybody's gonna hit their own roadblocks in their own way, and some people might not hit those roadblocks at all. Everybody kind of experiences this game differently. It just depends on what kind of gamer you are, as far as like, I'm not leaving here until I find everything, or I'm gonna go straight till I can't go straight anymore, or whatever. So for the sake of this, that's why I wanted to bring it up, because when we get down to this area, the path of least resistance is going to the left and jumping over an area that you can't get back up to discover the morph ball. And discovering the morph ball for the first time, hearing that sweet item sound. Lovely tune to hear, a little jingle, and then a spotlight comes on and sees us, and then we're able to look and see that, hey,
it's a trap, dude. We're reminded, the paranoia should be setting in. They're watching us,
and they want us to know. They want us to know that we're being watched. We didn't get ambushed necessarily, but we're able to. Yeah,
true. That's right, dude. We haven't been ambushed.
Yeah,
but clearly there's some sort of nefarious thing in the background. All we know is that Ridley is out there. We don't really know what is in store.
Yeah, and so we're able to fit into these small gaps that we've been running into previously. So now, as players, we remember, hey, there's a bunch of areas where I remember seeing that I can fit through now. So now it's time to go explore those. So before we even leave this lower criteria area, we're going to go to the right. We're going to find missiles. We're going to find missiles, and we also see a red door. But when you shoot said red door with your regular power beam, it does nothing. But maybe we should try shooting it with our new item, which we do. And if you shoot the red door, or pink door, whatever color you want, I like to call them red doors, you shoot them 5 times, and you deplete your ammunition, and you learn really fast, okay, I was holding 5, I don't have 5. Maybe I should conserve this in the future. Now I know how many I need. And you're able to go through and find more missiles, and it replenishes you to another 5. So the game is constantly teaching you in a very smart way that if you're paying attention and you have enough brain computation power, you're retaining this information and you're remembering it for later.
The game teaches.
And this is what I love about this game. This is what I love about this game is it does not
through.
Oh, go ahead.
Exposition. It doesn't exposit the thing to do, or even the story outside of the recap at the beginning.
It's like
the recap is it, and then the rest of the game is you gotta just kind of like poke around and figure it out.
This ain't a modern game where you have some kind of helper who is like, "Hey, Samus, remember it takes 5 missiles to shoot the red door." Every time you see a red door,
hey brother, did you try using the lightning arrows or whatever like that? Like, you're right, it doesn't. It literally just puts you in this environment, gives you some tools, and says you got to go forward.
Yeah, we don't have any little helpers on this game.
The missile and the door was a learning experience for me, because I, like most gamers, try to hoard ammunition because it's like this is my only line of defense, buddy. But what you're forced to do to progress is to dump your entire clip of missiles into that door, and it was tough for me. But the only reason I like shot it more than once was because it blinked.
Yeah,
you shoot it with your cannon.
Gives you feedback.
Nothing.
It gives you feedback.
Shoot it with exactly. So the game is like saying like, hey, here's a small hint. It blinks. And then, like you said, you go through the door, there's some bugs, you kill the bugs, and the game gives you your missiles back. It's super generous about replenishing, and I think one of the most important concepts is not to be precious about your ammo.
Yeah, the game's teaching you right here, use your tools. If
you're stuck, use them.
If you're stuck, use your tools. You might have to throw your head up against the wall a few times. Who knows?
It really is a matter of like, if you like you said, if you're stuck, use your tools. Maybe you have to remind yourself of a tool that you haven't used in a while or something, which we'll talk more about multiple tools in the future. But now we have the missiles. We've got the morph ball. We got the missiles.
Let's get out of here. Let's go back up now.
All that's left is to go back up.
So we go back up, and then when we go back into that corridor, that Mother Brain corridor, it's all lit up, man. There's the space pirates are here. It was a trap. And these particular space pirates kind of pushovers. So obviously we're throwing the easy bodies at us first. But now you realize there's hostile forces on this planet with you now, and we work our way all the way back up, to that first cave, and we use that water pressure method, and we find our way into a little gap that will take us to kind of a large room with a lot of bad guys in it that we can shoot. All these bad guys are dropping plenty of pickups, which the game is teaching you, hey, if you need stuff, if you need resources, kill things. Because they'll give you missiles, they'll give you health. You obviously don't have very much health right now. All we know is that we have 99 out of 99 health. No other indicators of health here. And then we go into the room, and we see one of those little Chozo statues holding a little item ball, a little sphere, and you shoot it and you grab it, and that's when we get our morph ball bomb, which is one of the most important tools in the entire game. We'll talk about that in just a second, but let's get out of this room first. So we turn around to get out of the room, and the door is now gray. It's kind of blacked out.
Oh no, dude, that's crazy.
So
zombie in the safe room.
Let's shoot it. Let's shoot it with everything. It's not opening. And then that statue starts shedding its skin off, and it's a real live creature.
I can't believe you've done this.
You gotta fight a little mini-boss here. And this particular mini-boss, I'm kind of a seasoned veteran when it comes to this game, so I just straight up walked up to it and manhandled it, just shoving my arm cannon straight into its chest. Did you fight this thing with any other tools? Did you shoot your missiles at it?
Yeah, I did. Trying to be as faithful to the concept of utilizing my tools as possible, the first thing I did was drop down into a morph ball and roll underneath him. He comes swiping at you, like, I think that might be his only form of offense.
Yeah, he kind of does like an up and down swipe.
Yeah, he runs. I mean, zombie in the safe room is actually a more appropriate analogy than I initially intended, because he really does move forward and just kind of swing. And the best way to avoid that is just you morph ball out of the way, pop up, bam, 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 cannon. So that was how I did it. And it was purely off of the this kind of the philosophical concept that I have about this game, which is that you got to use the tools. So like with every boss that we're going to talk about, I'm like, one of the first things I think is, how do I use my tools here? What are they trying to indicate to me? So like, it's probably not the case that, it's expected of you to do that with the Chozo statue necessarily. Maybe it is, I don't know, but it works. You drop down to a morph ball, you just go right under his arms. I took very little damage in this fight, because you just shoot him when he pops out, morph ball under him, shoot him when he...
That's the downside to doing it the way I do, is you take a lot of damage.
Oh, okay. But like we're saying, the game just kill some bugs.
And if you run out of resources, he does do like this little vomit thing, and you can shoot when he's vomiting
that's right.
out. You can get resources, and that's the only reason I
shoots
go
those
berserker
mines.
mode on him. I just kind of know, but yeah, we get our morph ball bomb, and we continue our way out. And then at this point, you may or may not have hit this little kiosk that when it's a map data download center. When you find these, it will kind of show you the map and grade out kind of areas that you have not explored yet. So instead of having to throw your head against the wall if you don't know where to go, you can kind of use context clues of the locations on the map of where it's gray and what's on the other side of a wall necessarily or potentially. So whenever we use this method, we are able to use our morph ball bomb that we had to blow up the wall that seemed like it was just the end of the screen, but now that we know that there's more on the other side, we use that as a way to kind of diagonally delve deeper into the criteria area. And we're seeing Go ahead.
I love that room. I love the diagonal room, because there's nothing in the game like that room before this. Diagonally. Diagonally, that's right. But I love that room. And you're right, that map kiosk is all important to any like exploration in this game. I mean, if you know where you're going,
and it lets you know that those things exist too.
Exactly, because it makes it clear when there is a boundary in the game, but it in the same way, using that logic, you can know when there isn't a boundary, like a true boundary on the map. There's got to be something there. And so what the lesson I took is that since my cannon has infinite ammo, I'm shooting everything. If there is a small gap in the map, I'm shooting it. I'll drop down, morph ball bomb it. I'm using everything to try to water pressure my way through.
Yeah, so
and get to diagonally.
So we go diagonal all the way down. We start to see some more of these. Like, it's safe to say that the space pirates have built most of these structures we're seeing in here, the ones that look like really advanced. like these metallic-looking structures. And we're kind of fighting our way down. We do find our first energy tank somewhere in this area, letting us know that we can expand our health and take more risks and fight harder creatures. We're also finding some missiles here and there as well, but we're going to go down. We're going to fight a couple space pirates. We're going to find a door. We're going to go to this very silent and strange-looking high-tech corridor, and we're going to find in the next room the statues, the statue room. And the statue room has all these creatures, and you do see that Ridley is one of those creatures, all kind of piled up in this golden statue with these shining, glowing gem eyes. And we're going to make a note of it because all we know about this room is that there's a very crazy-looking structure here and some spooky sounding music. So let's remember this room and maybe return to it later.
I liked this room because I was not at all expecting to find anything like this whenever I walked through that door. I mean, it's completely unexpected, and it was... I'm not sure if it's like foreshadowing necessarily. I don't know what it is. I noticed that it had Ridley and some other future characters potentially, but I could not tell what at least two of them were.
I have a pro
Ridley
tip
I could
here.
identify.
I have a pro tip. If anyone's playing this game for the first time, you included, Tyler, keep you a notepad. Keep you a notepad and write these things down, because unless you just have like a really good mental note capability, I don't, because my brain doesn't function normally. Keep you a notepad, write it down, and be like, upper criteria, strange statue room, maybe return later, maybe need a new tool. You know, give yourself some... That's one really fun thing about certain games, like if our listeners have ever played games like Tunic or Outer Wilds, which are games I highly recommend, those are games that encourage the old tried and true method of keeping a notepad on hand to leave yourself notes. I mean, dude, instruction manuals used to have note sections on the back of them for things like this. And that's what they were intended for, was to make little notes of remembering things or any kind of information, because there was no technology to bookmark it for you, and the game wasn't going to do it for you either, whether it was a design thing or a technical limitation. So pro tip there, notepad, notepad that information.
There is there's like a...
And don't Google it.
No, don't, please.
Don't Google anything.
There's I can't remember which YouTuber it was, but someone put out a really good video on that kind of concept you're talking about, and he called them knowledge-based games. You may have seen it before. It got a lot of views, but games that require you to learn through the playing of the game and apply what you learn. It's not going to beat itself for you. It's not going to...
You level up. The character doesn't level up, you level up.
Yeah. Those kinds of games... I mean, I feel like it might be necessary for the vast majority of people to keep notes nearby. But if you have a photographic memory, then you can just do it yourself, I guess.
Yeah, dude. Whenever I played Outer Wilds,
I
literally took share play pictures.
Yeah.
And I had an album of pictures of things I needed to remember. But anyways,
I've got so many documents that
you should see
on
my
phone
notepad.
and stuff.
You should have seen
my
my Tunic notepad. My wife thought I was losing my mind.
That game makes you lose your mind a little bit.
I love that.
Tremendous game.
Maybe one day we'll have to play that one again.
I got to give it a little time, because I still remember stuff too well.
I'll never forget
what I mean?
it. I'll never forget.
I know, like I want to give it some time so I can try to recreate that initial experience. But regardless, you're right. We go down, we find that statue, and I want to mention something. Those caverns past Diagon Alley are like, each one is different from the last. Like, some have these weird spaghetti-like bulbs on the top, like in ink. It's just a strange environment. There's a mix of like natural flora and fauna with
and
what
life.
is clearly built by space pirates or whatever equivalent.
Yeah. There's two different factions here. There's the original planet's life forms and the space pirates.
Yeah. Colonizers. But the variety of environments in this game is really nothing to thumb your nose at. And you see that even in such a small section, like room to room, you're getting almost completely different environments while still staying in the kind of like greater what am I trying, like visual identity of that location.
Beautiful pixel art, by the way, and amazing music.
Way ahead of the time.
And speaking of amazing music, we're gonna move on to our next area. We're gonna push forward using our water pressure method. We're gonna find an elevator, and we're gonna move down to Upper Brinstar. So we're going down the elevator, and we're in Upper Brinstar now with an amazing soundtrack, by the way.
Oh, it's that was. Whenever I was taking my notes, I notated that we entered Brinstar and that the music is a banger.
Super Metroid is got one of the best soundtracks on the Super Nintendo's library as a whole. And this particular area is a very jungly looking environment, lots of vines, lots of green, lots of crazy life forms, like this one room we're going to go into where we find these fireflies, and when we shoot said firefly type creatures, we notice that the lights are going dimmer, and so maybe we shouldn't shoot everything necessarily if we don't have to, and we're rewarded with less difficult platforming to do.
That's so true. Whenever I went through that room the first time, I was like, bugs, kill two. And then it's like they're turning the lights out. So I adapted quickly and didn't kill anymore. But it was like the amusement park moment in Nier Automata, where it's like you're killing these creatures, and it's like, wait, I didn't have to. Yeah. And now I feel awful for killing them. Not least of which because now I'm ruining my own experience. I'm blind.
Yeah. So it does teach you that there are creatures out there that are not hostile, that can hurt you, but not intentionally. So maybe not shoot everything if you can help it. So we're gonna use our water pressure method. We're gonna discover not necessarily abilities, but we're gonna potentially find more missile capacity upgrades, and we're gonna work our way into what I like to call the cherry blossom area.
Okay.
The cherry blossom area is that pink area with it looks like the petals in the background, and it's such a really interesting environment where it's this lush jungle environment that we're underground right now. We're under the surface of the planet. Like, this planet has this kind of dead, rocky looking exterior, but it has such this beautiful interior, teeming with life forms, and unfortunately being tainted by the space pirates. And we see a lot of these kind of bug type creatures, like those guys floating around that look like Greedo with wings. And we're gonna work our way up.
That's Watto.
What's Watto doing here? You trying to give us a loan?
Public credits. Yeah, this is a tremendous area.
Such a great area. And we're going to work our way up, and we're going to find another save point. So we have been finding save points around the game that are strategically placed for the most part. You know when you're going to be in an area, a tough area. If you see a save point in this game, you save. That's the rule. Don't ever not save. It doesn't take but 2 seconds. Just save your game and then move forward. And we're going to
take it from us who, before auto saving was commonplace. How many saves did we lose? How many times did you start a game over as a child?
This is one of those games now. I'm playing on the SNES Classic Edition with the original hardware type controller. I think you're playing on the Switch online service?
I'm playing on... here's the thing. I said this to you before, and it bears repeating. I am a believer in trying to have as true of an experience. Play on the CRT if you have it. Play on old hardware. All that type of thing. If you have it, of course. Obviously, there are other ways to access it.
Harder to get than usual these days.
For that reason, I'm choosing to play Super Metroid on my Switch 2 with the Switch 2 Pro controller. Because that's the way that God intended it.
Well, look, I mean, you do have the advantage
it's a great experience,
of being able to use save states if you really wanted to. I wouldn't recommend it for this specific game. I think there's some games that do need it because they were just designed... They just could have been designed better, and a lot of the re-releases of some games that are coming out are rectifying that with auto saves, for example. But this particular game, you really don't need it if you're saving.
I completely agree.
If you're saving properly. So anyway, we're gonna find this area with capsules hanging from the ceiling in the cherry blossom area, and we're gonna see a vertical door. This is one of our first vertical doors, I think, that we see that we shoot and we jump up into.
There have been doors in the floor. Early in the game, you get a door on the floor, but this is the first one in the ceiling. Where it's one of those things where any gamer who's played like a platformer knows when there's an exit on the ceiling, you jump to reach it, and when you reach the pinnacle of your jump, it just goes, it just sucks you up into the top, which is this first time you get one of those in this game.
But yeah, once we jump up there, we're kind of met with some creepy Twilight Zone sounding music, and there is a boss fight here.
Yeah.
This is your first.
This one was unexpected.
This is your first like major. It comes out of nowhere. Your first kind of like a major mini boss, if you will. It's this. I think it's called Spore Spawn, and it's just like it looks like a giant plant monster from Little Shop of Horrors, and he's just kind of like going around and around, and these little spores are falling from the ceiling that you can shoot and replenish your resources, so you know where to replenish if you need to. And every now and again, he'll stop and open up his big old mouth, and we can shoot him. We're going to shoot him with our missiles. 'Cause I don't know about you, I always try the heaviest ordnance first. That's me.
Yeah, me too.
So if you shoot them with missiles, you find out that there's just like a little sweet spot, and this is teaching you how to take your time and look for openings. That's what this boss fight is specifically for. And it progressively gets harder and harder to be patient, to wait for those openings, and to keep yourself out of harm's way from those obstacles all around you. So we fight him, we shoot him, we kill him, and he doesn't die. I mean, he dies. He doesn't disappear like most enemies do. He just kind of sinks down, and the whole room kind of dries out, indicating that, you know, when plant life dies, it dries out, and so we know it's dead and it's safe for us to continue. And so we move. Go ahead.
This was an interesting boss fight. Based on the few bosses that we fought so far, I would say the weakest. It's interesting. And what I found was, again, utilizing my morph ball defensively, because he bounces around like in this kind of like rubber band sort of feel. Like he just swings and stretches, and then, or like bungee cords around the battlefield. So what I did was I made myself as small a target as Samus could possibly do. I morph balled into the bottom corner, and like, you're this big and he's huge, so he's bungee cording around. He can't reach you. So I just stayed in morph ball mode, and then whenever his big gullet opened up, I jumped and missiled him as much as I can.
Yeah.
And quick work. That was.
I would like to state for the record, this is probably one of the most, in my opinion, aggravating bosses in the entire game, just because you just have to sit and wait. And I understand why. I mean, the very first time you play this game, it's got a very valuable lesson to teach you, but you're like, I don't know, 10th time through, you're like, oh, okay, this guy.
Come on. Yeah. Let me ask you this. Does every Metroid game start with its major first boss as a plant?
No.
Okay, it's like, well, I guess this one isn't the first, I guess you could say maybe Ridley, but there is a trend of super early in the game having a huge plant. But I mean, I don't know. I guess that's pretty common
It's usually a very stationary boss, I would say.
Yeah.
It's usually something that's attached to something that can't go very far to hit you. It's something that you can keep your eyes on, keep track of. Like in Metroid Prime, for example, the queen in the chamber, it's not going very far.
Yeah. So you're right. It turns to poo after you kill it.
Yeah, it turns to poo-poo. Then we go through the hallways, and we find our next brand new upgrade, the Super Missile.
Oh, yeah. Right. Green.
It's green. And how convenient that we found a green door earlier, and we see a green door now. And when we shoot the green door with our green missile, our green Super Missile, we find out that, hey, it only takes one of these to break this door down. And also, whenever we shoot it, it's powerful. It shakes the screen.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
And things fall from the hollow spots in the ceiling, which, hey, maybe that's a tool you could use to find secret areas later. I don't know. Maybe you could. Maybe not. But we know that this thing's got some force, so maybe not squander these if you can help it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're not getting many. Like, it's one at a time, right? Each one you pick up just gives you one.
Correct.
Yeah, and you can't hold, but
and
5?
I'm more than certain that the game doesn't tell you this, but you can use one green Super Missile to open a red door instead of 5 regular missiles.
Okay, I guess that tracks.
So we're going to work our way back down through the pink petally area, correct? And we're going to see some kind of odd-shaped tiles in the ground, indicating that we can use our Morph Ball Bomb here to blow them up. We're going to find another power-up. We're going to find the Charge Beam down here. The Charge Beam's good. for a variety of reasons. Not only is it going to make your regular shot more powerful, but in the event that, and the game doesn't tell you this either, this is a good old Uncle Brandon telling you this. If in the event that you run out of missiles or super missiles to fight something, you can use a charge shot in place of it'll have the same potency as a regular missile for you.
A regular missile.
So in the event that you don't have ammo, you do have ammo now.
Right.
Also, if you turn on Moonwalk, you can hold down your charge shot and you can do a Moonwalk now.
See, they keep telling me, I keep hearing about this Moonwalk charge shot maneuver. I'm going to need to bust it out for the next major boss we fight. Just to style on him for a second.
Absolutely no use at all. But
I just want him to feel diminished because of how cool I look moonwalking and
hey,
shooting.
check this out.
Yeah, I can dance and kill you.
And we're going to keep running. We're going to find some odd-looking spots on the floor that if you bomb them, you're starting to realize if you use your morph ball bomb on these suspicious-looking floor tiles, or inconspicuous-looking tiles, you can reveal what it is you're going to need to break those tiles. And we see icons for things that we don't necessarily comprehend yet, so we're going to keep moving forward.
Yeah, it's like the way I think about it is like you shoot away the dusty tile to reveal like the whatever the tool is required. But like it's always there on your map. Check your map. You always got to be checking the map.
Check your map, use your tools. Check your map, use your tools. So we're gonna move that.
And you'll water pressure your way.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. We're gonna go to like another greenish area that's kind of going diagonally down, and we're gonna see one of those yellow doors that we are like, okay, well, obviously we need a new tool here. Let's remember that. Put that on our notepad. So before we go any further, I want to say I forgot a section. Before we got to the pink petally area, there was an area where the floor collapses from underneath you. And that is a part where the game is teaching you that you can hold down the B button to move faster, to run. Because if you move at regular speed, I believe it just crumbles out from underneath you and you fall.
Oh, right. You're right, dude. That's so interesting. I didn't even think about it that way as a lesson.
Yeah, that's my fault. I forgot to mention that.
No, that's okay. The reason that's interesting is that I had been running like this from the beginning of the game. Not because I knew you could do that in Super Metroid, but because I know you can do that in Mario.
Yeah, a lot of games have like a toggle, not toggleable, but like a holdable, increase your speed. You know, unless you're playing Sonic.
It's just a sprint. in the exact same way that we have sprints in first-person shooters.
Got it. Mario's got it.
Yeah, so you're right. That was an educational moment, but it didn't even occur to me because I'm already sprinting around. There were a couple.
And I would like to say, Samus moves pretty fast on her own, just moving. But finding out that you can move even faster is something that's going to be valuable, not only to crossover areas that are going to crumble from underneath you, but also maybe later applying it when you get a new tool. So
that makes sense.
Just remember that as well.
We had past rooms already where like it was indicating to you that you should sprint because they were slow closing doors and stuff like that. But
yeah, and you couldn't sprint fast enough even if you tried.
Right. Right.
So maybe there's another way around, or maybe you need another tool. Put it in the notepad. Yep. Upper Bryn Star. Need to be faster. Yep. But after we crossed that area, that's when we went to the pink petally area, and then now we're going from the pink petally area to our next green area that we saw the yellow door, and then there is a door that can only be toggled from the side we're on, and once you go through it and you come back, you're locked out. There's no getting back through, at least not at this current time. And that's when we're going to go to what we call the red soil area, aka Lower Bryn Star, with some of the best music ever created by mankind. Certainly one of the best Metroid songs ever made, because they remake this song in almost every Metroid game. I love this song. It's one of my favorite Super Nintendo tracks, and that's saying something because I love Super Nintendo music.
It really is. They did a remarkable job with this soundtrack.
In this area, we have two options. We can go up or we can go down. Obviously, going up is going to be very difficult. We can't really do it yet. There is a way to get up there.
That's what they say.
You can get up there if you know. Yeah. I actually was able to do it in my playthrough a little bit. Not really much reason to do it, but you could if you wanted to. There are things up there that you can kind of start sequence breaking a little bit, if I'm not mistaken.
And this is sorry to cut you off, but on the upward zone, this is the spot where if you're looking at the map, you can see the zone that you touched before at the very beginning of the game. Is that right?
Correct.
So like it is showing you that all of this is connected, even to the most early of zones.
Yeah.
But at this point in time, Samus doesn't have the tools to get there.
Yeah. Very important.
So we kind of have to go down.
So
because
we're gonna go
I
down,
didn't know you could even go up at this point.
And we're gonna
I was just forced down.
We're going to use a combination of our water pressure method to continue down, and also morph ball bombing to test the terrain. We're going to come across these little horrible grasshopper parasite things. I hate them. We're going to blow them up. Suck. We're going to blow them up with our morph ball bombs. We're going to keep going down.
And I want to say these dudes are additionally bastards because not only do they kill you in this game, but they kill you in every From Software game as well.
Yeah.
They all
every game's got the latch onto you and make you move slow and kill you.
But dude, it's the frog or the crickets or whatever. The frogs are other. They're a different type of enemy.
So we're gonna go down. We're gonna go to the left. I think there's like a recharge station to kind of fill up your energy and fill up your missiles, I think. And then when we go to our right, we're gonna go to our first couple corridors that actually have some water in them.
Yeah.
And this is
like it's sticky.
Yeah, the water, it affects you, man. I mean, Samus is wearing... We don't know what the gravity is like on this planet, but we do know that Samus is affected by the physics of water big time. Just like if you're ever like in the deep side of a pool and maybe you're holding some weights, or maybe you exhaled all the oxygen out of your lungs so you can kind of sink to the bottom of the pool and you try to jump, how much more sluggish and slow and not as high do you go when you do that. That's how it feels when you're in the water in this game. So you already know that water is giving you a physical limitation. So let's stay out of the water.
When you jump on the trampoline and then get off and jump on the ground, you know that feeling? It's like, I can't go anywhere.
Yep.
That's how it feels to be Samus trying to jump through the water. And there are also little grabblers.
Yeah, the little grabblers. You don't want to mess with them. They hurt and they will pull you into the water, and you can't really kill them at this point.
That
you
type of enemy, that's one of the most terrifying enemy. What am I trying to say? Like
the
archetypes.
Things that pull you into their layers. Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah,
I'm not a water
pull you
guy,
in
man. I don't
and
like
just
water.
hold you to death.
I don't like water.
That's so terrifying. Is this the same room that has the?
There's two rooms, I believe, that have the water in them.
Okay,
I think it's the second of the two that has the little tile that looks very obviously like you need to shoot it.
The upwards gift.
You can't reach it, but you can if you really want to. Here, you can actually. That's what I do. Not toot toot. Oh, I'm cool. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I think it would really come in handy with what we're about to face.
Yeah, so you can get up there. And there's an item up there that we're going to talk about later, but we're going to water pressure our way.
I want to say the water pressure method indicated to me that there was something up there before I even knew there was. Because every time I go into a room, I look at my map. I want to see what the map has to say about the room I'm in, because it says something that you don't know, and that is like the location of doors or pathways.
Also, if there's an item available to you, it'll be marked on the map with the little dot as well.
I knew about that tile, and I was like, well, clearly I can't go up. But this is the 100th time that's happened in this game so far. You find a location that there's clearly an indication of somewhere to go.
Yeah. So on this part, we're gonna go to the right. We're gonna note that tile we can't reach because it's just too high. We're gonna go to the right. And we're gonna go through a little section here that has a glass tube, like a tube bridge, and it looks like it's underwater. Looks super cool. But whenever you open up your map in that area, you realize that one little tile is a different region. Meridia, and we're gonna maybe let's put that in our notepads.
I'm so interested about this area because not least of which, it's the visual identity is so much more distinct from the other areas.
This particular tile, this one tile of the map, and I'm not gonna say anything else. Every time we've talked about it, you've been like this. I love this. This is one of the most interesting tiles in the entire map. I love this.
I can't wait to see what that means.
One little thing, this one screen is one of the coolest things in the entire game, and we'll talk about it.
I can't wait to see it.
Hopefully.
But when you experience it, the first thing you do is you go through. I mentioned this to you before. It's almost like a pressurized room in any sort of game where you have a spacewalk or like a walk, a sea walk or whatever. You go through this little single kind of corridor thing. There's a door, and nothing in between except like a space to walk. And then you enter that, what is, I guess, like legit kind of Meridia. But all you see is that sort of Bioshock tube. And what appears to be water kind of reflecting off the glass. And there's no indication of like what's going on, where we are, anything like that. Just that this is a new location, implying that we're going to come back. And you mentioned something a minute ago about all this life under the earth. That is one thing about this game that I really enjoy, and it's that kind of like
there's water, baby. If there's water, there's life, right?
There's something for sure, but the subgenre of like ancient cryptid beings under the earth, like deep under the earth. That's what this game. I mean, this is everything that you fight in this game is like the what was that King Kong Godzilla movie? Kingdom of Kong, whatever it's called, where they're underground fighting.
I need to watch them because my child is very obsessed with Godzilla right now.
Or it's like, what's that other movie? The Journey to the Center of the Earth or whatever. That's kind of what we're seeing, or not kind of, that is legitimately what we're seeing. These like ancient, undiscovered, like
it's alien, man. I think it's
monsters.
I think it's so cool that it's alien. It's inside out. It's not. It's beyond the conventions of what we understand as Earthlings. Is that all the life should be, or the majority of the life form should be on the outside. It's on the inside. Once again, themes of everything's backwards. Forget everything you know. Forget the conventions of Earth rules here.
It makes me wonder if there's maybe you can speak to this. I don't know the Metroid lore well enough. If there's any civilization on top of the planet on Zebes, I'm not far enough in the game to know either way. But if it's a situation where
I don't know. I don't know.
You get there and the weather is so crazy. Can Samus survive this because she's in this suit? And if you were just naked, you would like freeze to death or something. I don't know. I've been consistently enjoying all of the weird freak creatures, and it seems like every third room you go into shows you a different.
There's a reason people really love this series, is because it's very easy to lose yourself in this world, to immerse yourself in this world. And that's why
the variety can't be understated. The variety of enemies and rooms, and
Metroid's one of those games. There's a reason there's such a big cult following for it. Is so many people just want to get back into that universe. But yeah. So continuing on our way, we're gonna go to an elevator room. That if you are kind of morph ball bombing and prodding and poking everywhere, you notice that there, and the map might even tell you this at the time. There's a secret wall in this particular room that you can use your newly acquired super missiles to blow open. But then whenever you get in there, you find this absolutely crazy, demonic-looking entrance face, Cave of Wonders looking face, but you can't reach it, just like earlier. So obviously, we keep hitting things that are out of our reach. So we're going to water pressure our way down that elevator and go check out just a teeny bit of Upper Norfair. Now, in Upper Norfair, we're not going to be here for very long for this particular chapter.
This place is hell.
Can we just say it? This place sucks.
It has like all of the sort of common visual markers of like hell.
I hate Norfair.
It's terrifying.
I hate Norfair, man. It sucks.
So you're excited about our next segment, huh?
No. This is actually my least favorite part of the game is just dealing with Norfair.
That's really exciting to hear. I can't wait to see why.
I don't know. It might just be a me thing. I don't know. I just remember there were certain rooms I would get stuck. The biggest areas I would get hung up on in Super Metroid as a kid was in Norfair. And maybe I'll be able to do like a comparison as an adult playing it versus as a kid. But yeah, by using our water pressure method, we're going to find out that we can't go anywhere except for one room.
Dude.
Because
you have the red tunic gimmick here.
Yeah, we've got extreme heat that's killing us immediately, and our health is dropping like crazy, and we're coming across other obstacles where we can't really cross through. So we're going to go in one room, and we're going to climb up kind of an interesting area and fall down. I think we come up the bottom, actually. We come from the bottom, that we can't reverse our way back out, and we find one of those Chozo statues, and we get the high jump, which is going to be a very imperative tool in our travels. So let's grab our high jump. We're going to jump up that screen, and we're going to morph ball into that little area. We're going to squeeze our way out. I think maybe we collect a couple of missile tank upgrades here and there. At this point, you can return to that area we were talking about earlier that I said that you could get up to if you really wanted to. You
Yeah.
can go there. I highly recommend it because if you go to that area, you're going to unlock a new upgrade from another Chozo statue.
You go ahead and say it if you want.
You're going to get the
Since
Spazer.
you did.
What I did, I can't tell you right now.
Well, so
Can't tell you right now. I'll be able to tell you in a little bit, but I can't. Maybe on the next episode, but I can't tell you now.
This was a point for me where it was like a fork in the road because I was aware of that other path, but I knew that the game was pushing me toward the Cave of Wonders door, and I didn't know what was in that ceiling tile area.
Yeah.
And so to play it safe, I went to the direction that the game was indicating.
Rewarded.
But I wish I had gone back.
I say you're rewarded for going back and getting that.
Yeah. So you jump up into the Cave of Wonders mouth, and you're in a
Kind of a
map again, dude. The map tells you everything. It shows you that there's a boss room, just like four.
Shows you
rooms
there's a
over.
boss room. Shows you this really interesting architecture, kind of like this old, like derelict spaceship-looking material.
Right. Yes.
And then we're gonna kind of find our way by bombing, using the morph ball bomb, just kind of sporadically, and using context clues with the way the environment looks, finding our way down into these kind of corridors, these straight corridors. And these straight corridors, they look pretty menacing because there's like faces and fangs and just all the signs of danger ahead. And we find this little this room is shooting spikes at us down the corridor.
Yeah, dude,
it's like the Mario Lost Levels Bowser fire.
It is. It's exactly like that.
It's like
this is one of my
shooting
favorite
at me.
levels.
And it
my
hurts.
Favorite room.
You get hit, it hurts, man.
Oh yeah, they smoke you. But
And-
like you're right. So you walk through.
There's
this
something
room,
menacing at the end of this corridor, Tyler.
and there you're having to. I think you have to avoid space pirates, right? Aren't there like enemies in addition to the spikes from all the way across the room?
I think maybe so.
I believe there are. So you're killing people.
Let me look at the footage. Go ahead.
This terrifying creature of the ancient is a little bitty baby Kraid.
The little Kraid.
He's a little tiny Kraid.
The little Kraid. I don't. Yeah, there are space pirates. By the way, you're right. Yeah, there's a little bitty Kraid. Just such a menace.
Can I tell you, I did not expect to see that because until this point, the only thing shooting spikes like that were those little cactus things, little cacti.
Yeah.
Which maybe that's the implication is that Kraid grows out of the cacti.
But what's crazy is that there's this dead person in this
I
corridor.
love that thing.
So there's a door that we haven't seen before. We're gonna take note of it. It's an eyeball door. Guess what you gotta shoot? There's an eyeball door. You gotta shoot the eyeball and it opens up and it's shooting little beams at you and stuff. But there's a little.
The eyeball fireballs were a pain in the butt.
There's a little. Don't you hate that? There's a little like humanoid creature that's dead here, and it's still debated today who that creature is. Is it an explorer? That's what I always thought. I thought it was just like an explorer who found his way down there and got killed because this is a universe in which people can space travel, or it could be something that was native to the planet. We don't know. It's really left up to your interpretation. There's no answer, at least not that I know of. But we blow up the eyeball door, and then we go into what's obviously a boss room because it's huge on your map. And this is where we see that scary music starts playing, dude, and the ground starts shaking and the rocks start flying out, and then it's Kraid himself, a huge Kraid monster. And luckily it's like, okay, well, he's not that big. I can handle this. You start shooting him. You shoot him with your regular beam. He opens up his mouth. You can shoot your missiles into his mouth, obviously. That's when he starts making these crazy sound effects, which, by the way, these are Godzilla sound effects that were sampled and pitched down or up. All the boss characters utilize Godzilla sound effects, or most of them do, which is crazy because we just talked about Godzilla like 2 seconds ago.
It's again they're like the acknowledgement of kind of previous science fiction and the feelings that those gave you. They're trying to give you here. So the fact that they used Godzilla sound effects, Kraid is some sort of, in this universe, he's like a Godzilla adjacent kaiju thing, and we see that from the size. Like the size is the first indication, the noises are the second. But the thing that I loved about this sequence is when you first walk in the room, Kraid is just a dude that pops out of the ground like Diglett. Like he's just like, here I am. And so you start shooting his face.
Diglett.
And then what happens when you get to a certain point, dude?
Dude, he stands up. He
He's like,
stands
"All right, I'm
up.
out."
And he like takes up like, I mean, for the map tiles, well, he's like 3 tiles tall. He's huge. He's like the size of a building.
He's legit. He's a kaiju.
For the Super Nintendo was absolutely mind-blowing, by the way. Right. Absolutely mind-blowing. And
I clearly didn't experience this game in that kind of organic way, but I have enough perspective to know how like a thrilling this kind of moment is on a Super Nintendo console. That thing is huge and incredibly cinematic. The way that he comes in with the rumbles and the shaking of the room.
Really taking advantage of that 3 megabyte cartridge size, which was
unbelievable.
Unbelievable back in the day, by the way. 3 megabytes.
It's still unbelievable. 3 megabytes is that's insane. Like you draw a doodle in Photoshop and it's bigger than that.
Yeah, there is man, that's crazy to think about, but you
It's remarkable.
You can use. He's shooting out these belly spikes. He's a big old fat reptile. You know, he's shooting these belly spikes out that you can use as platforms to go up, and he's flinging his little nails at you, and you can shoot them for resources. And you really have to, wait for those openings, just like we learned with the plant monster. We wait for those openings. We shoot him. We get his mouth to open, and we hit him with missiles. Or if you're like me, I like to use the super missiles. Hit him, and you notice that classic Super Nintendo design choice of the boss changing colors as you shoot him. Kraid kind of like gets this weird banana effect where he just starts to look more and more like
he's ripening as you shoot,
like an unripened, like a almost mushy brown banana you don't want to eat.
Banana. By the time this dude's about to die, he would be perfect for a banana bread.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Mash him up, throw in some chocolate chips. It's gonna be delicious.
Unfortunately, if you know what you're doing with Kraid, he's a complete pushover. But you kill him, and he just makes these horrible Godzilla shriek noises like he's in absolute pain, and he shrinks into the ground, and this dude's dead. He's dead, and we collect our resources. Let's go into the following room and see what our reward is for this boss fight, an item that we need, and I don't know how to pronounce it correctly. Tyler, what's it called?
Well, I thought it was the Varia suit. That was my thinking.
I always, as a kid, pronounced it Varia suit, but Varia sounds right because the Varia suit is a mistranslation. It was called the barrier suit in Japan, and much like a lot of things that got translated from Japanese to English, it just, like Godzilla used to be Gojira. Godjira.
It's translated
Gojira.
Phonetically.
Gojira,
but if you say it,
if you say it phonetically, Gojira is Godzilla. Gojira, Godzilla. And then you would say,
Thank you.
Yeah, not trying to sound completely racist. I'm sorry.
No, it's not at all.
But the same thing with barrier, it would be like Baria.
Yeah.
And so they translated it as Varia. Because, I mean, you got to remember also gaming was a young industry back then. And the localization team, they were localizing it phonetically instead of culturally, I think, in a lot of instances. And you can see a lot of that in Final Fantasy VII's localization. There's almost completely different characterizations of characters because of the difference in Japanese and English localization. But with this particular game, so let's just call it the Varia suit. Okay, Sorry for the very long explanation.
That's just as good. Well, if you speak the language of Zelda, this is your red tunic.
This is your Goron suit, your Goron tunic.
You can go to Lava Town.
I feel like starting Norfair was a fairly obvious experience. You're going through Norfair, you have the Varia suit. The first thing you know to address are the heat rooms. And so you go into the heat rooms and you dodge the lava, you dodge the little flaming bug monsters.
Yeah, we're in the lava level. We're in the lava area. The hot
area. We are
area.
fully in the lava area. We have our red tunic and we're making forward progress. This section of the game is fairly obvious to me. It wasn't until you get to the point it's just a few rooms in past going down the first shaft in Norfair into the heat area, because you have to skip the area with the falling door. We can't go that far yet. We know this. And then if you go further down, there's I believe a gate with the button on the other side that you can't reach. So you go into the heat room and you start making progress. I mean, we're finding all kinds of new monsters down here. There are seahorses.
I was gonna say the seahorse that spits at you.
There are lava horses there that are spitting molten rock at you.
Yeah.
I mean,
Little fiery
creativity
crab
is-
things, little fire crabs.
that's right. I mean, like I said in the last episode, this is hell in every possible
Yeah, I had mentioned
meaningful conception.
I had mentioned that this particular area is a spot that always bothered me playing through as a kid, and I think after playing it last night, I did mine last night so I could be as fresh as possible. I know what it was. It's so at this part of the game, you're kind of the obstacle you're hitting the most is something you obviously need more. You need to be faster. You're hitting these areas where you can't get through because you're not fast enough. So we know we're looking for that, but there's kind of like, if you're looking at your map, there is an area,
And I am. We
which
know how much I love the map.
you're going down and to the right and up and around. And
Yeah.
you're making this lap, and you can only make it.
Dude, I made that lap so many
That
times.
lap. Oops, I just hit my mic. That lap. Because I talk with my hands.
It gets you animated trying to talk about this dang lava.
That lap is the thing that I remember as a kid. I know that lap so well because if you don't know where you're going, man, you are just gonna go around and around and around and around. Because once you go all the way through it, you can't go back. Because it takes you above to that, I call it the bubbly room. That room full of like those
Yes, the
weird
bubbles.
little
Yes.
bubble-looking architecture. And once you drop down, you can't get back up. At least not naturally, or without a lot of extremely strenuous effort. And if you don't know what you're looking for, you're gonna hit that lap. And that little spot is the worst part of this portion of the game. I think there's like one more spot where you kind of get a little confusing, like backtracking like that. But this one sticks out to me. So I'm glad to hear that you you hit that lap like I used to as well.
Yeah, definitely so, man. I probably did that loop 4 or 5 times. Yeah,
So-
like in maybe more if I'm considering the totality of this chunk that we just did. It may be like 6 that I did that lap because I'm inching forward, right? So I get some distance, and I won't spoil things too far, but I get some distance and I get an upgrade, and then I'm like, well, I think I could use this back there. So I go back and look, and it's like, oh, maybe I can, maybe I can't. So I'm doing this like get a thing and then check again. And I'm not doing that with the whole map. I'm not crazy. It's just that like you said, you're kind of locked into this region trying to figure out where exactly to go. And so you're just naturally like, oh, I went too far, or I fell down the thing again, so
Yeah.
now I have to make the loop.
So where you're intended to go, I'm sure this is what you ended up doing, is you hit that spot, you go into the bubbly room, there's a save point there, and you can either come through the bottom way. There's 2 hallways that are going to connect you from east to west, or horizontally, I suppose, from left to right. The lower one's going to take you to like the lower part of that little bubbly room, that you can use the vertical door to go down, or you come up from the top part that gets you to the save room, or you can bomb your way through some blocks to get down to the bottom.
That was the route I went down.
And you're gonna go through that lap area. You're gonna find a room with I think there's like some regenerating bugs that come out a little hole that you can refill your stuff. Always nice to find one of those rooms.
We love those guys.
Yeah, the little flying bugs that go.
I know they fan out.
Yeah,
I love hitting that with my my Spazer upgrade. They get
yes,
smoked.
yes. And so what you're gonna do is end up hitting that lap, going all the way around to the top, and then when you're in the top part of the bubbly room, you're gonna go to the top right section of it, and you're gonna run through this very long area. I think there's obstacles in your way, right? Like
Yeah, there
rocks
are
and
some
such.
obstacles.
And you're gonna get all the way to the end. You're gonna find a new power up. What do we find here?
We get the speed boost.
The speed boost. Oh man!
You said this is a room in which we run, and this like opens the running up for
Yep.
the game. You run so much.
As soon as you get
this.
that out of me, you're like, oh man. I
to
already
go.
know what to do. Already got the pieces to the puzzle, and so we backtrack. And now, when you hold down that B button to run, man,
that
you
run.
go fast, bro. You go super fast.
hit that ludicrous speed.
That sound effect too. I mean, and so you find out, not only do you find out you can run really fast and you can outrun rising lava, but you can break through certain obstacles with your speed. So you learn 2 valuable lessons in this one hallway alone. So A, we can run super fast, we can outrun things, and B, we can break through certain spots. So remember that when you're banging your head against the wall, trying to try out all your different tools. Remember, you got speed now. So now that we got,
will say,
go ahead.
Okay. Let me just ask maybe this is a inside baseball question a little bit, but I got the thing in this region that I don't think you're supposed to get yet. There's a beam upgrade.
You got that before you got the speed boost?
After, I'm telling you, no, not before. But when I was caught in the loop of trying to figure out what to do next, I was like, maybe this is the time that I figure out this platforming situation that I keep hearing about. And so do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I do actually a lot. I'm glad you brought it up.
Let's talk about it.
Because I wasn't sure where you at what point you got it. So there's a beam.
I'm telling you, dude. I'm well equipped.
There's a beam upgrade here that you need a tool to get, or you're intended to use a tool to, because you see these kind of odd tiles on the ceiling portion. This room is like I like to call it like a 2-story room, because on your map, if you fall down, it's a very large area. It has 2 doors.
There are 2 doors.
One door is intended, if you fall down, to go back through to get back to the top one, which gets you to some areas that has some platforming. And these platforms move up and down, little Mario style up and down platforms, and you can kind of get across. There's one of those like beam activated doors, or like little rising things. You can hit it, it will rise up and open like this kind of divider in between these 2 sections. And then in the next portion, you've got these little things along the ceiling that look very conspicuous.
Extremely.
And you're like, okay, well,
and I want to say,
I need something for that.
Before I ever got to that segment, because getting there was a success moment for me, because I had been in that room several times, gotten to the end of the little falling platform things, and thought that gate was some sort of timed thing, because it basically looks the same as timed gates, not realizing that the switch was on my side. It wasn't until I got there the 3rd time of like, where do I go next, that I started just shooting, and I managed to open it. So like getting to the other side was like, oh, I'm an idiot, but I figured it out, let's keep going. And then you reach that segment you're talking about with the tiles that are, conspicuous.
Yeah, so at this point, the intention is for you to fail, because there's a spike pit at the bottom, and if you try to jump, you're going to miss your jump, and you're going to fall and hit the spikes. What did you do?
Yeah. So, I did that several times.
Those spikes hurt, dude.
Yeah, but we haven't gotten further in our walkthrough to talk about what's after the speed boost, but I'll just tell you this. When I came back to this region after doing some further exploration that we're going to get to, I had already figured out the wall jump. I figured it out in a different region after getting a different beam upgrade, trying to find my way forward.
Did something teach you the wall jump, or did you figure it out on your own?
It was just kind of like a desperation. I don't know where to go, and I'm trying to go up.
Yes.
And so there was a long upwards path, and through the use of beam upgrades and figuring that technique out, I got up there, and then I had that knowledge to come back to this region, and let's just go ahead and talk about it. I used my speed boost to sprint, and you only have a brief second, but you can get some rainbow speed in that little stretch. And I jumped the spikes, and you're an inch away from meeting the top when you have your max speed jump. And I managed to wall bounce or wall jump off and get the upgrade.
Since you figured it out, let's talk about the wall jump for a quick second, because we're gonna touch base on it again maybe a little bit later. All those times in the last episode I was telling you where you get the Spazer, where you can go up in the lower Brinstar area if you wanted to. There's a bunch of areas you can get to that you're not intended to by using the wall jump.
Is the wall jump in the manual?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Because this is something that one of the things we talked a ton about in the initial episode was how they don't exposit or tutorialize much of anything. And, games these days, and this isn't a value judgment of good or bad, they are going to do something like teach you how to wall jump, even if it's a small note or like some sort of detailed animation, like in, a Mario or something where they show you and everything.
Uh-huh. I'm actually consulting the manual right now to see if it's in there.
Okay.
Let's see.
I wonder how ubiquitous the knowledge of the wall jump is for anyone starting this game, because in my experience it was just, dude, the frame of animation when Samus hits the wall and you turn the other direction, I had seen several times, and I made a mental note of it, but I was never doing the flick. You have to flick.
It doesn't. It looks like it doesn't say it in here. I mean, I'm doing a quick skim. It has all the items you're going to get, and It has like the different beams. It doesn't say anything. I mean, it's got like technical stuff like saving your game, stuff like that. No,
I'll say this, man.
It doesn't say anything about it.
It's not a generous wall jump either.
It's very difficult. It's very difficult.
Most games these days, modern platformers, they stick you to the wall, even if it's just for an instant, to let you jump off. Samus doesn't stick. She just her animation switches to that like wall grab movement, but there's no stick. There's really nothing indicating that you can jump off of that unless you're just hitting your buttons right and they just kind of work out.
Yeah. No, it's a very difficult wall jump to do. What I usually do is, whenever you typically are doing a wall jump, you kind of want to, in this case, Samus has two different jumps. You have your regular like lateral jump, and then you have like a flipping jump. You want to, your brain tells you to flip towards the wall, hit the opposite button, or hit the A button when you hit the wall, and it'll just kick you to the other side. What you actually need to do is, and with a little bit of practice, and we're going to touch more on this in a second, I promise, you want to take your fingers off of it and tap the direction you want to go. Like, fling yourself forward and then let go and then tap. For example, let's say you're going right, tap left, push A, then hold it. It's like you literally want to take your instinct is telling you to keep your thumb kind of on the two buttons to kind of like very smoothly move your thumb down to push it. But if you take your fingers off of them and push them as buttons individually, you'll get it every time. I know it's really weird.
It's like a fighting game combo almost.
Yes, it's really weird. It's almost like you don't even want to look at Samus on the screen. You just want to like focus on your button pushing. But
that makes a lot of sense. So I've had to figure that kind of thing.
You use the wall jump to get up and get.
Didn't expect it.
Let's just say the wave beam.
Yeah. And can I just? Oh, dude, I want to tell you something else about this. At the point when I got the point at which I got the wave beam, I've never really seen the wave beam in the actual game being shot, because there's a greater beam that I had first applying to the arm cannon.
Yeah, what's really cool is you can turn off different beam powers in the menu, and you
trying
can
to figure out where to go.
Yeah,
I did. I got to places where I was like, I don't know what to do. I'm going to shoot it with different beams.
The wave beam is really cool because you can it passes through walls, which is really good because you can in the like whenever you get to an area where you can't figure out what to do and you're shooting sporadically to try to expose something, the wave beam will make that even easier. So from here, I'm going to make a little note to myself to talk about this room again in a second. But let's talk about where we went to next.
After the speed boost.
Yes. Obviously, where I like to go is straight to the room where those gates were closing that you couldn't outrun.
Yep, so that was my inclination, and that's what I...
When you get through those rooms, you can kind of get to this area where you kind of go up and over and get spat back out. But if you notice on your map, there's a little gap there I mean, if you noticed it beforehand, there's kind of like these ridges in this little kind of small shaft, and one of them
little boxes.
Yeah, one of them looks like you can squeeze into it.
That took me a few tries. I'm gonna be honest.
That's a tough one. Because as a kid, I remember this is the spot I always forget about. Is this one spot? But because I've forgotten about it so much, I'll never forget it again. But when you go in there, there's another beam power up, something you're actually intended to get.
Yes. Oh, this was really nice to get. The ice beam is one that any kind of familiarity.
Yes.
Any kind of familiarity with this game, it feels like a countdown until you get the ice beam because I know what it's capable of.
The ice beam is equal parts weapon and utility. I mean, you can use this thing to solve a lot of problems, whether it's keeping yourself safe or getting through some traversal.
Knowing the ice beam's legacy, like I was surprised to get it. I was like, whoa, I feel like this was going to be something way later in the game. Not really knowing how functional it is necessarily, I just associate this game with the ice beam for a couple different reasons.
As you should,
platforming being one
ice
of
beam
them.
is the GOAT.
Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, dude, we get the ice beam, and then I really enjoyed right after it. They give you a little like platforming challenge room.
So
where it's like,
yeah, it teaches you. Of course,
yes,
of course,
gotta use your tools.
Yeah, they get you a new tool. Of course, they're gonna give you something to kind of like play with it and learn about it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. This is the same room when you're running across super fast. You kind of destroy some of the floor underneath you, and you find a new little icon here, right? So yeah, whenever you're running in that room with the gates that are closing faster than you can outrun them, and now we have the speed boost when we go through, it exposes some of the floor, and you see an icon for something you don't have. We're gonna make a note of that because that's very important, and I want to talk about that when we do get that item. Remind me.
Are you expecting? I genuinely. No, never mind. Okay, yes, let's talk about it later. Yes, go ahead.
So now we got the ice beam. We came back through. Where did you go next?
Oh goodness! After the ice, so this was when I got lost. I went up. Yeah, I went up back into Brinstar. I did some ice beam platforming.
Yep.
And I went to sections of Brinstar that I was very surprised to see. There's some like weird, fleshy, spiky horror creatures coming out of the floor and ceiling, and I went so far as I don't know exactly what the correct path is after this, but I went so far as to get the next upgrade.
Yeah. So
is that ideal?
Yes, I think that's the way I'm looking at my gameplay as well. I did the same thing.
Okay.
I came up the lower Brinstar area and got the same upgrade you're talking about, I believe, which is the
Power Bomb.
Power Bomb. Yes. The Power Bomb is insane.
Yeah. So that's what you were teasing a minute ago.
Yeah.
About the new tile type.
Yeah. Whenever you see the icons of the things that you get, it's the same icons on the tiles that you need to use on them. So at this point, you can go a lot of different ways. You can go right back down to where that was, and start going down. Or you maybe can go and try it on some other things, because if you go up after getting the power bomb, if you go back up, you notice that actually the door that closed behind you is one of those like kind of amberish yellow looking doors. Mm-hmm. And if you use your power bomb on it, you realize all those doors we've been seeing, those yellowish doors, we can now open with the power bomb. So at this point, you have two options. You can go do some side questing. Like you can go back to some of the areas you went to before, and you can use the power bomb in areas to either expose blocks, because it clears. It's a BFG, it clears the screen to a certain degree, but it also destroys pretty much everything that is destroyable. So you don't have to like waste your time shooting in random directions. You can just clear the area of obstacles, so that's your two options. What did you do? Did you go right back down, or did you just go explore a little bit?
So I did. I went to explore a little bit, not really knowing what to do, but I had the intuition based on the conversation you and I had on the last episode that Norfair was the goal. That was the place I was supposed to be. Uh-huh. So after getting the power bomb and going forward and seeing all those weird bugs, and do you know what I'm talking about? The fleshy spikes protruding out of the ceiling and stuff, dude. This place it got freaking weird. Brinstar wasn't like this before. We're in a horror section.
Yeah. Well, it's cool because it's like the upper portion of Lower Brinstar.
Yeah, true.
Isn't that cool?
I felt like I was seeing things that were like further than I needed to be based on our stopping point, and I knew Norfair was the ideal direction. So I went back down at this point. I got the power bomb, did a little bit of exploration here, but I want to put this here. After doing the Norfair stuff that we had to do, I did get the upgrade in this region with the power bomb.
Okay, that's what I was gonna, and that's naturally if you go right back to Norfair. That's what you're supposed to do.
I didn't.
Because there's a yellow door.
Okay,
There's a yellow door right there next to those little things that we encountered for the first time, the little grasshopper sucker things.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly.
There's a yellow door right there, and you went in that door?
Dude, so I didn't initially. I actually went back down to Norfair and I did all the Norfair stuff. Yeah, I know.
Oh no.
And then but the only reason I made that decision was because I was like, I feel like I'm going too far. I kept going up, and it was like something was telling me to go back down.
It's okay because what's in that room is somewhat optional. You don't need it to beat the game.
Right. That makes sense from the little bit that I've used it so far. We can talk about it now, but I did get it in this chunk, so we're going to talk about it regardless.
So can we talk about what's in that room?
Let's go ahead. Absolutely.
Before we do that, what I did, only because I have prior knowledge, I went north. I went up. After I got the power bomb, I went up and I made a full lap all the way back through.
Oh, interesting.
And I
understand.
went and got like a bunch of different missile capacity, super missile capacity, power bomb capacity, and energy tanks. Just because I know what's ahead and it's my habit.
I understand.
So I made the lap and I ended up coming right back to Lower Brinstar again, right where that yellow door is.
I bet it was a quick run with all the new upgrades.
Exactly. Yeah. So I went all the way back around. Found a bunch of new tools, came back through, and there's some other things here that you can encounter if you went the way that I did. And I'm going to talk about those maybe if you don't bring them up naturally. But yeah, I ended up making my lap all the way back to Lower Brinstar, to the yellow door. I super bombed it, or power bombed it, opened it up, went in there, and you get the
X-ray beam?
Scan visor. Yeah, scan visor or X-ray visor, whatever it's called. I call it the scan visor. It allows you to basically have a little cone that you can scan rooms and see the things that you are normally just trying to shoot randomly to find. So now the process is made a lot easier if you don't know what to do. Just pull out that scan visor, baby, and just and then you can find what you need to do and where you need to do it. And once you get that, you can continue going back down to Norfair. So
let me ask you this:
go ahead.
Given that we had a different order in doing all of this stuff, how much of that do you get to use in Norfair? Like, are there things like you found a little thing over here that got you an energy upgrade or something like that? Are there uses for it down there?
The scan visor?
Yeah.
I'd say there's uses for the scan visor pretty much everywhere, especially in your first playthrough. If you don't just know where things are. I mean, I forget where things are too. I mean, there's stuff hidden in places that we went to in the very beginning of the game that you would have no idea unless you're just scanning every single room. It's kind of like a Metroid Prime, like your scanner, how you always just want to see all the data. Like, think of it like that. Like, maybe if you're in an area, because that little dot on the map that shows you where things are, the extras, like little extra missile capacity upgrades and stuff like that, those don't pop up like little dots on the map. Only the ones that are like in plain sight that it's showing. So there's areas where like you might maybe want to scan.
Okay. So there are tiers to the secrets.
There are.
Interesting.
So you went back down to
I went
Norfair. Did you go right back to where that power bomb block was that we exposed, that we ran through, or did you go somewhere else?
So when I went back down to Norfair, you'll have to remind me of what the next progression thing is after the speed boost when going down.
If you can't remember, it's okay, because this is the point at which, like I said, it just veers off in so many ways that we can go differently. But what we need to do is we need to get that item that's going to allow us to utilize those things on the ceiling.
Those tiles in the ceiling. So then let me just, because I did a lot of looping here. This was
you hit the old Norfair lap 80 times.
Yeah, this was my second loop chunk. So I think in total I probably did that area, ran through it maybe 6 times or so. This was the time that I went back because I learned some stuff after getting the ice beam and traversing up to get the power bomb. This is where I figured out the wall jump. I went and got that beam upgrade that we talked about before, the wave beam. So after going back down to Norfair, I got the wave beam. I did the lap several times. I did find the way down to the next major boss
by using the wave beam.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm not. This is what I like. I don't know how much I'm doing.
No,
if it's out of order or anything. I'm just like water pressure.
That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it, Tyler.
Yeah.
You're doing nothing wrong. You're doing nothing wrong.
Okay, great.
I mean, maybe if you're reading a Nintendo Power, it's like, hey, what the heck are you doing? But no, that's what's so awesome about this game is that like this was unheard of back then. You know, we talk about Metroidvanias and finding your own way and sequence breaking. This is it, man. Like, this was what's so special. It all kind of started here, or was made popular here. I don't want to say started because I don't want to misquote.
Sure, I understand.
There are 2 ways. No, so there's 2 ways. You can use the wave beam to shoot a shot activated power door, which is on the other side of the door. Because now your wave beam.
Yeah,
that's what you used.
That's what
you used to get and start moving.
Dude, how do you do it otherwise?
Otherwise, you just go back to where those power bombs were. Those power bomb tiles in the running fast room with the dropping doors. You bomb those.
Dude, I found that way later. Those stupid, You
drop down there, and so you're basically you're focusing down. I'm doing my fingers on my cam so you can see on your map. You're going this way. I went this way. We end up at the same spot on the map.
That makes a lot of sense. I found those power bomb tiles way after, and I was like, oh yeah, this. I guess I could have used this here, but that was after I had done all the other Norfair stuff.
If I didn't know what I was doing 100%, then I could have just had the opposite equal reaction. I could have been like, what? I could have used. Now that I have this other thing, I can go back and use that door. It's the same door that you used.
Well, I was for my just thinking about my motivation in this area, I was pretty stuck on that jump as being the thing I had to figure out to advance, and that gets you the wave beam, which allows you to get through that gate that switched on the other side. And that was only because I never found the power bomb tiles. So I got stuck on that platform.
I think you found them. You just probably didn't remember them because it makes you.
Maybe I did. Yeah.
When you run fast, you're basically in. The game's making you have to break that portion of the ground where you see it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I missed them. Yeah, and I was fixated on that area. Dude, it took me forever to get the wave beam to get that jump right.
Oh man, this part, that's what I'm telling you, man, as a kid, I hated this part because there are so many different ways to get there, whether it's intentional or not.
It's an amazing thing, honestly.
But either way, we are going to work our way down into kind of the lower sections of Upper Norfair, and let me scrub my gameplay a little bit if you don't mind, because I went in such a weird way. We go through, and we go. I think you're seeing some of the same creatures we've seen, like the little those little stackable fly creatures. Then we see those little spiky plant creatures, but they're kind of a red color. They're like little strawberries. You know what I'm talking about? Those little strawberry guys.
Little spicy strawberries.
And there's a save room. There's a save room here. As I said before, when you see a save room, even if you know what you're doing,
gotta utilize.
Save it. Save your game. You never know when you're gonna make a bobo. Absolutely. Save your game. And we can go down into a one of those vertical doors. And you're popped in.
This is a green one.
And a green door. And you pop in, and you just automatically hear horrifying Kraid music again, boss music. And if you run to your left, you see a big wall of spikes. If you run to your right, there's a big old creature sitting there just waiting to eat you.
There is.
This is Crocomire.
Yeah.
That's his name, Crocomire.
It took this one. This was the boss that took some effort, far more than the other ones, because I wasn't sure what to do, and I kept running out of missiles. And so I would get to a point where maybe I'm jumping ahead too far, but I would get down to like one missile, and I'm reliant on getting missiles from his expulsion, and it was so slow that he would eventually.
He's kind of doing the same thing that Kraid does. You know, he's opening up his mouth real wide for a good shot and spitting stuff out. And I mean, your instinct is just to shoot him in the mouth. The last two bosses we fought, we shot him in the mouth. So why not shoot this guy in the mouth? And when you do, he notice he kind of backs up a little bit. Yeah. So we kind of want to be aggressive and shoot him in the mouth as much as possible. And his little twig arms, it look like a little choo-choo train, you know?
There's a rhythm to it, like his back and forth. I got to a point where I was timing it such that every time I was at the pinnacle of my jump, he was just opening his mouth. So it was just a rhythm. There was a rhythm to it. But to effectively push Crocomire back, you've got to have that rhythm on point, at least for the missile capacity I had. I don't know how many missiles I have. I don't even want to try to backtrack on that one. But I was dumping them into his mouth, and my biggest problem here was getting to the point where I've got him at the very end, because you have to push Crocomire back to lava. Your weapons don't seem to do the kind of damage it needs to do to him. And so you have to push him and push him and push him through shooting his mouth and avoiding his blasts back at you.
Remember, pro tip, you got that charge beam. So, like,
I think I underestimate the charge beam.
Yeah, if you get in a spot like that, use that charge beam. Or if collecting resources is too risky or is gonna lose you progress, like in this one, it kind of will, because he'll push up on you and you'll have to push him back. But that charge beam, one good charge beam shot is equivalent to a missile hit. So,
I definitely should have utilized that in this fight, because I was all missiles.
It's hard to remember it whenever you're under pressure, because he's pressuring you because if not, he's gonna back you into that spike wall, which they give you a generous amount of room.
It's huge. It's a huge room, but it took me about 3 or 4 times to get him, because I was so stuck on those missiles. I think I kind of goofed it a little bit. If I had used that charge beam, I would have.
You shoot him so much, he backs up, and there's like you start to see the floor ends behind him, and there's lava. So you shoot him, and then he like backs up into the lava, and just this horrific death scene,
it's awful.
And those it's like shrieks, he's just burning, his flesh is melting off of his bones.
Dude, there's so many good death sequences in Hollywood of people falling into lava and stuff, but it reminds me of the one from Volcano. Do you remember Volcano?
Yeah.
There's that big guy, he's like, I don't know if he's like a news anchor or something, but he jumps into the lava and he's carrying someone, and he tosses the person, and he's just melting into the lava. It reminded me of that. It was terrifying.
I was getting some Sarah Connor nightmare fuel, you know.
Yeah, no kidding, man.
But yeah, when you look up at the ceiling where you pushed them off at, you see some more of those tiles in the ceiling that you can't use. So. I guess we'll go to the left and see what happens. And you see some little bubbles. You see some little bubbles in the lava going to the left too. You're like, oh, he ain't dead, is he? And then, but he has to be. He just turned into a skeleton. So you hear that like music, you know, that anticipation. I think the name of the track is Anticipation. And you go to the left, and then the spike wall breaks. And
it falls at you, dude. I was like, ah.
Yeah, dude, Crocomire, he comes back, he's bones. And he's like, ah! And he just falls to pieces.
I was certain I was toast.
Yeah, dude, he falls to pieces, and his skull is sitting there as a monument. And that stays there for the remainder of the game, by the way. That was a really nice touch.
And he gives you plenty of resources after that. That was generous of him. He dumps health and missiles.
Yeah, that's kind of like a boss thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna scrub my gameplay a little bit more because I'm just drawing a blank.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we're gonna go back to the. We're gonna continue going to the left. You're gonna find
this was another.
At this point, if you didn't get the power bomb, like if you got the wave beam and you didn't get the power bomb, you would have to go get the power bomb because there's rocks in the way that you need to do this really fast jump. Like the room kind of goes up like a ramp, and you have to have the power bombs to break those rocks. If you don't, you can't make the jump. At least not.
Okay, dude, I'm gonna tell you, this was this was probably my second biggest stuck chunk. No, not probably. The getting the wave beam and then figuring out how to proceed in this area were the two most the two stickiest parts for me. I understand why you feel the way about Norfair. I enjoyed it. I like the time, but if I was a kid playing this, I'm sure I would be like, ah!
I remember every time replaying it, getting to the part at which you get the ice beam and the speed run and being like, oh, Jesus, I hate this part. So yeah, you do the
there's some trial and error here.
Yeah, you're gonna do that speed run jump up to this like this kind of ramp.
It's a blue gate. Yeah, up a ramp. You fly across this room that of course, I explored previously. I jumped across the platforms, and I think you get to the end, there's just a wall. There's nothing.
Yeah,
it's like a slightly sloped wall.
When you run up.
And like I jumped up it, I was like, I figured out the wall jump, so I'm like, maybe I can bounce around. Didn't even get close, because it juts, the ledge juts out too far.
Dude, I'm looking at my game.
So then...
yeah, you get up, when you make that jump successfully.
You make the jump.
You're going to get to this room, this very vertical room, and there's an item here. We're going to pick up the grapple beam, or the grapple hook. And very self-explanatory if you can read. We're going to use, obviously those things that we've been sealing on the ceiling. I mean, you grapple. What else are those things the ceiling going to be for, huh?
Oh man. Yeah, it's true. So we have some, getting this is another one of those moments where it's I know of like three places I have to go.
The reason I say that is because I remember being a kid and like reading grapple beam and being like, Mom, what does this mean? And then like she's like, oh, it's a grapple. It means like it grabs things. And I was like, oh.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I learned a lot of my vocabulary and stuff like that from playing video games as a kid. Yeah. Maybe not so much.
That explains a lot. That's, I mean, we don't need to walk down that path again today.
No, not today. Not today. Maybe we could have another podcast for Brandon's traumatic childhood. Traumatic academic
dude, we're just gonna figure things out on this podcast, solve some long-term familial issues. But before we get there, dude, we got a grapple hook.
Yeah, so we got the grapple hook, and in this room, I'm looking at my gameplay. It's very obvious you're supposed to jump up the ledges on the left. I wall jumped up the right side. I wasn't even paying attention. I just did it. I get it. I didn't even use the grapple hook. I didn't even use it. I'm looking at the gameplay. I just wall jumped right up the side, went to the room. I didn't even. You're supposed to go up the left side, and then there's two little grapple hook notches, the same tiles we've been seeing on the ceiling.
Yes, that's right.
You're supposed to see that and be like, well, let me use my new item, and you can swing across. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, they serve it to you in like little tastes. They give you those little bitty grapple hook places before they give you those long stretches of them, because that's the thing that I was expecting was the long stretch. And like I said a minute ago, you get the grapple beam and it's like I have at least 3 more errands that I know I have to run now.
Yeah, because you remember
every time you get a tool, it's like I got more chores.
I like that in this next little room that they give you some practice swings on here, and they put water, specifically water in these areas, which is doing two things. If you did some exploring earlier, you would have seen, and we're going to talk about it in a minute, if you did some exploring like I did and you go back up, you could have come across an area that has a bunch of water and some of these things in the ceiling that obviously you need to use to get across, because when you fall in the water...
Oh, I did. Yeah, I found that.
We found that shallow water in Lower Brinstar, noticed how it made us really slow, but when you're fully submerged, it affects you in kind of a different way.
It's awful. I hate the way it feels.
Yeah, it's gross.
It's terrible.
It's supposed to feel that way too.
Yeah, I understand, because I know what the upgrade is to get around this, having played other Metroids of a different style.
Yeah.
Because that feeling of trying to navigate through the water is just, you're a slug.
That first
slug and jello.
That first task that you just reminded yourself of, and with the grappling hook, should have been the grappling hook ceiling in the Crocomire room.
For Crocomire.
So you go back there and you find yourself an energy tank. And just for reference, after doing a little backtracking, which maybe you should do after you resume playing, I actually did that one early too. I have 7 energy tanks.
Oh, holy crap.
So I'm not too worried about health at this point. So yeah, maybe some Some recreational backtracking would be good for you to do. Which those, as far as this walkthrough is concerned, I don't think we should cover those parts because everybody's gonna do them differently, and it could take
That's totally fine with me.
It could take you anywhere between 45 minutes and an hour just to go and explore and have fun using all your new tools. But at this part, you probably should take your grapple beam. This is when you're supposed to use your grapple beam to go back to the room where the wave beam was. If you didn't, cheese it like we
Fair
did.
enough.
If you cheesed it like we did,
dude, not even realizing. Like I thought I was doing the thing that you were supposed to do, and
that's
I mentioned
beautiful,
a second
man.
ago.
I love that.
I got on the other side of Crocomire. Is it a energy tank?
Energy tank, yes,
over
sir.
there. I got it in the exact same way because I was like, I learned how to do the wall jump on the wave beam, and I did it here as well.
I was gonna say, so you fast ran, jumped as far as you could, and then wall jumped out of the lava. Yeah. So that's a man. Getting back, you probably lost so much health.
Oh, I did, but I have lots of. I don't know that I have 7 because I'm certain I've missed stuff. But I have several tanks, and I've got a reserve one with the little arrows. You know, like. So yeah, Samus is well stocked, and even more so at the end of what we're going to talk about here. So with the grapple hook, we did that. We go back to well, I guess we didn't, but you're supposed to get the wave beam.
Yeah, I was actually mistaken. You do need the grapple beam to get the X-ray visor, the scan visor we were talking about earlier.
Oh, you do. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So if you would have hit that yellow door, you would have instantly turned around because you there's just like a really dark room and a lot of hazards in it, and
the fireflies. That's right.
Yeah. You would need the grapple beam. So I actually misspoke. So at this point on the way back up, because that's where we need to go, is we need to go up back the way that you had turned around from in Lower Brinstar, and then you can get the scan visor, and then you can do some recreational side questing if you want to go find things, or we're gonna go all the way back up, and we're gonna go so far up, we're gonna leave Lower Brinstar, and we're gonna go back to Crateria. I think it's Crateria, or is it Brinstar technically?
I thought it was Crateria.
It's Crateria. So we're gonna go up to Crateria. If you go to the left, now that you have the speed boost, you can get back to your spaceship. Which now you can make the grand lap. If you really want to make that grand lap, you can. You know how to get there. And if you save, I don't know if you know this, if you save your game and your spaceship, it will refill all of your ammunition and all of your health.
I learned that when I did it literally in the instance you're talking about right now. Nice. I learned that right then. I knew that you could go back to your ship to save because I've played Metroid Prime. And so I went back, I ran back and I jumped in and I saw everything tick up. It ticks up slow enough for you to notice. It doesn't just jump to the top.
Yeah.
It's like, it gets you more and more and more health.
Something about watching those numbers
and
roll
then
up.
Got the save. Yeah.
But also, it's not raining anymore.
Making progress today.
It's not raining anymore. It's not thundering anymore. It's not clear. It's still overcast out, but it's not raining like it was. Total mood shift on the surface of the planet now. Different music, by the way. So for the sake of this walkthrough, we're gonna go to the right, and we're going to come across an area that I had mentioned before. That has some water and the grapple hook stuff and a little missile pickup. We're going to pick that up. We also find out that there are grapple hook points that can break. So maybe practice to get your grappling skills where you can swing across. If not, you're going to end up in that sloshy water, that sloshy ass water, man.
I did, dude. It frustrated me at one point. I was like,
yeah,
there's like I fell into that dang water several times, and my God, the trek back, it's not like it takes a long amount of time. It's just that when you fall in the water, again, you're a slug in jello. It's like, it feels like it takes 10 times longer than it actually does. Mm-hmm. So I was pretty ticked off at the water. I can't wait for the upgrade that lets us swim like a Zora.
Yeah. You're going to love it.
Move like a Zora.
So after we get past this area, there's another area with a butt ton of water and the kind of these weird looking... not naturally formed platforms, like these metal girder kind of platforms. You're going to swing your way across all these areas, and you're going to get to the wrecked ship. Now, at this point, I want to pause for a minute, because you didn't come across something that I want to bring up.
What's that?
There's two things. I'm only going to mention one of them because you might come across them later. But I want to answer the question of how would you find out you could wall jump in the first place?
Okay.
If you were to go exploring in other areas with all the tools that we have up to this point, if you were to go exploring in other areas, I think it might be the power bomb you need the most to get to this area. There's a point at which you're going to explore and just, collect things like missile tanks and energy tanks and stuff like that. Nothing that's pertinent that you need, just optional things. You're going to fall through the ground, and you're going to have to go to like a really precarious, really hazardous area, and you're going to open a door, and there's going to be these 3 little monkey-looking things, and they're going to chant the Metroid, like the item sound effect, like the dun 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 dun. They're gonna chant that, and then one by one they follow each other in single file, and they jump up the wall.
They jump away,
and they start wall jumping up this. And that's the only way you can get out of this area. Only way to get out of it is the wall jump.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah,
that is brutal.
It's 100% brutal. But as a kid, I remember coming across this as a kid. You had to sit there and watch them and study them and like almost mimic how they do it, and you will have to learn how to wall jump to get out of there, and you'll never forget how once you go in there.
Where is this? How do you find this place?
This is in Upper Brinstar. It's in somewhere in between. It's not in the pedally area, like the pink pedally area. It's more in that like kind of vine-ish looking, lush jungle area. There was a point at which you couldn't go down anymore because you needed power bombs to break down in there. If you went over there and you used a power bomb just exploring in between these areas, you could have come across that and found out you could have been wall jumping this whole time. Now, there's one more thing that is literally like maybe 1 or 2 screens over from this that's going to teach you something similar, because there is another skill that you already have that you don't know about that you can use, and you'll have to come across it just naturally exploring. So maybe let's do that. Maybe go explore a little bit next time you play and see if you come across it.
Okay.
If not, remind me and I'll tell you. Because this particular skill that you need, that you're going to get, it's not nearly as useful as wall jumping, but you can use it to get past some areas and get some extra things.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
And if you you didn't play Metroid Dread, right? You told me you didn't play Dread.
No, I've never played Metroid Dread.
Okay, because in Metroid Dread, you get the same skill, but they completely tell you about it. In this game, they don't.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So
sure.
let's rewind all the way back. We're back at the wreck ship. I just wanted to bring that up, so that way you knew how you're actually supposed to learn how to wall jump is coming across that. Because you could beat this whole game and
very interesting.
You could beat this whole game and not wall jump a single time. That's how that
fascinating stuff, dude.
Yeah, pretty cool. So yeah, we're in the wreck ship. We're gonna water pressure our way. I knew kind of where to go, but did you go up first, down first? Did you try to save?
I went up.
Did you try to save your game?
Yeah, dude.
Because
I tried to save. I found the restocking station, and nothing works. The doors that are closed don't open. Yeah, they're grayed out.
Yeah. So
nothing is functioning. The power is off.
It's kind of like foreboding in a way. And there's actual like ghost things there.
They're ghosts.
Will chase you.
Yeah, it was horrifying. This is the scariest part of the game for sure. It feels like it's haunted in a horror game all of a sudden.
Yeah, the most frustrating part of this particular area is that save room does not work. So hopefully you saved at that save room back in Lower Brinstar before we made our way up. Remember, save.
Well, I saved at the ship.
Yeah, or the ship. That's probably the better spot. Yeah. Just remember, if you can save your game.
Right.
So we're gonna water pressure our way down, and the only place that we can really go to is like the furthest bottom right room. And you get in there, and what happens, man? What happens in this room?
Well, there's a little passage at the lower bottom half of, or bottom quarter of the screen. You have to morph ball down. There's a big eyeball door.
Yes, the eyeball door.
Fireballs at us.
Oh, I love a good eyeball door.
We got a boss. We're about to hit a boss.
Yeah.
And so you super missile the eyeball door, and once walking through, you're in another one of those little square enclosed rooms that we've seen with most bosses. The only bosses that haven't done it were, I guess Kraid. Kraid starts in a room like, no, he doesn't. He pops out of a floor, Diglett style, doesn't he? And then Crocomeyer's in a tunnel. But I knew immediately.
Yeah. I mean, the door locks behind you.
But
kind of a small room.
It's a boss room.
Yeah.
It's cramped.
It reminds me
like
of the room.
The Chozo statue.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Ridley
Ridley
room at the very beginning of the game.
Yeah.
That's what it reminds me of. And kind of like that, we see these flames popping up, like these primordial spooky flames create the circle, and then boom, Phantoon shows up.
There's the freak.
With the
this
big
one
old eyeball.
I didn't. Is this thing is in the statue, isn't it? The big gold statue? Or is it not? Okay. I still don't know what exactly that statue is.
Yes.
I know Kraid and Ridley.
Yes.
All right.
I believe. No, he's not. Where is he?
I would have to see a picture. It's been a few weeks.
I can pull it up. I'll pull it up. But yeah.
Well, anyway, this was an interesting fight.
Yeah, tell me about this fight.
So this was the fight where, okay, a minute ago we were talking about Crocomeyer. I told you I've been underestimating the charge beam. This was the fight where that thought was really set in, because I utilized the charge beam on Phantoon more than any other enemy in the game so far, because of the way that I needed to avoid those primordial flames that you're talking about. I shoot them for resources, you shoot them for health, but you also have to shoot them to get them out of the dang room. The room is so cramped, you have to
shoot
get
them out of the way so you can get them.
You need to be able to switch between shooting those little dudes, the little flame eyeballs, and then shooting Phantoon hard enough to hurt it. And I wasn't able to switch between regular shots of the cannon and missiles to shoot Phantoon quickly enough, so I started utilizing the charge.
This is a very difficult fight.
This was the fight.
This was
the fight where I realized I needed the charge beam to succeed. And you can super missile it, and super missiles work well on Phantoon. But I was just, like I said, especially in the later round of that fight, it is. And those dang fireballs block, and there's nothing more painful than shooting a super missile and it's dead on, and the stupid boss throws out a projectile to block it.
Yeah, this is
that
very, very easily
so many times.
The toughest boss we've faced so far. I mean, he does a lot of damage. That little wave, those like spirals of flame that he does, very difficult to...
Could you consistently avoid those?
No, I've never been good at that.
I figured out a way. I figured out how to consistently avoid the circle. I had to fight Phantoon several times, and so they always come out from the top left or top right and swirl down.
Yeah.
If you go to the opposite side of the screen that they shoot, which means you're probably going to get hit the first time, if you go to the opposite side of the screen that it swirls, you can actually jump over them all. You can jump over the swirl.
So I'm usually pretty sporadic about it. I just shoot them because I'm trying to get resources out of them.
Fair. That's fair. So once I figured out that you could jump over the swirl attack, Phantoon became a lot easier because I was shooting all the other ones pretty well at that point. It was just the big swirly move that got me. So through a combination of using my regular cannon, arm cannon to shoot the fireball eyeball things, avoiding the swirls, and charge beaming Phantoon.
Yeah, so I forgot to mention this. Something you can do with the charge beam, like you had mentioned, you can charge it, and when you jump with a charge shot, it basically gives you, not an iframe, but you can tank a hit. And so what I do, I didn't even think about this, because this is what I do. I'm sporadic. I charge the shot, and then I just jump whenever I know the beam, like the swirl of flames coming. Yeah. And then you just kind of tank it. Because if not, you're just going to get...
Well, that's interesting to know.
You're just going to get pounded by those flames. It's like a...
As I did several times, dude. I died several times to Phantoon in a way that I haven't to other bosses. And it was just through my solution, trying to avoid it and jump. I was jumping over the swirls. I finally managed to survive long enough to get enough hits in.
Instead of jumping over them, you can just jump through them.
Very interesting.
But yeah, so next time you're
Dude, I was every boss to this point, I could morph ball dodge.
Yeah.
You can't do it, especially with the swirls. I was watching the swirls, and like if I move here, maybe I can avoid it. It's not possible. That thing's gonna hit you every time.
Yeah. No, this is a very tough boss fight. And if you don't avoid those swirling flames, because the point at which he exposes himself for a shot is very seldom, and it's not a long opening.
Right. And he comes down with a lot of fireballs at the same time. It's a tight space.
Yeah, this is one of those ones. It's almost like a Dark Souls boss. You really just gotta learn the pattern and what he's gonna do next and how to avoid it.
That's exactly.
But yeah, I didn't think to bring that up when we first got the charge beam in the last episode. So yeah, I guess try to practice that a little bit because you can use that to like jump. You can jump yourself into an enemy and just kill them instead of taking a hit.
I can see like the seahorse room jumping through their stupid molten balls of crap.
Yeah,
would have helped, but that's all right. I'm a believer in the charge beam now, buddy. Let me tell you, it's taken 2 episodes, but I'm fully on board with the
charge beam.
We have our charge.
I love the charge beam. It's so bad. You know what I'm talking about? On
I heard you say you didn't like the charge beam, and then you go, I did not say that. Don't you say I ever did.
But
we
yeah,
believe in the charge.
We fight him to the death. He dies. By the way, I looked it up. He is on the statue. He is on that statue we were talking about.
Okay.
And whenever we leave the room, because now the door's activated, we find that the ship is now powered on. Now, for the sake of this episode, this is where we're going to leave off. What I did was I just went right back up to the... I caught every room on the way up, but I went back to the save room and downloaded the map data, and because that kiosk, you can use it now, and you can also save your game. And so I saved it right there, and that's where I left for this particular chapter of Game PAC.
That's exactly where I left off as well. I went to the local save. By the way, it's fair game to talk about. This is a really nice kind of like... It's a kind of a pretty little like well-designed, nice location. I think it's important to say that because when you start in this location with the power off, it is disgusting and like it looks like one of those abandoned building videos that you see people like going into these old places. And then the power comes back on and it's like, oh wow, this isn't a bad little place.
Yeah.
You have those weird balls shooting orbs like circles.
They look like protons and neutrons.
They are. They literally are. It's like whatever Fantoon was bringing to this ship, his
presence,
his ghostly desires were sucking away all the power.
Yeah, something I've always wondered as a kid. I never looked it up and read it. Like, Fantoon obviously like is his ability to do all these like presumably supernatural things just part of him being an organic life form, or is there some kind of actual supernatural like those ghosts that were chasing us around? Like they just kind of disappear after you beat Fantoon. Like what was that? Were those like organic life forms, or was that something supernatural? I've never actually Googled and researched it to figure that out, so maybe I will and touch base on it later.
I took it as some weird, spooky, deep space Lovecraftian god monster type.
Fantoon does feel Lovecraftian in a way. Well, I'll have to research
it. It is the most I think so far. This is a tremendous section. A lot of kind of water pressuring my head against the wall, but figuring stuff out along the way, dude.
Yeah, this is a bulky section. But how did you enjoy this section, this chunk that we're about to talk about?
I enjoyed it a great deal, actually. This is aside from and again, this is our third, so I would say this is one of my favorite portions that we've played outside of the intro section. Things really open up, especially toward the end of this chunk of gameplay, where your skills and abilities are all aligning to become this world beater. I mean, I'm zipping around. The environments.
Yeah.
And it's like the payoff of the game is happening right now in the greatest way, because you start early on with very limited mobility, very limited sort of offensive abilities, and by the end of this chunk, I mean, you are so powerful.
Oh yeah, no, it
There's just such a massive change from where this chunk starts and where it ends.
You remember on the last episode, I went and did a little bit of exploring, did a little extracurricular item collecting just to power up, because I kind of knew it was coming ahead. I like to play very dangerously, so I like to make sure I have plenty of energy tanks and missiles to throw. That loop, once you have all these abilities, I mean, you would think, like, if you think back on what it took to get to the current place that we're at, we're like, man, it was such a adventure. But now with all the tools you have, you can make the full Zebus lap in like a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Especially if you know where you want to get to. So yeah, I think I'm gonna assume that you just went in the wrecked ship. I'm pulling up my gameplay now so we can kind of scrub it a little bit. I'm assuming that you went straight up after. Let me just pass the ball to you. What did you do after you got finished with Fantoon?
Well, after I finished Fantoon, I looked around the area. I enjoyed the new environment, the environment change, and I went and saved. And then I did go up. I went to that room at the top that's fairly horizontal, and I believe you get locked in there for like a small sort of combat challengey zone or whatever, and then you end up, after I think maybe killing everything, I don't know what exactly the trigger is, but you then go left, I believe, back into what is considered Crateria, and you're doing the platforming along.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. So you go as far up as you can.
That's right.
I'm not sure what was on one side of it. When you go all the way to the right, I think there is a locked door. Yeah, there is. You can't. Yeah, it's inaccessible. And so you go all the way to the left, and then, like you said, you're now in Crateria again, and kind of the open. It feels kind of like a breath of fresh air after being in this kind of horror section of the game.
Yeah, it does. They do an insanely good job of making like the mysteries of the universe feel right in front of your face, because we don't, as far as I can tell, we don't really know anything about what this wrecked ship is, but contained in the ship is this like weird celestial horror. Yeah. And it's taken over the ship until you kill it, which is Fantoon, and then like all these defense systems kind of come on, or whatever those
I get some real
giant atoms are.
Yeah, the weird neutron
it's so strange.
Photon things.
I'm certain there's lore to describe
my
this
favorite
stuff.
is the security robots. They're like these big porta potties with legs.
Dude, you fight those in the Street Fighter 6 single player mode. You have to fight these giant refrigerators that walk around, and they remind me of those dudes that we kill in Super Metroid.
It's funny because they don't do anything. They just kind of walk around.
It's so strange. And you have the electricity like dripping from the ceiling.
Yeah, I got some real alien energy, like the movie Alien.
Definitely so.
From the first film specifically, like that I love those. Like if you've ever played Alien Isolation.
Dude, yes, of course. Alien Isolation.
Never finished it. I'm too scared of it. Too scared of it.
That's a Game PAC, dude.
Dude, make me face my fears.
We have to do it one day.
But running around the interiors of the spaceships on that game feels like this game, but so many years earlier. We're gonna do a little bit of morph ball exploring out here in Crateria, and we're gonna kind of morph ball our way. It kind of forces you into this little kind of hallway with some kind of rising water, just to remind you, hey, there's a lot of water around here, right, and when you get in it, you're going to be very slow. And then you go across, and you get into this room that you're going to use your grapple hook to get across, because the floor is full of spikes. Covered in spikes. It's a long room. It's a long Tarzan segment. I love this part, because when you get to the end of the room, what do you see there at the end of the room?
Yeah, well, there's a Chozo statue.
What's interesting about this statue, though? He's not holding
the upgrade you need,
and he's standing.
He's withholding,
or is he standing? Hold on.
He is standing. Yes, he is. Yeah, he's standing. He's not in that.
And so I don't know about you.
Position.
I got a little trust issues with these statues after what we witnessed in the
very
beginning of the game. So whenever they're not just holding an item for me, I get kind of scared. But what would you end up doing there, and how long did it take you to do it?
Well, I definitely went in the room, grappled across, got there, didn't see anything, went back. I mean, I did the classic, this is my first time through this area situation where I'm like looking around and trying to figure out. And eventually I just jumped in the hands and said, take me, buddy, you're mine.
How cool is that though, that it grabs a hold of you and it starts walking kind of like over the spikes and then downwards and into an area you couldn't access on your own. And once it takes you down there, it just kind of releases you, and you go in the door, and we have something special in this room, sir.
Yeah, man, we get a palette swap, and it's beautiful, and it changes gameplay mechanics. We get the Gravira suit. I don't know, maybe not Gravira, but it's the gravity suit.
The gravity suit. Yes, we've got the gravity suit style. Now. And one thing about this game, I always keep forgetting to pause the game and see if it tells you any information. I don't think it does, but it doesn't tell you what it does. It just, it's somewhat self-explanatory. Gravity is not going to affect you. So, as soon as you walk out of the door in the next area, it drops you straight down. And if you don't react fast enough, you just drop down to the water section that led up to the wrecked ship. So it's already giving you a taste of what the suit can do.
There's plenty of water to tutorialize what this suit does around us.
Yep, and at this point, and when it dumps you out in this area, you can either go back out of the wrecked ship area into Crateria, or you can go right back into the wrecked ship.
Which I did. I saved that. I did as much exploring around that Crateria as possible before going back to the wrecked ship.
Okay, so I because I had explored a little bit earlier, I just went straight in. And there's a room that whenever you're exploring and you're using our patented water pressure method.
Water pressure, baby!
There's a spot you're going to hit that you can't pass because it's a little flooded section of the ship. And no matter how hard you jump or jump or whatever, you really can't get up it. And even if you could, you're going to have the gravity suit to face what's coming next.
Definitely so.
So you kind of work your way up the wrecked ship. I think there's some extra power-ups you can get if you go all the way up to the top. I
believe it's just power-ups after getting the gravity suit, right? Like the wrecked ship segment is, all things considered, pretty slim.
Correct. It's optional. I think there's an energy tank you can get.
Sure.
And it's you gotta use your grapple hook on some of those broken grapple points, which I love. It really sells the idea that this place is just really disheveled. And so whenever we kind of go, you backtrack after you get that energy tank, you're going to go out to kind of a open Crateria area again, and you're going to kind of go down into the crust of Crateria again, almost kind of even, at least elevation-wise, feels even with kind of the Brinstar area.
Okay, sure, yeah.
And you go all the way down, and there looks like there's a little bit more like a kind of a cavern maze section with
lots of morph balling.
Lots of morph balling. Then we get hit with one of those power doors, the yellow door. And then we get an elevator, and we're in a new area.
Yeah, Meridia. This is where the gravity suit, I guess, it really you get your money's worth out of the gravity suit.
I'm so excited to talk about this section because I love this section of the game.
You go in and out of water so frequently that you forget about it. And because the gravity suit reduces all of the water's effects on you, you're just flopping out of water. You go above it. Sometimes you spend a lot of time underwater. But it feels really nice to be able to. And I will say, this isn't the direction that I took in my playthrough. In my playthrough,
okay, I know exactly what you did.
In my playthrough, I found the other entrance to Meridia because I had gotten the gravity suit. I went and did all kinds of exploring, tried to pick up stuff that I may have missed, and I went in the direction that we're probably going to get to here soon before coming back because I got to a certain point in that area where I thought I was stuck, and I was like, well, I gotta figure out some other direction to go. So I went from that entrance, the one you force your way through back up to the wrecked ship and then down the way that we're at now. So that was my playthrough, but I guess we're gonna talk about. Well, Yeah.
It's intended either way. You could have
Sure.
found your way either way. But we're gonna talk about your entrance into it in just a second.
Yeah.
But I don't know. How do you think we should approach that? Should we go off of like the most intended path, and go from there, or should we just go by our experiences?
Well, just let's keep going from where we were, and when we get to the point where we
Okay.
need to discuss that stuff, I'll tell.
Perfect, because I want to talk about that specific thing so bad. So Meridia kind of has like 3 different sections as we get through them. I'm looking at the wiki here. They're just labeling it as Upper Meridia, Sandy Meridia, and looks like lower. No, Upper Meridia, which is the way that Meridia is shaped. It's fun whenever you go through the way that I'm explaining now from the wrecked ship to Meridia. It's a lot of downward, like it's a lot of verticality, and there's a lot of like areas that have like kind of flooded areas. It's not like completely underwater at this point. A lot of like seaweed looking stuff. And what's really awesome, I'm not sure if you noticed, Super Metroid has tons of awesome little details, but when you're in Meridia, even in this upper section, when Samus's feet hit the surface of whatever platform you're on, like especially the organic platforms, it's really squishy and splashy looking. Looks like it's been, like everything there is moist. I feel like, you know that gross, like bayou smell? Like,
of course, dude.
Dude,
yes.
That is. Unfortunately, a lot of people probably don't know that smell as well as we do. But I feel like this upper area would smell like that. And as you explore through this particular zone in Meridia, there's so much, like, it gets sandier and completely underwater, and all you're fighting are like aquatic life forms, like crustaceans and fish.
For a good long while.
Yeah, and it's not as scary. 'Cause I don't do well personally with like water areas in games, not because of the gameplay mechanics. I'm just scared of certain water elements in games.
There's a term for that. It's like thalassophobia or something.
Yeah, that's like deep water.
Oh, so you're chill with deep water.
No. No, it's more so like I don't like being in water areas because I am not the apex predator in it. There are other things that are built to destroy me, and I don't stand a chance. But when you're playing as Samus with a gravity suit,
well, exactly.
I don't feel
that's
that.
The argument.
So I don't.
The argument is that if you go through Meridia as I did initially without the gravity suit, you feel extremely underpowered and overwhelmed. But once you get the gravity suit, I mean, that's completely eliminated. You're Aquaman. Like, you can just move through this stuff like it's air.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna stick on the individual rooms.
Sure, that's fair enough. We have a long way to go.
Yeah, there is an area in which there is a vertical door that you jump down, and it's one of the green doors. So I find that the game tells us a lot of times that when you hit a green door, to take note of what's on the other side.
Yes, I completely agree. I found the exact same thing. It's almost like a fog door in a From Software game. Not exactly the same. That would actually be more like the big eyeball doors in front of boss doors. But the green doors hold some sort of importance behind them.
Yeah, that's something as a kid, or I want to say as a kid, 'cause I have played this game as an adult. I've just never stopped, because playing it in this kind of way where I'm really got the critical lens in front of me.
Thanking.
I've never really thought about it. I was like, every green door has something really important to note. And in this particular situation, looking at the video, when you hit that one, there's this area, and if you go the way that I did, it passes through kind of that, like, it almost looks like it's made out of brick. Kind of like this almost warehousey looking type area, and you get kind of a little preview of that because you're going through this pipe, and then you come out of the other side of the pipe, and you're in an area that looks like that now. So you kind of see a glimpse of something that looks a little bit like a Metroid.
Yeah, you do. I saw that on the way down those pipes, and I saw the same thing, and it gave you that sense of like, oh god, here comes.
Yeah.
Like there's nastiness ahead.
And we're going to talk about those in a second when we get to that area. But the game's doing that on purpose. It's giving you this insight as to what's coming up next, and we really didn't get a lot of that in any of these other regions until here.
It's the classic like showing you your destination before you can ever reach it. Like the modern equivalent is Breath of the Wild. You can always see Calamity Ganon circling Hyrule Castle, but I guess in a sense it's up to you how early you want to go check him out. But like they're giving you visual access before ever giving you actual access, kind of giving you a guide point, I guess, or trying to point you along the way without doing it with literal quest markers.
Yeah.
I like that kind of stuff a whole lot. I like being able to know my destination, giving me that signpost. It's orienting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you come out the other side and clearly you can't go back up, but you need to get to that portion where the Metroids have been teased.
Yeah. Yep. And it's just a mental note, but as we continue kind of exploring in this area and water pressuring our way, we're at one of my favorite parts of the entire game, one of my favorite sections of the map, because you're going to come up to this area, you're going to be going left in direction, and you come across something that looks a little familiar but a little different, and you see that glass tube that we saw in Brinstar, how it kind of had that metallic, almost green color edge on where it connected to the walls. You see that same structure, but it's all broken, and you can kind of move freely around. And if you're paying close attention, you can see as soon as you walk in the door that these crabs are coming through the floor, and we're familiar enough to know that there's void spaces in the floors and the walls that aren't bombable, but you're able to pass through them. And so we know when we see that happening, because we've seen that happen in several other rooms up until this point, to try to get into that area that they're coming from. And when we go down there's a red door, which is one of those things. Also, I feel like the red doors also are indicators that there's something important on the other side, but maybe not as important as the green doors. But whenever
there is like a ranking of it. You see the orange doors most infrequently,
the eyeball doors, the big,
and then the eyeball doors, are clear markers for bosses.
They're just boss doors.
There is a ranking of the doors, I think, indicating importance.
Yeah, it's wild that they're able to use that as a tool so efficiently with
everything like works together. They give you only so many ways to interact with the game, and they make multiple uses of each thing.
It gives you a little intuition. It gives you a little like your instinct should be popping up, being like, I should be careful going through this door if I don't know what's already on the other side. But with this red door, you go through, and it's one of those map data kiosks that will load up your map, and then. What I love about that is whenever you download the map data in any section, the first thing it does is it opens up the map for you, as if that's not the first thing you're going to do. And here you see how wildly close you are to Brinstar. So whenever you go into the next area, you remember, was it episode 1? I think we were talking about. I know where you're getting at. I was wall jumping. I didn't want to tell you why I was wall jumping. This area that we're about to go into, you can access by wall jumping, but you're gonna be blocked off or roadblocked by one of those like automatic gates that requires you to shoot. I think it's specifically a super missile. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It's specifically a super missile to open up from the other side. Yeah. And the reason it does that is because if you know it's there, they don't want you getting up there because you're not gonna be able to do much anyway. But this is my favorite part, dude. I love this part every playthrough. I savor this moment. But if you didn't know it was there, you're going to drop down. And now that you have the map data downloaded, you're back at that glass tube that we saw in Brinstar all those screens ago. But it's a glass tube, and you can't get out of it. But you see... you can break it because that other one's broken. Yeah, the other one is broken as well. A little visual storytelling. So you use all your stuff and you use a power bomb, and it at first it seems like it's not going to do anything, but it starts cracking very slowly under the pressure of the water, and then it just explodes. I love this part so much. I love watching that thing explode. I love the sound effects. And then what you're doing is you've just effectively created a shortcut from Meridia to Brinstar. So if you went the way that I did, then now you know how to get back easier instead of going all the way back up to the wrecked ship. And this is where you got in.
Yeah,
right?
This is how I got in, yes. And I actually did this. We haven't talked about it yet. I referenced it in the recording of the last episode. But I had gained access to Meridia through this method in the last chunk when I was stuck and I didn't know where to go. Because I had tried what I thought I had tried everything, and I think the solution at that point was that I had to use the wave beam to hit a switch on the other side of a door. I'm pretty sure, if my memory serves, that's the thing I actually needed to do. But I instead learned about the wall jumping earlier, which, by the way, we got to talk about wall jumping here soon.
Yes, we do.
Because I got tutorialized.
Did you find them?
It was awesome. Yes.
Awesome.
Dude, I've done so much exploration. So in the last chunk, I was just trying to find out where to go. And I told you in the very first chunk that we played that I use my tools constantly on everything.
Mm-hmm. As you should.
I'm shooting stuff. I'm morph bombing things. I mean, it takes no time to utilize your tools. You just have to do it. Dude, now that I have the X-ray scope or whatever it's called, I use it on every wall in every room. It's obsessive.
What a useful tool, by the way.
It's incredible.
Like I said, that's an item you can miss and you can beat the whole game and not have gotten that thing.
That's amazing. I don't know how you would do it. I feel like finding it is the easiest path, and then using it is the easiest path. Trying to force your way through without the knowledge of how to beat the game as well seems insane.
We had talked about, just to get up to this point, talking about those bugs coming through the floor. So the way I use the scope is, if I can't remember anything about the area, before I leave a room, I'll just give it a quick scope, and it's effortless too. It's just like, and then you just check it, and then you might see something that requires an item to blow up, or you might see like one of those false walls or something like that.
The one limitation that it has is it doesn't reveal all false walls, or it doesn't reveal, I guess, areas where you can pass behind the environment, which is more something you see way later in Norfair, and a place that I got stuck.
Okay.
But we'll get there eventually. So, utilizing my tools everywhere that I can. I used a power bomb on the inside of that tube, and realized very quickly that I wasn't built for what was to come.
That's crazy. So you didn't have the gravity suit at this point?
No, dude. No.
That's so wild.
No, I was jumping like I was on the moon through this area, and I was clear, like I knew immediately that I didn't need to be here right now. But I poked forward. I went up through a few of the rooms, and I got to the sand area, and I was like, no mas. And so I backed out and went back to Norfair, and eventually figured out how to wall jump.
So awesome, though. I love that you.
No, dude, it's incredible. Like, I have been saying for years that all video games, and I understand the development limitations behind being able to do all this kind of stuff, I get it. But if every video game just allowed you to solve problems in those kind of intuitive ways, then every game would be so much better. Because like this is even true in RPGs where you have like dialogue based progression. If I find a guy who is the solution to some other quest, I want that to be referenced when I go find the quest giver. You know, so say you have a quest giver, Dave, and he wants you to take out the quest Nathan. And you meet Nathan first. When you find Dave, you need to be able to say, "Hey, I know who that is. I met him." It's like just 2 lines of dialogue would be enough to reinforce that this world is like
it feels
worth
like a
being
real place with real people that you've met. Yeah, it kind of sells. And this is crazy because this is a game that
this is the same thing.
This is just a game about geography and exploration, and there's not even.
It's a game about level design.
The planet of Zebes is the character. Like, it's
Yeah.
crazy. But yeah, I love how they designed this area that if you were to be in the same shoes as Tyler and you got here, that you can get back out. Like, and they
Yes.
even put a save point right there. Like, they know, like, this person could get themselves killed very quickly here. And as I've said on every episode so far, you see a save point, you use that save point.
Yeah,
You know?
every time. Every single time. It doesn't matter if I don't think that I'm staying in this area, if I'm just passing through, I'm stopping by the save point to save. And I take that philosophy with everything. Like, which is why I go through the trouble of clicking 5 times to get to the X-ray scope, you know, whenever I want to use it. It's like it's a small roadblock to click through to get the X-ray scope, but like the benefit is that you find the crap that you need to beat the game
Yeah.
and hopefully not get stuck too much. And when you do get stuck, it's usually for reasons like me, and I just needed to use the dang wave beam on a door.
Yeah, so
that
before-
wasn't something I had figured out yet.
I don't want to get too hung up on it. We're gonna continue our way through Meridia from the point that the glass tube is shattered. But
Yeah.
whenever you left that area without a gravity suit, I'm assuming you finished up, you wrapped up your exploring, and you went back up to the ship, got the gravity suit, and then did you return to where the tube was, or did you?
I did.
You did. Okay.
So-
awesome.
You told me at the end of the last chunk, you recommended, you were like, once you get the thing in the wrecked ship, you didn't tell me what to do next, but you said, I recommend going to do some exploration to find some stuff, which is how you find.
Yes.
Do you want to talk about the monkeys?
Yes. And let's talk about some of the side stuff first before we continue.
Okay.
That you had went and you found what we talked about on the last episode, the wall jump monkeys. I guess they're monkeys.
Yes.
Let me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
colloquially, it makes sense. They look like and behave like monkeys.
I'm gonna Google the official name. But so you came across them probably the same way I did, just exploring.
Yeah, I went back to Criteria, I went back to the early spots, and this is, again, with the gravity suit, not having gone out the back door of the wrecked ship to go through Meridia the so-called intended way. After getting the gravity suit, I take a left out of the wrecked ship, go through Criteria, access the monkeys, I find that segment, and, you know, that's a bit of a demanding spot, because they force you to utilize the wall jump. Which is kind of a tricky thing to nail. You have to get the buttons right. You have to get.
I like how it does not hold your hand. It's like you're gonna have to get this, or you're not gonna continue.
There's no, like in a Mario game, Mario sticks to the wall for a brief, at least for forever, or for at least a long enough window for you to jump.
Let me read.
The window here is like a frame. Long.
Oh yeah. So did you kind of see what I was talking about? How it's like you're doing it like a button combo. It's like you jump,
Definitely.
you push the direction you want to go, and then hit the jump again, and then it's like you never want to keep your thumb holding something. You want to just like kind of click it like it's a combo.
And I will say, learning how to wall jump and like really getting it with the monkeys helps when you do the later jumps that are so important to completion. Like if I hadn't figured out wall jumping through the monkey training segment, this is like when Goku trains with Bubbles and Bubbles and what's
King
his name?
Kai.
Dave the cricket.
Yeah. It's Greg.
It's
Greg?
like that.
I think it's Greg.
Greg, that's it. They force you to train with Bubbles here, and because I had done that anyway, later with the big jumping.
So these monkeys, the proper name for them are Edicoons. They're the Edicoons. And I'm going to read a brief description real fast, if you don't mind. The Edicoons inhabit the planet Zebes, dwelling in the overgrown caverns of Brinstar. They appear similar to primates, albeit with 2 alien antennae. Their in-game sprites are a greenish color in Super Metroid, but are depicted blue in the artwork. Apparently, they're in Fusion as well. I haven't played Fusion as much. They are one of the few non-violent species that Samus encounters on Zebes. These rather intelligent mammals teach Samus how to perform the wall jump to reach greater heights. When Samus enters their room, they sing the item acquisition fanfare before performing the wall jump, and then Samus must repeat their motions to master the technique. That's all I'm going to read about them for now. But yeah,
dude, I took a picture of my screen. I was gonna send it to you. I could send it to you now. When I found the monkeys, because I think it was later that night I was playing, or maybe just the next day. But
so you mastered the wall jump. You got out of there. Did you find anything else in your travels? Oh, nice.
Yeah. Let me think. What else did I find? I found. Okay, my recollection on the order of events may be off here.
So you don't have to explain like any like the missile capacity upgrades or energy tanks that you may have found, because those are
I'm skipping over that stuff.
those are scattered all over
everywhere. Yeah. I did find the little goats though that tutorialized the other major traversal mechanic.
Oh, the little chocobo looking guy.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not trying to jump ahead. I just don't remember at what point I did find those guys. But I found them as well in my explorations.
Okay, let's talk about them. Let's talk about them now. So, the name of this creature is Dachora. It says here, an adult Dachora appears in Super Metroid, in which it teaches Samus how to perform the Shine Spark, and that's the technique.
Shine Spark.
The Shine Spark, which is something that they made like a canonical, like an upgrade that you learn in the game, like it's like a skill you unlock, I think. It's a technique used with the speed booster, which is the running super fast upgrade that we got. The Dachora continuously runs back and forth a long corridor, building up speed before crouching and jumping extremely high. By imitating its motions, Samus can execute the Shine Spark. And a nest with an egg can be seen in the background. So that's the Shine Spark you just learned.
Yeah, which clearly has lots of great use in Meridia.
Yes, I'm glad you came across it. That was kind of why I wanted you to go explore beforehand, because there are areas where I don't think it's going to... Actually, I'm not sure if it locks you out of progress, like moving forward in the area, or if it just locks you out of getting unlockable. So we'll have to take a look at the gameplay, because I knew the area exactly where I was going to use that technique.
I feel like, just based on my recollection right now, I feel like it was only used in Meridia, at least, for upgrade acquisitions.
Okay.
I don't think anything was needed. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
So it's possible then, I guess, that you could beat the game without utilizing Shine Spark. Obviously, you need to use the speed boost.
Yeah,
you have to use the speed
Shine
boost.
Spark can be used in some pretty crazy areas.
I bet, dude. I was thinking, I thought that exact thing. Like when I got it, it's like, holy crap, you get speed boost early.
So they teach you can Shine Spark straight up, but you can also Shine Spark horizontally as well. And Samus does this really awesome shoulder, like Wario style shoulder charge.
I did manage to do that.
I think,
but I didn't know what I was doing.
I'm not sure if you can do it diagonally. I can't remember, but it's such a cool. And you notice when you do it, you lose health when you use that technique. Like
no kidding.
The longer you hold it, your health drains.
Just for the shoulder or the jump as well?
The jump as well.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I didn't realize. I had no idea.
So, like, if you were to go to, like, one of the biggest open areas, like, where your ship is parked on the outside, I mean, you could seriously drain your energy just Shine Sparking all over the place.
No kidding. There was a couple of occasions when I was playing where I was like, why is my health so low? I wonder if it was around utilizing the Shine Spark. But I didn't. I mean, I wasn't out here using it like crazy, but there were a couple spots where I got to get some practice in.
There's a lot of areas where, like, you can use your scanner or you can Morph Ball Bomb, and you'll see the speed booster icon, and it's like, it's in a spot where you're like, how the heck am I supposed to run into that? Now you kind of know a little bit about how to do that.
Yeah, definitely so. Actually, not far from where we left off talking about the exploding pipes was one of those where I saw speed boost icons in the ceiling, and it's like, that doesn't make sense. How does this work? And then it's the Shine Spark. Yeah, that tracks.
Did you find anything else noteworthy while you're out exploring?
Oh man,
probably not, if I had to guess.
I don't know.
Other than items,
I don't remember. What's that? Other than items,
yeah, I wouldn't imagine that there's these two. I'll just tell you, these two special techniques. That's it. There's no other ones that you're gonna learn like that.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, as far as finding stuff in that segment that I did, I don't think there was, unless I missed something or unless I've overlooked.
All the rest of it should have just been acquiring energy tanks and maybe a reserve tank. Did you pick up a reserve tank?
I've got. So is the max 4
of reserve tanks?
Reserve tanks? Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
I think I have 2.
Okay, do you know what those do?
Yeah, when you lose all your health, they boop, boop, boop,
Yep,
boop,
it's
give
like
you
it's like a
1.5 full.
it's like
or
a
something.
Phoenix Down or like a
Yeah,
second try.
Right.
Those are really good to have. You know,
I think I have 2 of them.
and you can use those whenever you want. By the way, you can just go to the you can pause the game and go
really?
to it. I believe you can just hit it and it'll refill. You don't have to wait to die. I don't think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I only ever saw them save my butt against bosses, and
yeah.
that did
Oof.
happen several times in this chunk.
Yeah. So let's continue our Meridia ascent, because once we go back to the we're gonna take it from the glass tube. Take it from the glass tube.
Yeah,
we're gonna go.
that's a good spot.
We're gonna go up. There's a lot of areas. It's kind of interesting because it's a really wide open area, and it's all underwater. So like the enemies are like they're swimming through the environment.
Yeah.
A lot of them are crawling on the walls or whatever.
Or they're flopping themselves up into the roof of the room.
And there's this one area where there's these I can't remember which order it is, but there's a lot of grapple hooking that you got to do to get around here. And you may have learned a new technique here.
You mean the ones on the wall vertically?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
You have to grapple hook against the wall. Yeah, that was fun.
Did you?
I think that was the first time that I had seen that in this game.
Did you see the standalone grapple that's like in the middle of the screen? And
Yeah.
if you swing enough, you can.
Yes, you can do a full loop, dude.
full
You can
loop.
do it on the little squids that look like a Fantoon.
Yes.
You can do it on them, and they
Yes.
get hit by them also and take
Yes.
damage.
Yes.
I was.
I love
and
that.
then
I love the
occasionally
little
do one.
creatures. You can grapple onto them and they like raise you up, and then you can spin around. I mean, you're doing some pretty crazy platforming in this section.
You are. You definitely are.
and-
I really enjoyed that stuff a lot.
I'm just gonna kind of golden path this because you can do exploring at this point and find other things, but you're gonna kind of continue going up and finding more of these kind of sentient life created metal structures, and you're gonna kind of dip in between these kind of 2 sub areas of Meridia back and forth. I'm trying to see this. There you go through like another huge sandy area.
Yeah, that was the sand was the biggest annoyance of this chunk of the game.
Mm-hmm. I see myself using. I'm looking at my gameplay. I'm using the scan visor all over the place here.
Yeah. Trying to avoid the sand was the name of the game in the early chunk of Meridia. So getting traversal skills to avoid that was extremely welcome. It was extremely welcome.
Yeah, and then it looks like there is. I'm trying to see. Oh, you go down instead of up in this area because there's like a huge sandy area that you kind of get turned around to go back. And then we see a green door at the bottom. Now your map, you have the map data at this point, so you can see some kind of wide open areas, and you see a save point on the other side of the wall here. Of course, say it with me. You see a save point, you save your game.
Use a save point.
Yes.
See a save, use a save.
Yep.
Every time, buddies.
Every single time. And this is when we get into that kind of almost abandoned kind of stone structure area.
Yeah.
This area always reminded me of like an old like New Orleans warehouse. I don't know why.
Okay.
It just looks.
I can understand.
It's like,
everything is swamped and covered in mold and mildew.
and disheveled and gross looking. This
Yeah.
is the area where it's a very big open room, and this is the area that you can use that shine spark technique to go.
That's
to
exactly
zip
yeah.
up to the top. You can even see that pipe that we traveled through that gave you a sneak peek of this area. You can see it in the background, which is also a cool detail.
That wasn't something I realized until I saw it on the map. Once I saw it on the map, I then was able to associate it with the room I was in.
Yeah, because at that point you hadn't been through it. You went from the back
Yeah,
side.
exactly.
So we're gonna continue our way. Lots of sand, lots of quicksand as well. I hate quicksand, no matter what game it's in. I hate getting stuck. I hate anything that's gonna kind of break that momentum of moving fast. But it's important. It's teaching you a lot about certain sand areas that are potentially more accessible than others.
And also, it establishes like in you the well, I guess once you have the solution to avoiding that sand, it feels so much better than if the sand had never existed.
Yeah.
Having that frustrating limitation to deal with, falling into the sand, being stuck, and then trying to jumping out of the sand is a nightmare because you go up
hate
and
it.
then It's such a bummer. But once you're able to fully avoid it by just bouncing into the air, it's such a massive relief.
So in this area, it looks like in that big open room where we had the shine spark, and there's walls where you can use your grapple hook to kind of like grapple wall jump. If you're not confident enough in your wall jumping skills, it looks like in my gameplay I just kind of went on the other side, not where the grapple hooks are, and just wall jumped straight up to. There's a door at the top left of the room. And when you go through that door, that's when you see those Metroids.
Metroids, yes.
Now, I want to talk about those Metroids for a second. I'm going to pull this up. Where is it at? Give me 1 second.
That's all good. I'll say when I first entered this room, of course, I'm hitting it with the scan visor. I'm finding all of the little breakable tiles, and all of the Metroids are hidden behind breakable tiles. So you know what to avoid if you're using your scan visor. And I did everything that I could my first pass through this room to avoid the Metroids. It was like I treated them as if they had, a deadly virus, which was totally unnecessary because when you have your cannon upgraded to this point, you slaughter these things.
So these Metroids, as a kid, I've never really looked it up. This is my first time actually looking it up. These aren't, in my mind, these aren't Metroids. They look a little different, right? These are called Mocktroids.
I was about to say the clones or something.
They're called Mocktroids. It says the description per the wiki says a Mocktroid is far weaker than any type of Metroid larva encountered in Samus's previous missions, as its green membrane is extremely fragile and offers poor protection. Housed within its dome is a single tiny nucleus instead of, I think, was it like three or five?
Yeah.
Connected below the red organ are roots of its forefangs, which extend outward to the exterior of the membrane, where they end in sharp, hooked tips. The fangs themselves are brown in color. Mocktroids can drain life energy by latching onto their prey, like their ordinary counterpart, but they do not possess the latter's powerful grip. As a result, Samus can easily remove a latched Mocktroid with quick movements. This may be due to the lack of muscle-like tissue at the base of its fangs. Other Metroid larvae possess a large mass of tissue between their four large nuclei and fangs. As previously stated, Mocktroids have extremely poor defenses, which allows Samus to easily destroy these failed clones without resorting to the Metroid larva's main weaknesses, the Ice Beam and missiles. Mocktroids are extremely vulnerable to the Grappling Beam, as a single shot from it can dispatch them. Didn't know that.
Wow. Okay.
So these are failed clones.
Well, that definitely makes a lot of sense as to why they're so fragile.
So
I was avoiding them like they had the plague, dude. Initially.
As you should.
But by the time you get to the end of the room, you have to engage with at least one of them.
And
so it was at that point I learned quickly that
they're pretty easy. I always just called these fake Metroids as a kid. I guess the artists, the pixel artists, did their job very well as a kid because I was able to see these and know that they were not the regular Metroids. They look flimsy, They look kind of noodly.
For sure.
So you go in this room with the Mocktroids, which I think is a great name, by the way. And these are obvious, as the wiki said, failed clones. And we know that the space pirates have been up to something. They obviously have been making more of these, and we know that there can't be. This is like our first little story bit we can actually talk about. We know that Metroid shouldn't exist anymore in any shape or format, other than the one that got loose.
Other than our one.
That is under containment, whether it's in our hands or the space pirates' hands. So you are going to use your speed booster on the bottom portion of this section, and we're going to get to a mini boss here.
Yeah, definitely. So we have in front of us a snaking, flaming dragon beast.
I forget the name of this guy. I think I'll look up his name. Kind of a silly boss.
Yeah, he was a bit of a pushover as well. Similar to the Mocktroids. There wasn't much to this guy. You can avoid his big snaking moves, hit him with some super missiles.
Got his name here, Botwoon. 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 It just says Botwoon is an aquatic serpent that resides in Meridia. That's about it. I don't think this creature is associated with the space pirates. I think it just kind of lives here.
I got you. So we were just doing a little poaching on the side.
Yeah, obviously a predator in this area. Pretty
Maybe
aggressive.
we can get some money for that skin. We
kinda-
can skin him.
Yeah, kind of had some spore spawn energy. Definitely, I want to skin him and get some armor upgrades. I want to put his parts on my armor.
Yeah, where's the pelt merchant?
But yeah,
There's
this
so
guy,
many.
kind of a pushover. I just used super missiles on him and killed him pretty quickly. It looks like.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot to him. But thankfully, to follow that up, we have a room full of quicksand. That's nice.
Yeah, that's right.
Nice of them.
I'm let's see. I'm looking at the gameplay from here. I went back for some reason. I was just exploring, looking for stuff. Yeah, lots of quicksand here.
But if you're using your X-ray scope, you'll find that these are dashing blocks.
Yes, and if you didn't use your intuition, you're gonna sink through that quicksand, and it will take you back down to the bottom, and you're gonna have to kind of go back through that area where the mock droids were to go through.
Yeah, that makes sense. But there are upgrades in those blocks, which is what I was looking for. I wasn't even trying to find my way through this segment yet. I was using the X-ray scope.
Yeah.
I saw that there were interactable blocks, and so I was doing what I could to figure out how to get up there. And in the meantime, I discovered that you just have to sprint through all this crap and avoid the sand. So I didn't actually find out that the quicksand had like passed through into other regions until I did exploring.
It's a little
later.
frustrating, and you learn quick not to get sunk all the way in it. It looks like we've got a vertical room with some grapple points, and some sealed doors that we can't open, which is going to lead into another room that's kind of halfway filled up with water. So I like something that this game does. It's kind of a small detail. The higher you get in the map's elevation, you'll see the water level kind of balance out, which is super thoughtful, super cool, because we're basically like in a water pocket under the ground. It's like when you play Minecraft, and you dig up and you hit one of those big water pockets in the caves. It's similar
like
to that.
In cave systems underground, you will often find big like lakes and stuff.
Yeah, it's like a spring, kind of, or like a reservoir. But we've got another kind of precarious grappling section here, and there is a save point.
Is this the spot with the spikes?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I believe so. There are some spikes in this room. There is a save point that has an energy recharge station right next to it, which is always nice.
Always useful.
See a save, use a save, right?
That's right.
Then we're gonna go to our a room directly below that, and this section's I knew about this beforehand, but and there's like some grapples, and it seems like a dead end. But it's not. Dude. And if you use your scope, you realize that those. I'm assuming you can use your scope to find this out, but those spikes are fake.
Well, that's I mean I found it. I think that's the only way I could have found it was to use the scope because I definitely got here. And at this point in the game, I know reaching a dead end isn't 9 times out of 10. It's not usually actually reaching a dead end. There's something useful to this little room that you found. So you just have to use your scope. If you're using it all the time, then you'll.
Yeah, I don't think there's
fairly easily find your way through.
I don't think there's ever a point in this game where you hit a room that's a complete dead end that doesn't tell you. It's just like, oh yeah, there's bugs that come out that you can replenish your stuff or something like that. There's never just a useless room.
Right.
But yeah, you go down the spike area and we see an eyeball door.
Yeah.
We see an eyeball door, so we know on the other side, if history is to repeat itself, which probably will, because these designers are smart and they're telling us things. There's gonna be a boss on the other side of this door. So we blow up the eyeball door, and then we go into this kind of crazy, wide open, almost kind of mechanical, like disheveled mechanical, almost experimental looking room. I always thought that this was like maybe the area that they were using to perform these experiments. Now
Fair enough, I can see it.
There's something special about this particular area. We see like these turrets on the walls. 3 of which are shooting at you. One of them looks like it's damaged, indicating that you can break them.
Oh man, I wish I had known that. I didn't.
Dude, I am about to blow your mind with something really awesome. I can't tell you just yet, but when we go down to this area, we see these little creatures, and we've seen these bad guys kind of like hovering in the quicksand, like the sand waterfalls. These little like.
You talking about the little green
hunched
bugs
over, crustaceous-looking, shrimp-looking guys. There's a bunch of them
they
in this
shoot the
room.
little spiky things.
Yeah, and they're kind of swarming, and they go back, and then we get a boss reveal. This is Dragon. And Dragon...
Which would be a better name for the last guy, if we're being honest.
Who's the last?
The last guy was the
Botwoon?
dragony snake.
Yeah. It says here Dragon is a major boss from Super Metroid. It's a sort of waterborne crustacean with a hard outer shell and a soft underbelly. It seems to be a fully developed one of these things, an Ivir, E-V-I-R. And it even has a few hatchlings, which are present in the chamber that it dwells in, that show up before it makes its appearance. Let's see, the Dragons... no, I'm not going to read that part yet. It doesn't really say much about Dragon. It's a creature that is associated with the space pirates in a way. And Dragon apparently was going to be used in Metroid Prime, but was replaced with the Parasite Queen in the very beginning, which makes a lot of sense.
Interesting.
So, what was your experience with Dragon?
Bastard.
Tough fight?
I hate this thing. Yeah. This was the one that I had the toughest time with, and I take it's because I didn't pick up on some of the things that they were hinting at. I beat this thing honestly, avoiding its blasts, avoiding its big swoop. And I got into a rhythm that worked. You can tell pretty quickly whenever it comes out of the wall if it's going to be a big swoop or if it's going to be a flurry of the little webs. And so if it was webbing, I ran to the other side of the room, shot it with the cannon.
Get some refills.
Yeah, get some refills, and then try to hit it with super missiles. But if it was a big swoop, I got pretty good, pretty consistently being able to sprint to the other side of the room, turn around, hit it with a super missile before it got me. But it got me a lot.
Once she gets a hold of you, gets a hold of you. That's two times. Gets a hold of you, dude. She hurts. She like spanks you with that little bottom needle.
It's bad,
dude. Whenever I was a kid, I always thought that Dragon was pregnant, and because it had a big belly, and you'd shoot it and blow its belly open.
That is a fitting ending to this freak.
I always thought
this
but
fight was
apparently I don't even know if it's a she. I'm just assuming here because there's little ones that are there near it. It doesn't really.
So this is the first iteration of this creature in the series, right?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Well, that makes a lot of sense when you find that big golden statue at the beginning of the game. You see this thing's head on there. I'm pretty sure. And
sorry, I'm reading the moves. That move where it shoots the little gray like spit that you can shoot through. It's called gummy spit.
Dang, man.
It says occasionally between the swift swimming arcs, the Dragon will slow down and release several dozen globs of gummy spit from its mouth.
Gross.
As it emerges from either side of the room.
Ew. Is there a world in which you can collect that resource to make a gummy ship?
That's where it comes from.
Or is this...
That's how Sora in this game, it's like a resource. They refine it.
Let me get some revenge on this thing with Sora. He'll make quick work of this freak.
Dude,
Sora is god adjacent
by
the end of those games.
So you beat it that way. That's a good tactic. And look,
dude, I just approached it with missiles and running.
Hey, as you should. You don't know any better, right?
I eventually got there.
Let me tell you something crazy that's about to blow your mind.
Blow me.
Those turrets that were on the wall, you can use your missiles, you can blow them up. So they'll stop shooting projectiles at you, right?
Dude, hold on. Let me stop you right there. Because what I found out, and I had this thought logged in my brain as I was playing, I said, oh, you can't use the morph ball to avoid everything this time because the turrets find you.
Yeah,
yeah. They're homing.
Taking advantage of what you've learned in other battles.
Yeah, dude, I use the morph ball defensively all the time. You get to the tiniest possible target, and you just avoid all this crap. You can't do that with these turrets. So I was like, when I realized that the turrets prevented any kind of morph ball dodging, I committed to just running and jumping over everything.
And look, that's what you're supposed to do. Like, the only indicator here that you can break these things is that one of them's already broken. But here's what's going to blow your mind. That's not the mind blower yet. So
tell me.
I learned this way later in life. I did not know this as a kid, and I use it every playthrough, of course, because this is kind of a tough battle. I wouldn't say
It's the grapple. The grapple takes so much health.
I would say Phantom was a little bit tougher than this one, usually. But what you can do is if you blow up all the turrets, you get a better chance at pulling off this technique. You can let the Dragon grab you. And you know how as it grabs you, it kind of swirls more and more aggressively? If you take out your grapple beam and it swings, and it takes timing, if you grapple one of those exposed electrical circuits on the turret, the electricity hurts you, passes through you, and you can instantly kill it in like 5 seconds.
Oh, very cool.
But you lose a lot of health. You got to make sure you have enough health because you can kill yourself doing this.
Wait, it's like a one shot kill?
Yeah, if you hold on to the beam and you have enough health, it just the electricity goes through you into it. And then you watch its belly, because you know how its belly changes color? Like kind of how the other bad guys change color?
Yeah, everyone.
It just goes straight from yellow to orange to red in like 5 seconds, and it just dies instantly.
Whoa, dude. That makes a lot of sense, dude. Every time it grappled me, I was switching through my items. Man, if I had just like accidentally hit one of those things, it would have been so nice. I would have been mind blown. But I was like, you can only... Maybe you can like shoot up, but there's no way to like shoot behind you. I was trying to do anything I could once it grappled me to break free. And Samus is like running in place, you know, she's jogging.
You did it the skillful way. What doing that technique,
it's right there.
Doing that technique is just like, I don't want to say the lazy way, but I mean, it is very easy. I mean, you do have to time it a little bit to get your beam to hit the exposed electrical of the turret, and you have plenty of time to blow the turrets up before the Dragon shows up.
You do, dude. That is the key sticking point for me, not knowing this, because it holds onto you for so long. It grapples you for so long, and it only hits you like 4 times maybe when it's at its like when you're furthest in the fight and it's doing the most amount of damage. But it holds you for long enough that it could hit you 10 times if it wanted. Obviously, it's given you plenty of time to grapple that thing. I just never come
and the game never tells you any of this. And who in their right mind playing a Super Nintendo game in, what, 1994, 1993?
Yeah, 94.
Who in their right mind would have thought that there is such a crazy detail, such as electricity passing through your body into the bad guy, like Captain America, Winter Soldier style? You know that part I'm talking about, like in the elevator?
I
whatever.
do, yeah, of course.
You know, he's getting zapped, he's holding another guy, so it goes to him too.
Well, it's one of my favorite game design moments as an adult. Was figuring out that you could create circuits with your weapons in Breath of the Wild. The second reference to that.
And they're doing this crap in Super Metroid, bro. Is that wild?
I want to ask if you utilize that skill again.
I don't think so, no. I think that's the only place you could do it.
Wow, one and done. Yep. Interesting. So it's a special mechanic they designed for the boss fight.
Because Dragon can be tough. This is a tough fight.
He was a tank, dude. It took me several tries to beat him. He killed me a lot. He killed me, if I had to guess, probably 5 times. So just trying to do enough damage and avoiding all of the turret bullets, his web. And the web doesn't hurt you, but it slows you down so much that he just comes over there and picks you up and
something I want to note here is when these enemies are dying, they're death animations. Because when Dragon dies, they just kind of fall to the ground, and all the hatchlings come, and then it just kind of goes into the sand. So we don't know what happens to Dragon, if Dragon's still alive.
Consumed.
It's not like Crocomire. We know Crocomire ain't come back. Crocomire got terminated. Like he's
true.
The Crocomire is gone. But
dude, I have to think that Dragon was eaten by its hatchlings.
Could be. You know, dude, who knows? I mean, these are savage creatures. But we're gonna go into the next room and we get our prize. There is a Chozo statue with an item. When we shoot it and open it up, and what do we have here?
We get the space jump, dude. This is when things really start to change for Samus.
Dude, yes.
No more sand. I'm done with the sand. From now on, we float.
Funny enough, I'm looking at my gameplay here. When you go back into the room, those turrets are back. They're right back.
Dang, dude.
They're not attacking you, but they're back there and inactive.
Oh, okay. The self-repair in this place.
Yeah, this is a pretty wild little this screen. This screen has always been a mystery to me because you got these weird like little floating cube things at the top. these pipes and like.
true.
I always just thought this was just some kind of experimental facility. I figured this is where they're making stuff, and maybe those mock droids got loose here. That was always my headcanon. I'm not sure if that's what it is, but we walk out, and this is the perfect room, of course, because the designers of this game are wizards. The perfect room to use our new item, because I didn't even think about it before I walked in here. How are we gonna get out of here? There's no grapple points.
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
There's no way to get out. At least not how you could probably do some technique to get up to the top, but you get to use your space jump, and you notice whenever you do a jump that requires, like any kind of jump that you're doing flips, like you're flipping jumps,
your somersault.
It looks wild. Yeah, somersaults. You kind of get this crazy spirally look to it.
Yeah. I was, I knew they were setting the table for what we get later, the big upgrade to come later.
Yes. Yes, the granddaddy.
Yeah, that thing's incredible. But I will, like I mentioned earlier, hanging out with the monkeys, dude, Bubbles taught me a lot. I had to practice in that room to get the space jump right, because there's a window that's very specific to get the bounce, but once you figure out the window, you can bounce.
Yeah, what I do, I don't even hold, I shoot Samus in the direction I want to go, and I take my hand off the D-pad, and I just let the momentum take you. That's really the best way to do it, because if you change which way you're going, not in the rhythm, you lose your momentum and you'll start falling.
Yeah, she extends. She comes out of her circle and becomes a standing sprite.
So it's not just easy jumps, but now you basically have an unlimited jump. You can just kind of jump. You don't have to worry about. It's basically like a hover. If you feather it right.
It's extremely generous. I just want to say I do love that the limitation to using the space jump is. It's purely skill-based.
Yes.
There's no cooldown. There's no timer. There's no, like, one per jump. There's nothing. It's just, if you know how to utilize it, you can utilize it, as much as you want. That's the best way to do an upgrade like this, in my opinion. I don't want any artificial limitations just because they're like, oh, they'll break the game. No, just design it in a closed enough box so that I can't merely break the game with your skill.
Yeah, and remember I told you can beat the whole game without knowing how to wall jump? This is how.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to go back, that locked door that was leading up to this particular area, we're going to go back through, and there's these rooms are so wide open and super designed for you to use that space jump. So I'm going to scroll through it a little bit. I'm going to kind of try to fast track us a bit. Going through this big room, I'm going to go up to a door in the top left section. And at this point, there is kind of like an intended path. And I went straight for all the areas that were blocking us off that were vertical, looks like, which kind of leads us back up to those like really rooty, sandy, algae-looking type areas.
Yeah.
And here is another thing I noticed that the designers do that I've never thought about until we're playing it in this fashion, is that there's this kind of like little hallway that you go in that has like a bunch of overgrowth hanging from the ceiling, and there's like this pile of like, they're enemies, they're just like eggs or something. I don't know what they are. You know what I'm talking about? This little white pile. It's leading up to this room that you're gonna get an upgrade in. And you have to shoot them. You have to keep pouring into them, right? Because your beam, even with the wave beam, isn't powerful enough to pass through them. And you go through the door, and then there's this area. It's kind of like a more vertical than it is wide area, and there's space pirates in there. And you shoot them, and you're so used to these guys being kind of pushovers that you can just kind of
red.
Yeah, you can just shoot them with your beams, but not these guys. But we find a power up at the bottom of the room with these.
Dude, I'm trying to
pirates.
remember what pile of eggs you're talking about.
It's just it's like a little pile of enemies. Like it's literally like little. It looks like a little pile of poop. I don't know how else to describe it.
Oh man, I usually love remembering piles of poop, but it can't. It's escaped me.
They're like little jiggly orbs just stacked on top of each other.
I do like jiggly
but
orbs
it's teaching.
But I do remember the red space pirates. Those guys.
It's
were,
teaching you something. I'm going to tell you why in a second. Because in this room we get the plasma beam.
Yeah, the plasma beam was a big upgrade.
And then when you get that plasma beam, you can use the plasma beam to shoot through these pirates relatively easy now. Mm-hmm. And who knows what you can do.
I definitely wouldn't got my revenge on all of them.
Yeah, and then you have to because you're locked in the room with them. It's going to make you...
Oh, right. Yeah,
it's going to make you shoot them. But whenever you go back into that little hallway with this little pile of, like... balls is.
My second favorite
balls
thing to
is
remember.
balls is. You can shoot straight through them now, and I've never
Okay.
thought about it that the game they put this here on the floor for you to see, to shoot it, to know you got to shoot it multiple times. So when you come back through, you shoot it through it like once, and you can freeze them all
sure,
and kill them all.
yeah.
So it's teaching you that you're using a much more powerful beam now.
Right,
And
yeah.
if you go in your inventory or your Samus screen, you'll notice that you cannot have the Spazer and the Plasma equipped at the same time. It replaces it.
Yeah,
And the
did
Plasma
notice
is much better to have. So at this point, I believe...
Is there any reason to manually equip the Spazer?
No, the Plasma's just better in every way possible, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. It's interesting that they wouldn't stack them then. I wonder what the internal reasoning is for that.
I guess it's just it makes it obsolete. You just get a better one, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
But
know.
why would you want to toggle it back on? I think that there are...
why isn't it just stack with the Spazer?
I don't know.
There has to be an internal lore reason or something. I don't know. It really doesn't matter.
I don't know.
I just thought that was
I
curious.
do know there's certain things that you can equip to do really special techniques that maybe
Yeah,
we'll talk
exactly.
about.
That's what I was assuming was happening here, but
There's a technique I think I had told you about before. I think it's called crystal something. I can't remember. Crystal Flash. But you can combine certain charges and moves with certain lasers equipped that you can do I think the Spazer one is this kind of circle of ice crystals, they rotate around Samus and then shoot off
in
the
this
screen.
game.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
And yeah, no, I'll have to read them. I'll have to find them out for you.
Is
but
this a cheese, a bug? What are we
no,
talking
these
about
are
here?
real in-game abilities that you can use. Let me Google it so I'm not sounding like an absolute madman here.
Well, while you Google, I'll just say that I got the Plasma cannon on after beating what's his name? Dragon. I went and got the Plasma, but I missed the other upgrade in this segment.
Oh, the one that I was going to talk about next. Okay.
The one you're about to get into, and we can talk more about it after you tell me about your Google. But I wanted to let you know that I missed that other upgrade.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep reading this real fast. So, there's this one technique, for example. It's called the Crystal Flash. It says this technique appears exclusively in Super Metroid. When Samus is low on energy, she can lay a power bomb. This will cause her to rise into the air, suitless. And there's an animation for all of this. Suitless, she looks like an embryo in a womb. And there's this crystal flashing. She looks like a silhouette. And she rises into the air suitless and will be enveloped in energy, and she'll restore all of her health at the cost of some of her ammunition. So you can transfer your ammunition into health.
What?
Yeah. This one says here, turn off all beams except charge and one of ice, Spazer, wave, or plasma, either or, and select power bombs. And hold a charge shot and enjoy, there are 4 different modes, depending on which other optional beam you choose. If you pause and change the beam after activating each one, you can change the effect. And there's just special things let's see, the Crystal Flash we talked about. It's just special techniques that you can use with each specific beam power. And I knew about all of them. I can't find them a reliable source to read them all, but you can find a video on YouTube of all the special techniques. But the game doesn't tell you, and the instruction manual doesn't tell you.
I was about to ask if there was any internal indication that these moves exist, or if they all came from the community. The knowledge of it, I mean.
I can try to look it up in the instruction manual.
That's okay.
I do have that pulled up.
That's totally fine. I'm just, I'm again surprised at these hidden mechanics.
Yeah, no, it's super cool stuff. I remember seeing they do show some of these in the sizzle reel of gameplay in the title screen. You can see them. I think it might play a different one each time. But I remember seeing that Crystal Flash, and I was like, "What is that?" You can see her hair flowing. It's the coolest pixel art
I think you
animation.
actually referenced that when we were talking about the intro.
Yeah, I think I did. And there are no indicators of it on the instruction manual, the official instruction manual, which is wild. I'll send you a video.
Interesting. I
so-
want to see these.
So yeah, anyway, if you continue in the area, you'll find your way just for the sake of time, I'm gonna kind of speed it up a little bit. There is, like you said, another power-up in here, which is the spring ball.
Yeah.
The spring ball is super awesome. You basically get to jump in the morph ball form.
Yeah, I missed this one because I got it after post chunk that we designated. After I finished our chunk, I went and did more exploring, and I figured out what I was lacking. Because, dude, the post boss fight chunk of you leaving that area requires a lot of morph ball platforming. That's really hard to do with just bombs.
Yeah, and also this area, I mean, once we finish the Dragon fight, the space jump allows you to get to all kinds of crazy places. But before we talk about that, I want to talk about the room leading up to the spring ball with this little, like, mining robot that has to clear the dirt for you.
Yes! The dude that like, goes head over heels.
Is your first instinct just to shoot him and kill him, you know? And
I didn't do anything. When I went in there, I guess I must have jumped over him to explore first, and then I got to the giant wall of sand, and I hit it with every weapon that I had, and it did nothing, and it clicked, like, oh, dude, this is the guy. By the time it clicked, it was,
I think
like,
it's
on
so
my butt.
crazy because we never see any other mechanic like that going forward.
Yeah. And then when you get to the end of it, you take him out with a turtle shell. You hit him with a turtle shell, and he's just like, but no weapon formed against him shall prosper.
I think you can kill him with a power bomb. I think you can.
Oh, can you? Okay.
But yeah, it's wild.
Oh, I guess I didn't use a power bomb on the dirt then. I know I hit it with a super missile.
So at this point in the game, it doesn't really tell you where you need to go. But if you were to be confused and you were to go back to that statue, remember the statue we talked about in the beginning? Ridley's the only one left on that thing that we haven't seen.
Interesting. I haven't gone back to the statue yet.
And so, if you open up your map, and you'd have to come to this conclusion on your own, the only area that we haven't explored, that if you downloaded the map data and all the areas, and look at your map really closely, is in Norfair. That's the only place that we can, like, once again, putting so much trust in the player's agency to kind of figure this stuff out. Because if you were to just, like, pinball all across the map, and use all your new tools in all these new places, you would come across it eventually. But if you were to use, like, logic and just kind of, like, I don't want to say water pressure, because our water pressure method's not going to help us with this one.
It turns to steam in that area, if we're being honest.
Yep. So I'm actually going to pull up my next... I have recorded a separate one. I do my gameplay kind of like chapters.
That's totally understandable. I want to say about this area before we get into the meat of that location.
I wanted to say something as well, but go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say that coming down to this area post Meridia completion, quote unquote completion, was my third time coming here. I had come here 2 other times trying to figure out where to go next at various points. And I came down here whenever I went and did the exploration after getting the gravity suit and finding the monkeys and the goats and doing all that stuff.
Because you went over there out of order by accident.
Oh yeah, I did. I found that area much earlier. I guess around that time we were doing Norfair, and the sequence of events is super fuzzy, but that was my first time through, and you can morph ball up to the top of that room above the giant head that I told you looked like Ridley. It looks like Ridley's face.
So you found that so long ago.
I found it forever ago, so I knew it was down there.
That's crazy.
And I knew with the morph ball, I could get to the end of that room, and you can't do anything else. You can see the head.
There's just lava. You're gonna get burnt
and there
up.
are like some like channels that look like maybe you can morph ball through there. I'm not sure, but then there's lava. And then I came back after doing Meridia because you told me off podcast that this is a topic of conversation you and I discussed. You said something about the gravity suit that made me realize I could probably use it in lava. And I don't remember what your actual verbiage was, but you said something about the gravity suit and it having multiple uses. I believe that was the exact phrase that you had. And so I was like, oh, well, shoot. I think this means lava. So, like, after doing the monkeys, doing the goats, and exploring pre-Meridia Tackle, I came here and I went through the lava. And all those faces in the wall that shoot the blue at you, I was, like, dealing with all that. And then you get to a sheer wall that just goes vertical, and there's no amount of jumping that can reach the top until you get.
You would have to have that
space.
You'd have to have
jump.
the space jump. That's correct.
Yeah. So coming back down here and seeing those weird ghost face monsters, dude, I feel like, you know what I'm talking about? The little blue circles that look like souls that are like, ah, like forever in a shriek face. You know what I'm talking about? They precede Ridley's lair.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I've never thought about those as being faces.
They just look like little.
No, I'm looking at it now. I see
tortured souls.
It looks like it kind of has like almost slanted diagonal eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't even know if those are faces. I don't know.
I don't know either. But
I always just thought they were just some kind of like orb creature. I didn't think it was like a kind of like ethereal spirit or anything like that. I thought it was
dude,
something
I don't
organic.
know. After what we learned about Fantoon, anything is possible, and it just communicated this foreboding atmosphere about what was to come. It just felt super appropriate with this area that we have like these tortured soul faces.
Oh yeah, whenever you,
floating
I'm
around
looking
the
at it right now.
platforms.
Whenever you go in the area that has the big Ridley face leading into the new area, I mean, it looks like Ridley decorated this place. Like it's got
seriously.
spikes. It's got kind of the same color palette. And now we know, like you said, we can go to lava. We got the space jump. Verticality is not a problem for us. Something that is also probably safe to note is, think about all the places we've been that have lava that you could go back in now and go explore inside the
good
lava,
point.
which would be wild.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I have not done that.
Yeah, those weird skeleton blue ball spitting things that look similar to other things that we saw before. And I want to quote you on something you had said on episode 1, I think it was. You said we got to Norfair for the first time, and you were like, "Yeah, this place is hell. This is no lower Norfair.
Yeah, it is
hell.
totally hell.
It is.
I mean,
hell.
the sort of classic literature concept of hell. The lower you go, the more terrifying it becomes. And I think we see that, dude. Ridley is the devil in this story.
Dude, this place is crazy because of the architecture. Like, there's like these
it's awful.
Like.
In a good way, not awful bad. It's like
there's like artistic,
terrifying.
There's like artistic built structures with these columns with all these like fancy kind of engravings, and you can kind of look in the background and it looks like it's deep underground, and there's like all kinds of bricks, like looks like sentient created structures. And while we're down here, which by the way, just in case I didn't say it out loud, we're gonna have to go to Norfair and use all the stuff. The wave beam, all the areas that we went to before. You may or may not have found this area, but it's indicated on the map by unexplored areas, and also like it was an elevator or like a boss marker. I can't remember what it was.
A boss room. Yeah. Are you talking about on the map itself?
Yes.
Yeah, you can see this boss room from the point at which you fight the big monster that you just mentioned a minute ago, the red guy who dies in the Crocomire. You can see this boss room ever from that point, because I that's what drew me to this room initially, was thinking that that's where I had to go, because they were like, there are bosses in this area, so you go that way.
Yeah, so that's how we get here. I just want to make sure we clarified.
Yeah.
Because if I don't say it out loud, I won't remember. But yeah, we're going to go in this area, and this place is rough, man. There's space pirates there that, even though you just got that plasma beam and you whip the other one's butts really, really easy, these guys, like,
yeah, they're gray.
They're hard. I run from these guys. I don't know if there is a way to beat them, but I usually run from them.
Well, you enter a room where you have to kill the gray ones.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that.
Oh, I thought that's what you were referring to.
No, because there's a little bit of exploring that we do before this, just with creatures like those little orbs that you're talking about. There's red ones that are bouncing like crazy everywhere.
Yeah, they're so fast.
And there's only so many places you can go.
If you're talking about the other space pirates, then are you talking about the yellow ones?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, those can be killed, but we don't have the skill yet.
Yeah. So I usually run from those guys. Thank God we have the space jump, because there's this lava here is not lava. I think this is acid. That's why it hurts you, and the lava does not. I think it has acidic. I think it has acidic properties instead of like it's just hot. So that's why you can't touch it. But if we didn't have the space jump here, you're not getting across this.
We need a base suit, a basic suit to offset the acids. Come on, science people,
Get the
where you at?
milk suit or ammonia suit.
Yeah, please, just douse me in some cheese. I'll be okay.
So using a combination of all of our tools that we've gotten thus far, our spring ball, our gravity suit, the space
Not
jump,
me.
not you. The
I
scanner,
was space jumping everywhere.
The scanner is a very big help in this particular area. There's all kinds of power-ups that we can get here, like missiles and such. But we're going to get to, let's see, there's this one room where there's a missile upgrade with a false floor. And it looks very suspicious because it looks like you can fall through this floor. But you can space jump across, get the missile, and you can drop down. And looks like when you drop down, we get this little boss fight here.
Yeah.
This boss fight is nuts.
Tell me your take on him.
So when we walk in,
here,
you remember the fake Chozo statue at the very beginning of the game we fought? Another one of those just drops from the ceiling, like onto the floor.
Yeah.
But he's in the seating position. Let's see. I'm gonna kind of scrub my gameplay here. So,
dude,
your first instinct is to shoot a missile at him, right? He's got a big glowing spot.
Dude, of course.
He's got a big glowing belly spot, just like the other one. We beat one of these before, no big problem. Dude, you shoot a missile at him, and he sidesteps
it's so
it.
Sick. It's so sick.
It's
I found that first because I equipped the super missile, which he doesn't sidestep. He catches that mug in the air and throws it at you.
Yes.
He pulls an Incredible Hulk and catches it and throws it back, dude. They played Ultimate Destruction making this game. It's so awesome. It's excellent stuff. And then I equipped after that the regular purple ones, and he just Agent Smithing out of the way.
Yeah. The regular missiles, he changes axis. He's whoop, it totally dodges it. But dude, the super missile grab, that's so awesome.
Yeah,
because that super missile, the whole game you're using it is like, that's my baby. I'm going straight to the super missile, and I'm hitting weak spots with it, and I'm erratic. Just like we did that Botswoon joke of a boss fight. Dude, I killed that guy in like 15 seconds with super missiles.
Yeah,
this guy,
dude, I know.
For him to grab it like that is like the second Winter Soldier reference in this podcast. Whenever Captain America throws his shield at Winter Soldier, he just grabs it. You're like,
yeah.
That like, oh my gosh, I'm in trouble.
Changed.
Now we do know that when he grabs it, that's when he's weak. We're gonna take advantage of his pride of holding that missile, being like, you have no power here. You can shoot that little glowy spot. But he's got some other moves that he does. He shoots out those little like eggs to give you more abilities. But this guy hurts, man.
He does, man. Those little like sound waves that go all the way across the room, those suckers hurt you. Yeah, he's a potent force.
Dude, and he throws his bombs back very quickly. And it looks like my technique was to just shoot one and then just crouch and aim diagonally straight at his stomach and just unload. But I ran out of super missiles.
My literal strategy here was to crowd his space. I got in his face, put the missile in his chest, and just pulled the trigger nonstop. I died to this guy a few times, trying to jump around, and I'm gonna shoot the thing, and I'll get my resources back. No. The move is to get in his eyeball and just put your super missile right in his chest and just pull the trigger and tank that damage. Because if you're building out your health bar like I have been, you can take his damage and do more damage in return by just dumping all the super. I think I had like 40.
So he's got this move he does where he spits out these orbs and they turn into these little flying creatures and they fly towards you. If you're able to get behind him when he does that, you can shoot him with missiles or super missiles, looks like. It looks like my tactic was to, I ended up giving up on missiles. I had 2 energy tanks left, and I was using charge shots of plasma beam. Because it looks like it does kind of go through him. He can't sidestep that. But it looks like I resorted to that way too late.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But after you beat this guy...
I got hit by everything he threw. But because I didn't move from my spot and I just kept pulling the trigger, shooting him, and my health was going like this the whole time. But I won the race. I had more health than him, And so I was able to damage him first enough for him to die rather than him kill me. So I think that's, for me anyway, the trick is to have enough health to just tank everything he does. And try to Russian roulette him.
That's my technique with a lot of boss fights.
I know. I that's what you said about one of the first, I guess the Chozo statue. You were like, I just got in his face and shot his head off.
Yeah, you can get away with that pretty early on, but this one, like, I mean, he hurts. And luckily, after this boss fight, we get a new item, which we see in the Chozo statue. It's like you start getting trust issues with these things.
Yeah. Well, you're right, because we actually. You have to do another one of those Chozo statue kind of puzzle things before you fight this guy. Mm-hmm. There's a lava room, and there's a Chozo statue at the end with another empty hand. They do that trick, and you jump in, and he like walks you down.
Well,
I think the lava or the acid rather lowers or something.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's like an activation. It drains.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll get to that in a second. So yeah, we get in this.
I thought that was before.
Was it?
I could have.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I'm skimming a little fast here.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
see.
that's all good. I wanted to mention that since it's Chozo hour over here.
You're right. You're right. It's before you get to this room. You use that same technique. You go to the morph ball and it drains the acid, and that's how you're able to get to this area here.
Yes. And then then that bridge with the missile across. Dude, I've wised up. I'm not gonna fall through that crap. As soon as I got to the door, I did my X-ray scope. I saw the fall away floor, and I got to the missile before.
You've learned.
Dude, yeah, they're not getting me. Not when I have the X-ray scope. Come on.
They're not gonna get me. They have to cut my head off, and I mean that. You know what I'm talking about?
Dude, that stupid Chozo tried.
But no, we get one of the craziest, coolest items in video game history in this next room. We get the screw attack.
The screw attack. Yes.
Man, what a wonderful. So now, whenever you do your space jump, your regular jump, you get enveloped with this crazy amount of energy and you become an unstoppable force. And luckily, there is a little energy recharge station right here. Very nice of them to leave that for us. But they put a couple rooms in front of us after this that they just let you go wild with that screw attack. And you just plow through everything. There's even some more of those yellow space pirates we see. And we find out that we can easily kill them with the screw attack as well by just like rolling over them. It even like makes you kind of impervious to damage with some of those blue ball spitting things.
Right.
While you're in screw attack form, they'll pass through you, it looks like. There's a save station up here. If you see a save, use a save. Lots of exploring you can do here, but there's just like a wild room with this giant kind of stone Ridley statue. Like the whole room is a giant statue. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, right. Yes, I do.
With
yes.
The light bugs. There is a energy tank at the bottom you can grab here.
So this was something that I found after the point we're at now. I discovered this after doing the Ridley fight. But yeah,
it looks like I kind of did some exploring. I guess for the sake of fast tracking.
Right.
There is a lot of corridors going left here. And this area is really strange to me because there's like these monitors hanging from the ceiling.
Right, yeah.
But there's also like this ancient architecture in the background. And it's all being kind of like, there's like this heat haze kind of distorting all of it. And there's these elite space pirates in this room that are like, they're straight up UFC squared up. Like,
yeah.
They're bouncing, they're ready. They're throwing like nunchucks at you or something.
And you can't do any damage until they do a flying kick.
Mm-hmm.
And when they do the flying kick, they turn yellow and you can briefly damage them.
Yeah. And so you really gotta dance with these guys. Like you can't just plow straight through them like we do most of the bad guys in this game. Which
For whatever reason, they love utilizing the flying kick.
Yeah.
Which is the only thing.
Because they're showboating. They're showboating.
I guess so, yeah.
They're pulling McGregor. But yeah, let's see. I'm gonna skim through here. There's more rooms, and then we see kind of how before Kraid they had like that metal like with the fangs. Like it just looked like a boss corridor. We get another one of those with plenty of refill opportunities here. Which
yes, I used those.
I did.
It
looks like I sat here for almost 45 seconds just refilling stuff.
Yeah.
And then we see at the end of the hallway, what do we see, Tyler? What's waiting for us?
Oh, we got one of those doors.
Eyeball
Another
door.
Boss door.
Eyeball door.
We know what's going on here. We know what's next. It's been foreshadowing ever since we got to this area, that we have a Ridley fight coming up.
Yep, we go into the next room, and what's crazy is I think he's hiding, kind of like he does. The room's dark, and we get
he's a conniving dude. Like
he's insidious, man. I hate Ridley is. He is like the nemesis to Samus.
I completely agree.
He is conniving, and he is hiding in the shadows. We see the light. We've seen this fight before. It's the rematch from earlier. I mean, he whipped our butts at the very beginning of the game, and now we got to fight him again.
It's part 3, dude. The rubber match. We won
it's on.
We won the first one from the first game.
It's on.
He might have gotten us in the rematch, but that's because he was being tricky. But there's no way out this time. It's not us stuck with Ridley. Ridley is stuck with us.
Very vertical room, and he's going to take advantage of that with his flying techniques. He's going to kind of zoom all the way up and lunge down. The room fills with acid, so you got a hazard there. You kind of have to be careful. A very small platform. I mean, it's very much in his favor. He's been waiting for this. This room was built for him to have the advantage. He's smart. He's smarter than people give him credit. And this is tough. This is a pretty tough fight. How'd you do on this one?
I love this fight. I think this was my favorite boss fight in the game.
Me too.
It feels like you're fighting a boss that's on somewhat equal footing, you know?
And he's pissed. He's aggressive, man.
Yeah, extremely so. And I'm telling you, dude, this is the Ridley Revenge Tour. This game and all the stuff that Samus has to fight along the way. It feels like not just Ridley, but the space pirates are trying to, have some vengeance. And he's aggressive. He loves to fly up and stab down with his tail in a sort of, Zelda 2 situation.
I hate that game.
But it's not a problem at this point, dude. You've got the screw attack. You should be flying all around the place. This wasn't an awfully difficult fight.
There's no special technique here. You just unload on him. Like there's no openings. He's taking damage. Everything you hit him with, he's taking damage.
But a great fight. I think this is the best boss fight we've had so far.
This is a knockout, drag-out style fight. I love it. And so all you gotta do is
weird tricks.
All you gotta do is just unload onto him with missiles, super missiles. And I actually ran out of ammo. Looks like he has a lot of health, and I resorted to using charged plasma shots. Now, something I want to note is when he dies. So I was talking about earlier. You really got to pay attention to the death animations in this game, because I don't know if you noticed, but when Ridley dies, did you notice he falls apart?
He falls apart. I did notice.
He blows up and like he gets dismembered like in big chunks, and that doesn't happen to every single enemy. Like Fantoon phased away, Kraid kind of fell back into the ground, Dragon got dragged back into the sand, but Ridley, we killed him, bro. He's dead. Like he was
blown apart.
We blew his butt up. Excuse me, but the acid drains, the door opens, and this is where we end our
big story moment here.
Yeah, this is where we end our current play session. Instead of getting a present, an item, something cool, we see the vial on the ground that was holding the Metroid, and it's gone.
Yeah, this is it's saying that the job is not done, the mission's not over. We still have to figure out what happened to the Metroid. The MacGuffin for the whole game is supposed to be here. Ridley stole it away. We've defeated Ridley. We found the vial itself, and but the contents are missing.
I love this so much because the game, like I'm not trying to sound like old man gamer over here or anything, but like how like a lot of games, it's like current objective updated. Find where the baby Metroid has gone, and it marks it on your map exactly where you need to go. This, you just see it, and you're like, what do I do now? And if you've been taking mental notes. And this is obviously the last boss fight that you're going to have. I mean, there are ways to do these bosses out of order. You really got to know what you're doing to make that happen. But if you're playing the game as the developers have mostly intended for you to be playing it, this is going to be the last boss fight that we saw on that statue. And so we probably need to go check out that statue.
Yeah, that was my thought as well. Aside from some like
You've been everywhere else.
slight cleanup that I needed to do for my particular playthrough, insofar as the story is concerned, they are telling you we got to go take stock on what's happened, and the only open-ended route to go down is checking out that statue, because now we've killed everyone on the statue, and I only know that retroactively. I only recognize Ridley and Kraid on the statue.
They show you that statue so early in the game. Yeah. So early in the game. And remember, if you're like me and you have a notepad nearby and you're making notes, and let's say you were lost at this certain part where you find the vial destroyed on the ground, you would have your notepad and you would review it from the top. Let's review. What am I missing here?
Right.
The statue would be the one thing that you would find. And also, if you're using your map, you would find that as well. So that's where we're stopping this particular chapter. I know there was a big chunk. I realized when I was playing it, I was like, maybe I gave us a little bit too big of a chunk here. But this, like you said, this was your favorite chunk of the game so far. You get so many new tools in such a rapid succession, and you get to employ those tools. This is like the heart of the game right here, is this.
Yeah, for sure.
So before I talk about what's next to come, did you have any takeaways from this area? Anything you hated? Anything you liked? Anything that you found frustrating so far?
I think so. After killing Ridley, I had to go find the spring ball to complete my my weapons and equipment toolkit. And as far as I can tell, I think I'm fully kitted out. Outside of being, getting the last couple energy.
I think you are, as far as main tools are concerned. But also, I want to bring up a point that even not having the spring ball, you're still able to get to where you needed to be. So I suppose you could beat the whole game without having that either.
Well, so there's a big platforming segment that you utilize the morph ball on after beating Ridley, and it's like, it's one of those big areas you have to use the X-ray scope to look. It's industrial. There are like metal tiles all over the place, and you have to do morph ball jumps to get through to find that golden upgrade that is teased to you earlier. You go through a door and you're behind these pillars that you can't get past to find this, whatever this golden upgrade thing is. Doing
the power bomb looks like it's a power bomb capacity upgrade.
Yes, it's power bomb capacity. I got it. But I got it without the morph ball jump and utilizing a series of timed morph ball bombs. That was really kind of annoying to do, but I figured it out. I got through it, and I got the power bomb upgrade.
The morph ball bombing technique, that is something you can use to get into areas early. So, like, for example, the Kraid boss fight, we needed the high jump. If you use those morph balls, you can get to any level of verticality if you time it correctly.
That's interesting.
So you could actually use that. I think people can use that for different order boss fight runs. Which now that you know most of this, now I know we're not done yet, but now you know a lot of this, you should watch some of those speed runs, where they changed orders and stuff. It's crazy stuff. I think go ahead.
I just want to say the one real frustration I have with this segment is the real kind of false walls, where there are places that you can go behind the environment, and utilizing the scope doesn't tell you. Yeah. And this is something that I found after beating Ridley and going into that area that you mentioned where it's like the giant Ridley sort of. Graven out of the walls and stuff. I noticed that because I saw you stayed on his claw. Yeah. And I was like, that's a claw. And then you platform further and you see that you can kind of piece together that it's a giant claw. That's monster a face. Statue. But I was stuck on how to get that power bomb upgrade. I couldn't figure out where to go next even. But at the top of that vertical shaft with the faces shooting crap at you, and then the Ridley kind of statue thing below them in that false floor area that we talked about earlier. At the very top, you go left, but I don't know how you would know to go left, because there's no way to know until you just go left. That was one that I was like, I feel like a little bit cheated, because I think the X-ray scope should have revealed those, because it reveals every other interactable location.
Yeah. I was gonna say the only areas I can think of that it does it is usually areas that are like where the Brinstar area dropped down to the glass tube to Meridia. It's like they don't want you to see it because they don't want you to think that you can go up there and proceed, so why even reveal it? Excuse me. But in the area you're talking about, the reward is an energy tank. So I guess you would just have to...
Well, it is, but you can't get that. So that golden upgrade that is just a power bomb capacity, you can't get there unless you have found this out as well. Which I guess again, these are options. No, hang on. You're trapped down there unless you go behind one of those walls. Because post Ridley, that huge room fills up with acid, and you could go down, I guess, but I don't know if the door would even work.
Let me see. I'm gonna pull up my gameplay. See what I did.
Post Ridley fight, you have to go behind a false wall to exit. I think.
Let's see.
I believe. I may be wrong about that, but that was the only way out I found.
So I'm at the Ridley fight. You get to backtrack back through where those like spiky platforms were dropping down that go up and down, like on this like track. You know what I'm talking about? There's like spikes on either side of you, but then there's like these platforms that have spikes that are going up and down.
Yeah, right.
Which you had to go.
So you go back up that. There's a part where you go right on the map, and you find the room with the falling boulders and all the faces shooting blue balls. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it looks like I saved my game right there at the save and I stopped. So I don't think I may have come across that. I do know the boulders you're talking about.
Oh, so have you not like fully left the area? You stopped and ended your gameplay.
Yeah, I saved right there and I stopped.
Got you. Okay, so I guess technically I am jumping ahead because this is leaving Ridley's lair content, but I did because I was trying to finish getting all my tools and equipment. But what you'll find is that to fully leave Ridley's lair, you can't go back the way you came. Acid has filled that room that you have to... Remember that enormous room in the lair that starts filling? You have to get to the top right?
With the screw attack. After you get the screw attack, yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah. When you go back, it's still full. So, like, I guess you could technically go down? Taking damage?
I don't know. I'd have to... go back.
I would assume the door to go the other side is locked with all the acid.
Yeah, that's a huge room. That's a huge room. Yeah, it looks like I just beelined it straight to the exit in that room. I didn't do any extra exploring there. So I guess whenever I start my next chapter of gameplay, I guess I'll probably come across those because I haven't really explored. I just mainlined this area.
Yeah. Well, what I found was that the only way out I found to leave Ridley's lair was behind a legit false wall situation where the scope doesn't reveal it, and I had a micro stuck moment where I couldn't figure out what to do, and I just happened to get close enough to the wall.
I see the room
to nudge through
it,
and then I was like, "Oh crap, you can do this!"
Yeah. So
it was
with the power bomb. It looks like you just had to come out of this vertical door because I scanned this room and just turned around and walked out. You can blow up the kind of like little demon head, like post tops, and you can just morph ball and squeeze in. It looks like
no, there's no way, because that little pillar goes to the top. How do you get over it?
Oh, you mean from the left side? There's a door.
Yes,
I don't know where
the door.
I don't know how to get to that door though.
At the top of the room with the falling boulders and the faces, there's a door on the right that goes there, but you don't have to, but you need the spring ball to get there. That's where I morph ball bombed through the maze to drop down and get the upgrade. But it's on the other side of that room's door that you have to walk through a false wall to leave Ridley's lair, or at least that I found.
Okay.
Anyway,
yeah, because it looks like
this conversation.
I scanned this room and just beelined it to Ridley after, so I didn't go any further that direction.
Fair enough.
That save room right before Ridley, I just went back up and saved, and it looks like that's where I ended my play session.
So that's my only real critique about this segment of the game, I think, is that there was no way to know that wall was there outside of just pushing into it, outside of just walking forward. And I don't think that's... I'm trying to remember where else they've done that.
Like I said, the only ones I can remember are like the areas like Tunic style that it's like, oh, I just dropped in from right here. Because like
yeah, exactly.
Like that Brinstar drop into Meridia, like dude, you would never know that was there
Right.
I only knew because I've played the game before, but I could jump up there and wall jump up and explore that area. But I mean, it still locks you out. You still can't go because there's a reverse door there. You have to shoot a super missile on the other side.
It feels to me a little bit like
I'll make a note. I'll make myself a note and remember to bring it up next time.
I could be wrong. Maybe there is another way out, but what I found was that was the only way out, and it felt like the X-ray scope or whatever was kind of like useless for 1 second in one area, like they made the rules not quite apply. And I can understand if there's like an in-lore, like, well, it's behind the stalactite or something like that. But I feel like it should just work to show that there's that you can pass through this wall. You know what? Oh, I remembered one other spot. It's in Meridia when you find that room with all of the red space pirates. There. Oh, dude, the scope actually reveals that those are false walls there. That's the only reason I knew you could pass through those hills. So, like, okay, sorry, I'm gonna make this quick. But the big room with the red space pirates, you can get stuck in those little chasms, those valleys, with the space pirate and no way to kill them because you don't have the plasma upgrade yet. So your way through, if you scan, you can see that the little, the hill mountain thing that separates you and the exit, if you scan, it shows that it's hollow. You can just walk right through the pixel art, basically. This area leaving Ridley's lair is basically using the same logic, but when you scan it with the scope, it just doesn't show that it's hollow. That's the okay. So that's the,
I just want to point out when you said walk right through, you did your hands like a person walking, but you did it in rhythm. You said walk right through.
Oh man, yeah. So that is the one thing that I found to be like somewhat inconsistent, and I'm willing to hear explanations, but I think I think it was probably a like. In an effort to make this segment maybe a little more challenging or something.
Maybe so.
At this point, I'm scanning everything, so you're, like they're not hiding anything. It's up to me to figure out how to get there.
I made myself a note. I'm gonna mess around because I think that was my intention, was to explore this lower Norfair area and then go on to what will be our final section of the game.
I can't wait to reconvene and talk about this topic again.
I don't think I have any takeaways outside of like learning new things as far as paying attention to what the game designers were intending with those green doors and red doors, and I've just never really thought about it that way. So just finding out that those Metroid mock droids are a thing. I've just never thought to look it up. I just assumed that they were failed Metroid clones. And then we really don't have much story stuff other than outside of the broken vial.
What we discussed.
We will have more to talk about next time because our next episode stopping point will be when you roll credits on this game.
All right. Yay.
So I'm gonna make it a quick. I know we're running long. I'm going to make a quick. I'm gonna prescribe. Go use all of your tools and find as much as you can until the point that you feel like you want to stop, because now the Zebes is your oyster now. You can go anywhere, you can do anything, you've got all the tools, you're not limited, you can find all kinds of new optional things. I personally think that if you're able to survive against Ridley and these other bosses, you should be fine. But it's always nice just to kind of go and see some of these places and just be like, how the heck was I supposed to find that? You know? Because, just a quick example. There is a missile upgrade or an energy tank upgrade in one of the very first rooms. Remember the very first room that we go into where we got the morph ball for the very first time? Yeah. There's an I think there's an energy tank just at the ceiling.
You wrap back around through that room, dude. I found that.
Oh, you did?
You get back to the room where you notice for the first time that someone's watching, and that eyeball comes online.
Mm-hmm.
I found the path that wraps to the backside of that room.
Yes.
I don't remember how you find that. But
I can't remember either, but I do know I did the same thing. But
I done a lot, dude. I did so much exploring in this chunk.
Now there are some power ups that's like at least to my knowledge, I'm like, I don't know how you would find that without a guide. Like this one I'm talking about, you would just have to be scanning every single room. Because like this one, there's a tile at one of the ceiling blocks in one of the very first rooms that you after you get the morph ball. It's an energy tank, and you'd have to know it's there. You'd have to that's the scanner to find it and the high jump to get to it. That's the only way you would know it's there. But stuff like that's the kind of stuff you're going to be looking for now. And
so we're at the point now where any collectible that we come across, we have the tools to acquire.
Correct.
If you're fully kitted out.
Yeah, as developers intended, correct. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So
Good
yeah,
to know.
now use all your shine spark knowledge, your wall jump knowledge, use your screw attack, your space jump, your gravity suit. Go explore, have fun, enjoy just being super overpowered in this world now. And then when you're ready, go to that statue, and we'll see you on the other side of when the credits roll, I suppose. Where we last left off, we finished defeating Ridley at our reunion in Lower
Rid.
Norfair, aka Hell, and that's where we stopped. So at that point, you are free to go do any loose ends, tie anything up that you need to, go do some bonus exploration, collect some extra items, whatever it is you might need to do. But other than that, we all know we should probably go back to that statue that had all the bosses that we've defeated thus far, and it's the only spot. If you were to literally go to every single other spot in the map, that would be the only place left to go to. So Tyler, let me ask you, what did you do?
Well, after I finished Ridley, I did some cleanup on the maps. I went to some areas that were still blue, and I got whatever leftovers I could find that didn't require like looking anything up. So I basically just went and cleaned up what I know was left to be cleaned up. Cleaned?
You cleaned it, boy.
Buddy,
you cleaned it.
We are from Louisiana. We're Louisiana boys, so I cleaned it up. I cleaned that map good.
Dude, I have a lot of Louisiana speech. I don't know what you would call it. Louisianianisms.
Sure, we'll call them that.
Like something I say all the time, I catch myself saying is, instead of saying a whole other, I say a whole nother.
And whole other.
Like
yeah, a whole nother. Yeah, another is its own.
A whole nother
word,
one
for sure.
Before
So I cleaned it pink.
So you cleaned it up, and then you went to the final area. But I want to say something
Yeah.
real fast. I want to pick up on something that we were talking about.
You just do like auction speak.
At the,
I want to say something real fast.
One to go once, go twice, go to lower bridge star, upper door.
We do have that in our blood too. It's just part of what comes to the territory. You cleaned it pink.
No, I wanted to bring up, you had mentioned there was a spot in your exit out of Lower Norfair going back that you had some complications with a false wall that you couldn't scan, and there was no indication that it was there. I found it because that is the only way you can use, other than going through an absurd amount of acid, killing yourself doing a combination of screw attack jumps or space jumps. You know, because what happens is there's a huge room that leads up to the area where Ridley is, and it fills up with acid, and it obviously doesn't want you to go that way. You can, but
I poked my head in there and got spiced up, and I ditched immediately.
yeah, no,
I was like, I gotta figure out where this.
But you're 100% right. What you were saying, because I didn't go back up that way. I had just saved the game and turned off for that game session, and so I went back, and that sure enough, there's that room. With the little power bomb there, that you have to go up and over to get down, but there's a false wall there, and there's no way to know it's there unless you just run into it. And I found myself, like you, getting like a little frustrated. I was like, "Where am I missing something? Am I supposed to go
so
somewhere?"
Interesting. It's the one like major kind of.
It's the only one. Like, I don't mind some of the objectives
on this level, I would say.
Some like the bonus things, like the optional power-ups you can go pick up. I don't mind those being hidden behind false walls because they're optional. Sure. They're supposed to be hidden. But this is like literally the way out, the golden path out back to it leads you back out to Upper Norfair, I believe. Yeah. Which is another cool spot where it kind of there's a false wall that you kind of morph ball into, and you never would have known it's there. And there's a wall that crumbles that builds back that you can't. So you even if you knew where that false wall is on a second playthrough, it's not going to do you any good. But I 100% agree with you. I don't know why. That's literally if I had to say there's any blemish on this game, that's it. That wall, that one wall.
Yeah, that was kind of my feeling when I ran into it. Because the other things that I rammed my head against in this game were were things that I eventually came to a natural solution for, like jumping ahead and getting the wave beam. That was my method to figuring out wall jumping, and like this was the only place where there was no natural path within Samus's kind of regular toolkit to just solving this problem outside of just literally bumping into a wall.
Yeah, you just pass right through it, and I did it.
I just feel like it should have been detectable with the X-ray scope.
I agree. Maybe I wonder if that's an oversight. I don't know. Maybe they were like they just forgot to make it see through. I don't know.
It's an interesting spot. But it doesn't affect my overall review except drop it down 3 points. So
3 whole
that's
points.
It's a 6.4652 now.
7 out of 10. Too much lava.
That's acid. But we're done with the acid now because we killed Ridley and we got out of there and we had to head to that statue. But my cleaning up, buddy, there wasn't a ton of blue rooms left to address. There was one near where you find the monkeys. Like it was a long horizontal tunnel that just resulted in like more power bombs. Everything that I did was just like
Edicoons.
That's right. We found that out last time. Everything that I did was just in getting myself more kitted out for the last encounter.
Question.
I will say, go ahead.
I was gonna say, question. Had you returned to the statue at any point, or
no?
Okay, just want to check.
No, I don't think. I think I went maybe after Kraid, but after the finding it and then going back the first time that I went back, which was super early, and maybe I think it was still Kraid time. So I knew kind of what was building up. But I did go to that long stretch of hidden room area above above where the ship is.
Yeah.
Now that I have the
space jump
screw attack, the space jump. You could just bounce across. You can fly away if you want to. Same as
you could actually
just leave the atmosphere.
We talked about shine sparking. You could actually shine spark diagonally and get up there before you have the space jump. If you really wanted to get up there early, it's just a power bomb.
I didn't know what to expect. I just saw on the map there's a huge blue that your starting room is this enormous blue room. I was like, I'm painting that pink. And so I just bounced around and tried to find everything I could in that area.
There's also a destructible wall on the left side you could have got into. That it's like maybe an energy tank or something. I can't remember.
I think I did that stuff. There's the one that I wanted to talk about was the one that stretches all the way across, like that first crateria area, and where it ends is the room that is that vertical room with the space pirates going left and right that leads to the golden statue room. And there are there's a ton of breakaway floors, and it's super annoying because if you just time it wrong, you'll get stuck on one side getting one of the missile power-ups, knowing that there's another missile power-up that you're going to have to fall through again, so you got to go all the way back around. But to wrap it up, that was all of the collecting I did until the final sequence.
The reason I asked is because if you were to return to the statue at any point, let's say you returned right after you beat Kraid, you would go to the statue and so once you return to the statue, they start breaking and these things kind of fly out. I'm not sure what it is that flies out of them. Something flies out. I'll have to Google that and see what it is. But these gemstones in their eyes are breaking and they're flying off the screen, off the top half of the screen. And the statue goes from a gold color to just kind of a dull stone color. And so if you were to go back, only the ones you've beaten would have done that, which would have been your indicator hey, maybe I should come back here once I defeat all these things.
For sure.
You would know after beating every boss to come back here anyway. So that's the developer's way of letting you know. You still can't come this way, but you'll know when you can come this way. And if you were playing the game traditionally, finding things in the order in which you're kind of supposed to find them, then by the time you beat Ridley, you'll have everything you need to finish the game. We go back to the statue, and all the gemstones break out, and they all turn to a stone color and start sinking into the flooded ground. And we get a reveal into the Torian area. I'm gonna Google real
Torian
fast. Area. What flies out of
I gotta know
the statues in Super Metroid?
We gotta know what that is. I mean, it's sparkling. It's gemstone currency like. Whatever it is, it was Mother Brain's way of saying, please don't.
Someone freeze framed it, and the sprite looks like a screaming face on a little orb, kind of like a spirit.
This game has a lot of like strangely kind of what's the word, like ethereal quality stuff, like I don't know, things on the other side of the universe.
It seems like all these people on this Reddit page are just saying, yeah, Super Metroid casually has canonical magic and ghosts.
Yeah, dude,
so no one really knows what it is.
We identified those things. They reminded me of the little blobs from Dragon Ball Z, the little souls.
So it says here on the AI overview, if you want to trust that, it just says a ghost.
I do with my life.
A ghost-like energetic entity flies out of each statue's eyes. These entities represent the souls or life force leaving the statues, signaling the boss's demise and unlocking the path to Torian.
What has Mother Brain done to these creatures?
Mother Brain's got some interesting properties, man. So
Mother Brain is dark and disgusting. I mean, imagine what Ridley could have accomplished if not for Mother Brain's
I don't know,
spells.
I wonder, like, how these, like, what's the origin of these characters? Where did they come from?
Yeah.
Why are they all together? Why'd they make a space gang? How
they can never
access to all
tell
this
us. It
technology?
would ruin the magic a little bit. They can never tell us.
So yeah,
I don't want to. I have the questions, but I want the questions more than the answers.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that's kind of like the Alien franchise, you know?
Yeah, dude.
Even when they made Prometheus, they still left so much open that is like, maybe, maybe not. Who knows?
And honestly, the stuff that people complain about most is when they try to get into those explanations. True, the same is true for Star Wars. Like having enough, like, just kind of mystery of, guys, we don't know. It just, the magic happens when they wave their hand is enough for most people.
Yeah, sometimes like World of Warcraft, like Warcraft has like their lore goes back all the way to like creationism. Mm-hmm. So there's not a lot of mystery left. Like and the more the further back they go, it's like this doesn't have anything to do with anything that's going on right now. Now it's orcs versus humans, and they're just clashing because they live on the same planet and they're trying to get land and resources, and it's a very simple conflict, very simple kind of almost human-like, Earth-like conflict. But whenever you start going all the way back to, like, there are ancient automatons that were built with the crystals of another planet and all that stuff, it's like, dude, you lost me.
I know. I just want to see Green Lantern fly around. All the other stuff is way less cool.
I think it's very interesting and intriguing, but sometimes it's like, what does this have to do with anything about the game that's being played currently? So anyway, yeah, so we go down to Torian. And
yeah, they do. This game does a wonderful job of keeping everything condensed within itself. Like, you really don't need all, and I said this with the first episode, you don't need all of the extraneous story to understand what's happening in this story.
No.
So this game is kind of like, you know, we wonder about, like, what the heck is Mother Brain doing to Kraid and Ridley and all that, but like it's all just kind of contained within this psycho box. Ghosts and aliens and interdimensional creatures, phenomenal stuff. But yeah, dog, we're in Torian.
We're in Torian. First thing you see is a save station. See a save, use a save. We talked about it, and you know something's about to go down because the Torian area is not very big.
Yeah.
And I think the map is all the way revealed whenever you get in there. There's no map scanning station. Like, this is just the final spot. And we go through our first door on the left, and what do we see in there, Tyler?
Oh, is this the one with the big, like, the official Metroid reveal?
Yep,
is that the one?
It's Metroids. There's Metroids now.
What did we call the other ones?
Mock droids.
Mock droids. Yeah.
Failed experiments, failed clones to make Metroids. So these Metroids that are floating around in this very industrial, very mechanical looking area, by the way, like, this is a functional, like, base of operations.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is where they're living. We can only assume that these are successful clones because, to our knowledge, Samus has eradicated all the rest of them on their home planet. And you're facing about like 4 or 5 of them per room. How'd you fare against the Metroids?
They gave me trouble. Like, initially. they gave me trouble. But it was more of just balancing the switching between the missiles and the ice beam quickly enough to take care of the Metroids and run through. And I always try to I know you could freeze and continue running. I feel like that's a little bit of like out of the spirit of the game, so I try to
I think you have to kill them. I think the doors are locked.
Oh, do you? Okay.
I think the doors are locked.
That would make
you have
sense.
to kill them. I love the way that the sprites, they're kind of like crackling with energy, so you know that they've been feeding.
Sure.
So they're strong and they're
that's dark.
powerful.
That's dark when you consider what that means.
Yeah.
But I approach games like this like that all the time. I try to kill everything. just to like clean up and make sure that nothing is missed or whatever. So my first time through, I did get sucked pretty hard. A couple of times, but once I kind of got the rhythm of the Metroids, it was really easy after that.
Yeah, it's a classic tactic for Metroids. Freeze them, shatter them. They had some Metroids in, is it Prime? Or is it? I think it's Prime. I think
they have Metroid in Prime.
They have Metroids in Prime. Yeah, same thing. Mm-hmm. And that's in a 3D environment. So like I remember they would float around and then they would like lunge at you.
Yeah.
Of course, this is a 2D game, so they just kind of float around. And if they latch on to you, you got to use that Powerball bomb, right. Or that Morph Ball bomb, not the Morph Power Bomb, the regular bomb, to just knock them off of you so you can freeze them. And we were talking about those little cricket things being a pain in the butt. The Metroids, man, they're tough. They're really tough.
They just set the table for the Metroids to grapple.
If they latch on to you, I mean, it's work. And if two of them latch on you at the same time,
that didn't happen to me. That's wild talk.
That your life will drain so fast. So they're very obviously parasites of a kind, and we know that from the old games as well. But then you go down this vertical door.
I think we should utilize them for energy source, Brandon.
Yeah. Go let them suck on some bad entities, and then we'll just have a little base for them to go and release that energy, and then we can use it for other things like electricity and I don't know, whatever very nice things to do with energy.
Imagine your sentence after you break and you steal the gems or whatever that you were told to steal, and then your sentencing is to be absorbed by the Metroids. Sir, I declare your sentence to... you're going to become one with the internet grid.
Dude, these next...
These next... you back into the energy.
These next two rooms, I really love how the developers are telling a story with the environment and your interaction with the enemies. So this is the room that you drop down into. It has like those two of those big kind of grasshopper-looking things.
Yes,
and we've seen them before, but these are like super tough. I think you have to use a super missile on them, yeah?
What's the story with these things?
They're just really tough enemies. Like they're living in an environment where I guess they've been hardened or potentially even experimented on. I ended up using super missiles on these guys, and it took several of them to destroy. And there's no other regular enemy in the game that takes like several super missiles, and they're immune to your frost beam or your ice beam as well.
That's right. I just wonder, are we intended to think that these are still just like things picked from the environment that Mother Brain's like, we're gonna try something out on you, buddy?
Maybe so. Like, that's what I took it as. I mean, but let's talk about this.
This brain is out of control.
We go into the next room and we see some of the Chozo.
Yeah.
It looks like a Chozo, like the statues, but this looks like a real one. But
dude, I was ready for war.
But when you touch it, it like starts turning into dust. Such a really cool effect, by the way. And the same thing with you go into the next room. There's a bunch of like little enemies that we've seen before, like the little bats with the wings that drop down, and the little hovering things that we froze. And every one of these, when you touch them or shoot them, they turn into like dust. Like everything's just falling apart. Everything's dead in this area.
Right.
And then you get to the end, and the room stops scrolling, and one of those really tough creatures that we were just fighting. We've just been shown how tough they are, and if it takes that much effort for us to kill it, how much effort is it going to take for something else to kill it? And
Goku would one-shot it.
It starts lunging towards us, and then the Super Metroid, the big Metroid, comes out of nowhere and latches on this thing and kills it effortlessly. And obviously, this thing has been just sucking up everything.
Yeah, this thing is on a TRT cycle. It's on all kinds of juice and gas. And it's out of control, this Metroid.
We get to watch that tough enemy that we just fought just get turned into one of those withering husks right in front of our face. And then this Super Metroid starts attacking us. It starts floating around. We don't know what to do, and it gets a hold of you. Gets a hold of you, and your energy goes from like 100% to 0 in like, or actually it goes to 1 in like no time.
Hey, this isn't a fight. You're a snack.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, not a fight at all. And it stops at 1 energy, and then it very slowly backs off. And then
this dude's like, wait, what was that flavor? Are you my mom?
That was Samus flavor.
Yeah, it just came there. He just realized there at the end, like, I recognize this one.
And then it kind of like follows you around in this room. Like it lets you get up. And it kind of puts you in this stun state with Samus kind of like kneeling down and breathing like you're toast pretty much. Yeah. And it just kind of follows you around. It doesn't do anything. You can walk all around this room and it doesn't do anything, but it'll just follow you. And then you go to the next area, and they very kindly give you an energy recharge station. But something I want to talk about with this Super Metroid is number one, that it was obviously in a state of absolute rage. It has become an apex predator, and anything it sees, it's blinded by rage and just eats and consumes, and has become this ginormous, very formidable creature. But number two, this thing has feelings. And it remembers. It kind of reminds me of like, you know how like bear keepers and like people who like sleep next to these predator animals, and like because they raise them from birth, it's just fine. You know, and sometimes, I mean, there are cases where they just snap.
That goes awry, sure.
Yeah, they just decide, hey, I'm going to eat this guy. That does happen.
I was really
But just like
hungry
animals,
today.
just like animals and humans, I mean, humans are animals, just like all the mammals in the animal kingdom, this creature has a brain, and it has feelings, and it has things that can't be explained, perhaps even a soul. And that's something to really think about, is that it let us go. So we don't know where it went. And obviously, you're going to want to go straight to that energy recharge station.
Yeah, for sure.
And you're going to hit a missile door. It's going to take you through another area of just desolation and sand, dead vegetation. Everything is just gone. And then we have a boss
This
door.
is consumption gone awry, Brandon.
Yeah,
this poor Metroid, it just
unfettered
needs to consume.
Metroid. It's unfettered Metroid.
These Americans have feelings, but they can't stop consuming.
And we get an eyeball
buddy.
door. We got an eyeball door, so we know on the other side of the eyeball door, which, by the way, you can look on your map,
time.
and you see there's another save station. And it's very rare to see two save stations so close to each other, so maybe you should use it. And then we get to the final corridor of the room, which is like a replication of
it's a remix.
Yeah, it's like a remix of the original Mother Brain corridor from the NES. So the little SpaghettiOs are getting shot at you, the little lava
lots
rings.
of SpaghettiOs.
Those things
That's
suck.
all right. You can shoot them or you can run by them.
And then these little like laser fields. I always hated these things. You have to shoot them in rapid succession with missiles.
Because they recharge, don't they?
They do.
I wasn't sure if the game had just gaslighted me or not, because I shot it several times and then I dealt with a couple SpaghettiOs and I look back and I'm like, did I just shoot you? No, I wasn't really sure, but
No, you have to. It'll recharge.
Failed.
And I mean, it's designed for you to use a lot of your resources. This is why that's why I was telling everybody, dude, you got to go get as much as you can, because the last part is basically a gauntlet of you dodging, avoiding, shooting missiles without missing those shots, and getting to the very end of the corridor. And what do we see at the very end of the corridor?
Well, it's a big old brain in a vat.
There's a big old brain in a glass tube. I love shooting that glass tube.
Big brain in a vat.
Shattering that tube, and then
here's what. Hey, I want to know. I want to see at some point. Maybe this has been answered. Does Mother Brain have an image of itself? Does it see itself in any sort? Does it express itself through like some sort of digital avatar?
Wait.
Because if not, Huh?
Wait, what do you mean? Like,
Because we are meant to believe that Mother Brain is clearly like hyper intelligent, doing all of these experiments, trying to, I don't know, up to some nefarious plan of
Let's-
some sort. I don't.
let's read. Mother
Let's
Brain,
read.
occasionally shortened to simply Mother, is a recurring antagonist in the Metroid series. She is an ambitious, cold, and ill-tempered artificial intelligence created by the Chozo, who turns against them to lead the space pirates instead. As the head of the pirates on Zebes, Mother Brain improves the marauding race's military strength and thus, along with her plan to weaponize the Metroids, poses a massive threat to galactic society. Mother Brain serves as the main antagonist in several Metroid games. She is seen in a flashback during Metroid Other M, and an android based on her is the antagonist of that game as well. So she's
Wow,
it's AI. It's AI,
Elon.
dude.
So if Mother Brain did have an image of herself, it would probably look something more like a Chozo than a human.
Well-
I'm thinking about this thing that we see with Mother Brain, and it's like, it's monstrous. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit. My
Well,
bad.
I've got some more backstory here. Mother Brain's backstory is exclusively explored in the Metroid manga, revealing she is a computer interface created by the Chozo to oversee their colony on Zebes. She is present when Old Bird, I guess that's a character, brings the orphaned Samus Aran to Zebes. Mother Brain inspects the child with a floating monitor and disregards her as a weak creature who will not survive the planet's harsh environment. At the Chozo's behest, she assists in the body adaptation machine process for Samus, and would also go on to help create her power suit, keeping this fact a secret for many years. Mother Brain holds a tenuous relationship with Samus as she grows into an adolescent, condescendingly overseeing Samus's training exercises alongside Old Bird and Grey Voice. These must be two Chozo that took
Yeah.
Samus in. Because we do know, I mean, I think it's kind of somewhat common knowledge that Samus is an orphan that was taken in by
Yeah.
the Chozo. They kind of explore that a little bit in Zero Mission. I do remember that. During this time, Mother Brain keeps her creators up to date with reports in the propagation of Metroids on SR-388. Mother Brain and Grey Voice also cooperate to use work robots to exterminate the Badger Clovers and Iono.
They're coming after the white collar jobs there
much
too.
to the ire of Samus. A few years after Samus leaves Zebes, Mother Brain betrays the Chozo to help the space pirates. So the space pirates are apparently pre-existing to Mother Brain. She just kind of takes that over. They invade and conquer the planet, demonstrating her superiority complex. She voices her frustrations with her creators and claims she has long surpassed them. She calculates that taking control of the pirates will also allow her to bring order to the universe through force, providing the role of space pirate commander to both Ridley and Grey Voice, the only sympathetic Chozo. When Samus is captured, Mother Brain tries to persuade her to become a commander, revealing she created her treasured power suit and claiming that the Chozo's true intention for Samus is to use her as a bioweapon. However, Samus vehemently refuses the offer. Soon after, Mother Brain is attacked by Grey Voice when he reveals that he was only cooperating to win her trust. He calls her a defective product and speculates that she has developed fear, hatred, and jealousy of other sentient life, particularly Samus, due to the orphan showing more promise at protecting the cosmos than the AI. The statements leave her shaken, causing her to plead for Ridley's help when he arrives to defend her. As Ridley mortally wounds Grey Voice, Mother Brain is quick to mock her attacker and calls him just a bird who can't even fly. Samus escapes her clutches with the Chozo refugees, leaving Mother Brain in control of Zebes, from where she would lead the space pirates to terrorize the galaxy. Eventually, Mother Brain's pirate forces ambush a Galactic Federation shuttle that has obtained several Metroid larvae from SR-388. They return with them to Zebes, allowing Mother Brain to begin her plan to multiply the Metroids via beta rays and use them as bioweapons. So there's your background.
Wow, dude, that's that. Oh, okay. So
So now we know.
utilizing. Wow, dude, that's incredible.
Isn't
She's
it awesome?
utilizing beta rays. No, I
wanna
guess
pull up the. Go ahead. I'm gonna pull up the Space Pirates wiki page and see what it says about them real fast.
well, the ultimate outcome here is they tried to develop a consciousness or whatever to help organize their society, and just gave it a god complex like anyone who gets into ultimate power. But there's this recurring theme of Mother Brain's antagonism toward, I guess, the Chozo race and other people, and that has involved Samus in this way that becomes like, I'm getting revenge on you. No, I'm getting revenge on you. No, actually, I'm doing it because I was actually there the whole time and you didn't realize I was actually back there. So there's this infinite, or not this infinite, but there's this endless battle between these two, and then like Samus, I guess, representing the Chozo because they're Toasto, but she has their
very, very quick paragraph on the space
skills,
pirates.
I guess, and their tech.
It says here, space pirates have been present since the early days of the Galactic Federation. They quickly established themselves as a fearsome force, necessitating the formation of the Galactic Federation Police. The pirates are notorious for attacking and raiding vessels in one moment and disappearing the next. The pirates will also lay claim to planets, establish the now captured planet as their territory, and any surviving native inhabitants as their slaves. They are known to be zealous of their right to rule, and they will not only refer to the conquered planet as their own homeworld, they will also take the name of the previously dominant race, referring to themselves as the rightful inhabitants. The pirates have been responsible for some of the most disastrous events in galactic history, such as the Phazon Crisis, which you know from Metroid Prime, and are responsible for the raids of numerous planets, which I'm not going to read all those because they could be spoilers.
Okay, yeah, interesting. So it's a colonization story.
A little bit kind of like the Combine from Half-Life a little bit. They kind of capture, enslave, and take the claim of that species.
Dude, it reminded... You're right, that's a good pull. It reminded me of the Mandalorians in Star Wars. They do the same thing until they're ultimately stopped for their endless rape and pillaging of other planets. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we have space colonizers.
So this is super interesting. We have an
with
AI...
an endless hunger.
We have an AI that was developed by the Chozo that obviously gained sentience, became jealous, had a god complex, and failed due to Samus, who is her arch nemesis.
And in Samus's humility, her superior to Mother Brain, when every time they meet one-on-one, Samus gets the victory. I do also wonder,
defeated by the technology that she helped create with the power suit.
I mean, it's the ultimate humbling for Mother Brain. I do wonder what the organic matter she chose to be her brain, or like, clearly it works on itself.
Yeah,
she's working on herself and doing stuff. Like, what being did she deign to be so worthy as to be her organic matter for this weird brain?
Yeah, I don't think there's any. I mean, I could try to look it up. But
ground up Chozo meat. I think.
I don't know. It's just a brain with some evil looking spikes and a big old eyeball sticking out. She obviously,
at the beginning.
There's not really anything on this Metroid wiki that talks about like the physio. Oh wait, it does. Physiology right here.
Give it to me.
Mother Brain's original body, first seen in Metroid Zero Mission, is the one most often depicted in media within and outside the Metroid series. She resembles an exposed human brain, but is gargantuan in size and with a single eyeball located below her cerebral hemispheres, which is normally hidden beneath folds of flesh or behind eyelids. This eye's pupil can constrict to a slit or dilate to a circle. Similarly to a reptile, her body is also covered in metal implants such as conical spikes protruding from the flesh of her pulsing cerebrum and thick tubes or pipes situated near her cerebellum. It doesn't say anything about the brain.
That's probably the least important detail, but I'm curious to know if she was like, my creators will make good material for me.
Yeah, no, it's a good question, because if it was a computer AI, maybe it doesn't talk about the physical brain that it is and how it was created. Maybe the Chozo just... Maybe have you seen lately, like literally just the other week, they took some human brain and stuck it in a petri dish and connected it to a computer and taught it how to play Doom? It's playing Doom?
Oh, no.
Have you seen
I
this?
thought you were talking about the one that grew eyes. That's a different discovery.
I would
Which is
imagine that this is similar. I'd imagine maybe the Chozo are kind of freaky with their science experiments and maybe took a bunch of
that's
brain mass
sensible.
for some other stuff and created this
What
abomination.
you're telling me, Brandon, is sensible. These are sensible discussions and sensible
the
topics.
AI from the computer to this fleshy brain mass that they created out of organic material.
Yeah, this is we are truly in the day and age we live in. We're at the point where that is like newsworthy. You know,
So,
it's not
anywho's,
just the world of science fiction.
all that being said, we're gonna blast this tank open and shoot the crap
With
out
our
of this
nukes,
brain.
we shoot it with our nuclear devices. I have a fat man in my
Yeah,
truck.
look, you
I'm
might
gonna
be
get
high
it
tech,
out.
but I got a gun for an arm.
That's right. It shoots ice lasers.
This reminds me of a quote from whenever I was playing Halo with my, at the time, 5-year-old son, where he was asking me what the Flood was. I was like, "Oh, son, it's like this cosmic horror from space dust from an entity that scattered itself across the cosmos." He was like, "What, Daddy? I got a shotgun though."
I thought it was gonna be like, where'd they put Noah?
He was like, literally, he's like, "But Daddy, I got a shotgun."
That's a great point.
So we've got
That-
an arm cannon.
That 8 gauge does good work.
You're gonna blast the crap out of the tank. You're gonna get a little bit of what I like to call old school bullet time when there's too many things on the screen happening at one time, which is a feature, not a glitch, in my book.
Is that? Do people say that this area is a bug or something? Or
No,
it's like
no,
the
just back in
amount
the
of
day,
bullets are bugged?
old games when they had too many projectiles or sprites or motion on screen, they would just slow down to a crawl.
Gotcha,
And some
okay.
people, it's basically just like screen lag. But
Sure.
I always, my brothers and I were always like, dude, we got bullet time. Use it to your advantage.
Dude, yeah, Max Payne was awesome.
So, anywho's unloaded onto Mother Brain because she can't fight back other than those little SpaghettiO rings. And when you do, this kind of device holding her just blows up into pieces, and then her dried husk of a brain slams and hits the ground. Battle over, right? Just like in the NES game.
She crossed her little like brain tendrils and said, "I planned for that."
She
Thank
did
you."
because she landed on the neck piece of this.
What a great landing!
What a great. It's one of those like tropes. Like, I knew you were coming, and I knew this was going to happen again.
It's Japanese engineering for the best.
So
of it right
her brain husk falls on this artificial, crazy looking like body with these kind of like HR Giger looking the limbs, and
Is it in any way? Can you see Chozo in this? I'm just trying to make it
the
connect.
feet look like
Okay.
bird feet. They look like talons.
All right, good. I'm glad to hear it.
And I'd imagine like the legs look very bird-like as well. But she's got these like almost like this T-Rex kind of arm situation
Definitely
going
so.
on. And then she starts shooting you with all kinds of different moves, man. She stands, and by the way, she's huge. She stands probably at least 4 Samuses tall, but this thing's hunched over as well. I definitely get some Xenomorph vibes from the design as well, by the way. And she shoots out these little like balls that explode
Terrifying,
and
dude.
cover the ground. She shoots these little orbs
It's
that
drooling.
yeah, drooling. Like, she is mad, dude. She's got a
It's
body.
rabid.
She's ready. Like, this is one of those things that I feel like it's almost like a very mild spoiler for Breaking Bad. Kind of like how Gus in Breaking Bad is almost calculating in every way, but has a flaw in the way of this insatiable
Rage.
desire of wanting to exact revenge. And so she's like drooling. I mean, she's going all out after you. And you can fight back. You're fighting pretty good. You know, you're shooting missiles. I had to use my charge beam because I ran out of missiles from that previous fight.
Yep.
Did
Been there.
did a lot of charge beam shots. But at some point, she's going to hit you with this hyper beam, dude. She charges
That's
up
exactly what I thought it was.
and slams you into the wall, dude. I love the animation that Samus has with the guard up. You know, she's trying to block, and you're just pinned against the wall, and your energy is draining just like that Metroid. I would like to presume that this I don't think it's she's not absorbing your energy, but I like to think that maybe her experimentation with the Metroids has given her this destructive power. That's always what I thought.
I can see that
it kind
for
of
sure.
has this kind of like rainbow color to it.
Yeah.
So it's not
Which
like
comes back. You see that.
yeah, it's not like narrowed down to one elemental type, right? I feel like it's just this exuberant force that we can't comprehend, that we don't know.
Sure. Yeah.
So she kind of she wails on you a little bit more, and eventually is charging up for, like, you're on the ground, you're down for the count again, and she's charging up to hit you with another mother brain beam, and you're not gonna survive it. You just say all you can do is sit there and wait for it, and in the nick of time, what happens?
Our sweet daughter, our sweet love, the Metroid that we gave birth to ourselves.
The super
comes in and grips it up, dude.
The
Grips
Super
up Mother
Metroid
Brain.
absorbing that hyper beam, man, just sucking it up.
Yeah, takes it in. It's Piccolo jumping in front of the Nappa beam.
Man, what a great
It's
moment.
so good.
Yeah, and
but not only that, it absorbs that power because we know of the Metroid's energy capabilities and all the different ways that the developers can express that idea.
Yeah.
It says, I'm going to absorb a little of that, and then I'm going to deposit it in my little buddy over here. Here you go.
yeah,
Sam.
and by the way, it doesn't turn. So Mother Brain turns this dark blue color and then turns into that dried up husk, just like
Yeah.
everything we saw in that room. So we can presume that she's dead. And the Super Metroid gets on top of you and just starts releasing all of that energy, refilling your energy. So I think it's cool that the Super Metroid's been essentially following us in the shadows this whole time, just watching us, keeping an eye on us, because it's attached to us. But
it would have been a dang shame to do this fight and it end in that sort of situation, because Samus has to have the killing blow.
yeah.
You've got to let Samus have the
Oh,
killing
this is a
blow.
rivalry,
So,
man. This is a rivalry that's
Yeah.
been going on for so long. And the
Born in
Metroid,
blood.
as it's releasing this energy onto us, Mother Brain stands back up and is back alive. So Mother Brain's tough, dude. Whatever this body is she's got is tough. And
Oh
starts,
yeah, she has all the intelligence of the universe. She's been working on this like uber powerful, perfect being for combat.
Yeah, and so she stands back up. She starts wailing on the Super Metroid, who is shielding us with its very large body. And you see that kind of discoloration of its insides, like the inside brains.
Mm-hmm.
And it tries to latch on to the Mother Brain one more time, but gets shot and dies on top of Samus, relinquishing all of the energy. And you become, like, enveloped in this like insane energy, that same energy that we were getting nailed with earlier by Mother Brain. And dude, you have the hyper beam now, and I love this part, dude. This is the coolest part ever, because when you shoot Mother Brain now, like, her head goes flying back, dude. Like,
Yeah,
like,
it's true.
like making this horrible screeching noise, and you were 100% in control of this fight now, and you just massacre Mother Brain, dude.
It really is. It becomes completely trivialized for a fight that was taking every bit of resource that we've gotten to this point to survive. Even whenever we get the hyper beam from our little Metroid compatriot, Mother Brain doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah.
And it just shows you that, like, the best way to get rid of a bully is to stand up for yourself. And in this regard, that thing shot that rainbow laser at you. We just got we had the opportunity to turn it around back.
To flip it.
And hit it with a little rainbow laser and try see how it likes that taste.
Yeah.
So it doesn't go very well for Mother Brain at that point, because you just
No.
get to unload.
And we beat her. Her body is destroyed. Her brain falls to the ground again, and kind of like does this agape jaw, kind of like one last kind of bite animation, and leans back, and it can't even close its jaw, and it just withers away. And then all of a sudden, Mother Brain, of course, is going to set this entire planet to explode, because if she can't have this technology and the space pirates can't have this technology, then nobody can. Very,
I do like that.
very true to fashion, like 007 villain logic
Exactly.
here.
I love the idea that Mother Brain, above Mother Brain exists this universal law that if you give someone an explosive exit, you give them just enough time to make it out, because it's only fair.
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you made it blow up in 1 second, it would be
I like to think that
maybe.
maybe whatever it is charging to make this explosion, maybe it just needs that much time to heat up, Like maybe
Yeah.
it needs some kind of activation, because it would have to be a really big explosion for a planet to blow up.
No, I choose to think that Mother Brain's like, I'm gonna be fair at least. Guy. Like someone is like, Ridley's like,
No, just make it
Which,
1 second.
By the way, if you were to open up your menu and go to the Samus screen in the pause menu and look at your beam selection, all your beams are gone and it just says hyper, which
That
is
was
really
the
cool.
first thing I did, of course. I had to go look.
And so we have an escape sequence. We've got a bunch of the very first thing it shows you is those closing doors that have always been impenetrable to us, and
We go a different way, a
You
way I
shoot 'em-
wasn't expecting.
yeah, you shoot them, and it shows you that this hyper beam can blow up pretty much anything.
Yeah.
Nothing is going to stand in your way with this hyper beam. And then we have a bunch of
It
maze-like
feels good.
structures to escape out of the Torian area, and then Torian opens up into that very first shaft that we went down at the very beginning of the game.
Yeah.
The other Mother Brain shaft that we escaped out of in the first
A shaft
game.
I'm well familiar with at this point. I
Yep.
know that shaft like I know back of my hand.
I love it. I love it. So I gave you a little insider information. I cheated a little bit.
You did.
I gave
Well,
you a
I
little,
wouldn't have found it otherwise. I wouldn't have gone there.
yeah. So on our way up, we're in the very upper part of Crateria, right next to the spaceship. If you can go straight to your ship and leave, or there's one area. There's only one door that's still active because all the other doors are dead. And it's
Interesting.
where that first Chozo statue fight was that we got the Morph Ball bomb all those hours ago. And when you open the door, dude, who's inside? Who's inside the door?
Our little buddies, dude. Our little furry Sonic friends.
Save the animals. You gotta save
of
the animals, man.
course.
The Edacoons and the green chocobo. They're there, and you shoot the wall next to them, and it opens up.
And they escape.
And I love the one little monkey looks at you like he has to leave
Oh,
you,
buddy.
and they leave, and then you run back to your ship with seconds to spare, assuming.
Yeah.
You jump up in your ship, and
Hardly.
then you fly off, and the planet explodes, dude, with this awesome sequence, dude. Such an awesome sequence. Really cool graphical effects on the Super Nintendo, by the way. And because you saved the animals, I'm not sure if you noticed, there's a little
did save
pixel. There's a little pixel that shoots off to the side. That's the animal buddies. You save the animal buddies. If you don't,
Who's driving, Yoda? What? How did they get?
I
out of
like to
there?
think the little monkeys are all like. Well, firstly, what are they driving?
Yeah, like they go off
Secondly,
screen and they put on glasses and they're like, "So anyway, Charles, what were you
I
saying?"
like to think that all three of those little monkeys, the little Edacoons, like, are driving like the toys in Toy Story 2 when they're driving. Oh no, is that Toy Story 2 or yeah? Whatever they're driving to the Al's car or whatever it is, and they
Yeah.
have like one person's driving, and there's a stack of them down there telling them when to push the brakes and the gas.
that does make sense.
And then maybe the green chocobo thing is like charging the energy in the ship
He's
with
like
his run.
running on a treadmill. Like,
But yeah, they shoot
do we
off.
have enough to start?
And so one thing in the speedrunning community, if people don't save the animals, they're like, "You're a monster.
Yeah,
You're a
you
monster.
can't do
You gotta
that.
save the animals."
It doesn't count.
But yeah, what a wonderful sequence. And then it says, "See you next mission." And then we get it says the operation was completed successfully,
It was tight. It was awesome.
and you get your clear time. Which mine was. What was your clear time? Did you take note of your clear time?
It was right over 9 hours.
Really? Mine was 2 hours and 46 minutes.
That sounds right. Yeah.
I mean, I was running pretty fast. But you get the credit sequence, and at the very end, in true Metroid fashion, depending on how you performed in the game, you get to see more
yeah.
of Samus.
Yeah.
Not like in a weird way,
Yeah, no, that definitely gives you some options based on.
but question,
What you said.
what did you see at the very end? Was it Samus with her helmet off, or?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's what I got.
Okay, so for the first,
And she does like a
like a thumbs up, dude.
thumbs up.
Did
that's
she
right,
have like a
Wilson.
headset on, or was her whole face exposed?
The whole face was exposed.
Okay, for the first time ever, I got the fully exposed Samus. Oh my!
Oh, nice.
Like,
So what are the parameters here? Save the animals. What is? What
I think
exactly
it's
goes
the
into
amount.
ending?
I don't know. I think it's. I know for sure it's how fast you beat the game, but also how many items you collected along
Oh,
the
okay.
way. I've
feel like I did
never
pretty good
I've
on
never
items.
gotten the. So this is pre Zero Suit. So Zero Suit Samus with the blue bodysuit.
Yeah, for sure.
That's like the modernized version. So this version.
Did that come from Zero Mission? Is that or
Yes.
does that originate
yes,
in Zero Mission?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe so.
Yeah, I
But
would
this
like to play
version of
that.
Samus without
I
her,
would love to play the one with Zero Suit.
this version of of Samus without her suit on is what I always canonically thought that she looked like in my head, which is a little different. She has her hair kind of tied up, but then she like reaches back and unties it and it falls down. It's like shoulder length, and she kind of like flips it out. And she's wearing black boots, like a black kind of bikini bottom, and like a black crop top with black wristbands. And she has kind of darker, kind of sandy blonde hair, and it's not in a ponytail. It's either tied up or it's down at her shoulders. And this is what I always thought Samus looked like. So, because I remember seeing these images when I was a kid, because I was like, well, what happens if you get, what are the different ones you can see? Because you can see one with Samus with the helmet off, but she still has like this kind of like visor headset thing kind of on.
Sure.
But anywho's, that's kind of the I'll try to find a picture of all the different Samuses to send to you.
Is there any possible ending where she like holds her head in dismay, like
no
shucks?
I think there's like just nothing changes. She just shoots the screen because she jumps back into her suit and then she shoots the screen, and that's how it ends.
Okay, all right. A lot to read into those endings. No, but so what is the next step chronologically in her story? If we're not doing this, but if we were playing, the next Metroid 4.
According to this timeline I just pulled up on Google, it would be Metroid Other M, which is a side story that happens in between Super Metroid and Metroid Fusion. So Fusion would be the next game you want to go to.
Okay.
Other M, I don't like that game.
Yeah.
And then after Fusion is Dread.
Got it. Okay.
Now, if you wanted to play
I felt like I was missing something there.
Yeah, if you wanted to play the Prime games take place in between Metroid 1 and 2. All right, Tyler, I just sent you a link of all the different endings, the different ending sprites you can get. So you got full suit. Samus with like this commander-looking headset on, and then full exposed body.
Well, we have to see that secret fourth ending.
Yeah, gross. I mean, not gross, but inappropriate.
No, you can be honest about your feelings, my child.
No, but I mean, this was they knew what they were doing. I mean, it was kind of like the ending of the very first Metroid game, revealing that Samus is a female. It was kind of a big deal back then because there just wasn't a lot of like mainline female protagonists, and Samus to this day remains one of the coolest female protagonists in gaming at this point.
Yeah, sure. I mean, her and Lara are holding it down, but I guess she hasn't made many waves recently.
Maybe soon in the future. Who knows?
Don't say Aloy. Don't say.
Anywho's, yeah, that's Super Metroid, man. How did you feel about Super Metroid? Your very first playthrough of Super Metroid.
I am proud of this. I finally did it. No, this is the exact kind of game that I would love to start this podcast with. So it would be great if we did it. I'm very happy we did. This was a wonderful experience. I hate that I needed some sort of external motivation to get around to it, but I'm glad that I did because the things that I see this game doing, I have seen games do for decades since.
Yeah, this is the progenitor, man.
When I said earlier the long tail of Super Metroid, I mean, I'm talking about games in even the most kind of modern of senses. There's no one of the hottest games last year. There's no Silk Song without Super Metroid. The influence here is just it's like cliche to even talk about because of how pronounced it is. Tremendous experience. I loved my time with the game. The controls, the game feel, it all holds up really well. Brandon and I did a series years ago talking about games of the year, and we were going back looking at like the best games over a decade of time. And we came up with a rating system where it was on a scale of like, do you play it or do you not play it? From, what was it, skippable was the lowest tier. There were 4 tiers. Skippable, the tier up from that was play this game if you're a fan of the genre.
Fan of the series.
The tier up from that was play this game if you're a fan of the series. And the best tier was that it's a must-play. Super Metroid holds up in such a way that I would say it's a must-play. At the very least, I mean, if like
the sort of open, non-linear exploration is too much, I think that Super Metroid is just kind of bite-sized enough to get you into that ecosystem of games, of which the riches are limitless. I mean, it's such a flourishing genre of games that I'm happy. I'm very happy exists, and it's all thanks to Super Metroid. I mean, great soundtrack. Talk about the pixel art is still really nice. It holds up incredibly well. The weird false wall that we were talking about in our last chunk in this one is one of the few areas where I feel like another round of editing would have served the game well here. But beyond that, I mean, if I was trying to adapt Super Metroid into a more modern context, I would add like a more contemporary sort of save system. And I only bring this up to say that there are very few things that I think I would just outright change about Super Metroid, and they're mostly informed by how games have been designed since then. So it was a wonderful experience, a tremendous game. The idea of putting a number on it is kind of crazy to me because of what it is, like being an old game and all of those things. So I'm gonna not do that unless you press me on it. You need a number, but
yeah,
it was
one of the
tremendous experience.
One of the big advertisements on the back of the box was that Super Metroid was one of the largest Super Nintendo games ever made. It's weighing in at a whopping 24 megs on that cartridge.
Yeah, I mean, our internet speeds over Wi-Fi can do that in quicker than a blink.
Look, this is one of those things. Now, I'm not going to get on Brandon's retro video game spill or anything like that, but this is one of those things where...
Dude, games are games. My thing is games are games, and whether it's old or new, as long as it's an enjoyable time, that's all that matters.
These developers were able to make this really special game with the limitations of the hardware. Unfortunately, the limitations are one of my biggest gripes about the game. If I had to complain about anything about this game, one of my biggest complaints in retrospect, looking at this game with the critical eye like we just did, is the controls of swapping your weapons. Having to cycle...
Yeah, that's actually, you're right.
I
forgot to bring that up, but that's maybe a primary
let's
one.
say you're on a super missile and you want to swap to regular missile. You're going to have to cycle through, 4 or 5 more things to get to missile. You have to push the select button. And the select button, you're going to have to take your fingers off of either the D-pad or the face pad. And by doing that, you're complicating things. Now, I've been playing Super Metroid for so long, it's muscle memory for me. There's certain games that are just like that for me, like Shadow of the Colossus, for example. When it got remade, they remapped the buttons on there, and I had to go and change them because I couldn't play the game otherwise. Because pushing the triangle button is just how I jump in that game. Pushing the X button, even though it seems like it would be the button you would naturally go for to push, it's muscle memory. Excuse me. The other thing would just be that one wall, man. That one wall. Other than that, dude, I think this game gives you the tools you need to and you have to have enough player agency to put together some of the pieces yourself. I don't like it personally, and this might be other people's downfalls, or this might be a gripe or something they praise. I'm not necessarily the anti-yellow paint guy, but I'm more so, I like it when the developer trusts me to come to a logical conclusion with things without saying, hey, push this button, that's the button you push right there. I want to be able to, review my notes. One game that did that I absolutely love was Outer Wilds. That is an amazing game, but that was one of those games where, I had to remember everything. And then they later added something into that game that you can go and it'll keep track of certain data for you in case
God, it made such a huge difference.
Yeah.
I checked it out after that patch and I was like, this could have been a different experience.
Which, I mean, honestly, I would enjoy it either way, but I like it whenever... I don't like it when a game has a puzzle for the sake of having a puzzle and they tell you how to do it within 3 seconds, I like to remember things. I like to be like, oh, where have I seen these yellow doors before? Where haven't I been? Why am I not progressing? Why haven't I hit a boss yet or whatever? Just like how you were able to use the wave beam to get to an area because you got it early. Unintentionally, you got it early, and you ended up at the same spot that I went to, and I went the traditional route. You're able to use tools to get to certain areas, whether they were intended or not.
In intuitive ways, in ways that are utilizing the tools that are given to you. Like, I'm not asking for
in every game, like the ability to break it or something. Like I just want to be able to put the mechanics, the mechanisms given to me together in such a way to solve problems. And if that means it's outside of the intended way, then I think that's fair. It's like the example I always go back to, and I'll continue to go back to it because it was such a teaching moment, was creating a circuit in Breath of the Wild for the first time, because they give you the tools in the environment. You know, you got to grab the metal box over here and then move the chain on the ball. They give you everything, but I went, well, what if I unequip my sword?
Yeah, I have three spears. I have three spears that are metal, but if I use those...
And it was that was a watershed moment for me insofar as like looking at game design, because it wasn't the first game to ever do that, but it just felt like there was just a natural kind of congruence between all of the tools that you have. And that's what I felt that in this game, getting the wave beam early and being able to just approach this game like it's a just toy box is kind of what I'm looking for out of these things. Like, if your story isn't strong, I'm not saying this about Super Metroid, but it's kind of talking about games, the sort of yellow paint game idea. If your story's not strong enough to keep me there, and you're doing yellow paint because the exploration isn't interesting enough to engage, then like you don't have a game worth spending my time on.
In defense of the yellow paint, you know, we're at a point now where when you play a video game, I'm going to use Resident Evil as an example, because Resident Evil 4 was one of the ones that caught a lot of flack for the yellow paint. Whenever you played a Resident Evil game back in the day, anything pre-remake era, like Resident Evil 4, or specifically the pre-rendered background ones, you knew just looking at the screen what was interactable and what wasn't.
Sure.
What was a 3D model on a pre-rendered background. Your brain could just pick it up. But now everything's rendered so beautifully and so realistically that if they don't give you some kind of indicator, then you would be equally as mad with the yellow paint not being there, because you don't know what you can interact with and what you can't. Because, you know, sometimes you go to an area, it's like, oh, I can vault over this, but I can't vault over that, because if I vault over that, then there's a cliff and I'll just die, or it's out of bounds. It's out of the bounds that they want us to be in. So it's more of a creative challenge, and the yellow paint is what the solution was. But same thing with Super Metroid. You can kind of tell what it is that you need to be, you know, trying to blow up for the most part. That's why that one false wall was such a frustration, because it kind of broke the consistency of the rules of that design. Yeah. But that's why I wanted to bring that up, just because that's something that bothers me about. Just because yellow paint is on something doesn't mean it's a bad idea. I understand why people get upset about it. And it would be nice if maybe there's just a mode where you could just toggle it off. Like Mirror's Edge. Remember Mirror's Edge?
Shadow of the Tomb Raider.
Do you remember Mirror's Edge, where everything that was red, it was like, that's what you can climb? You could turn that off, and it won't tell you anything is. You know how much harder that game is when you don't know what you can grab, what you need to be climbing? But it'd be nice if it was there.
But that does give it a more kind of sandboxy vibe. I would say that the thing about the yellow paint conversation and, you know, its relationship to Super Metroid, like, the thing that compels me forward in a game like Super Metroid that doesn't have anything like yellow paint, until you get the X-ray scope, that it's like superseding the need for yellow paint when you get the X-ray scope. It's like jumping past any like developer.
You are the yellow paint.
It's like you jump over that need completely. And that's a solution that is just, is wonderful. I can stomach yellow paint in a game if I'm like pushing forward because the characters or the narrative, or even if the other mechanics are really strong. It's when it's like when yellow paint became just kind of a default kind of fallback on these games that were just maybe like kind of mediocre or like not great considering the sum of all of their parts. It just felt like a bunch of blandness hit
as much as I just defended yellow paint. Sometimes I like to gripe about it. I played that Dead Rising remaster, not remake. And there's the part, one of the very first boss battles, when the guy in the food court's running across the top of like the thing. There's a yellow paint that has a big arrow. That's like, there's an arrow pointing at a box, like a crate that you can climb, and an arrow pointing up at like where you need to go. It's pretty egregious.
Irony for a game that like if you played it when it was new as a kid, it was like, where do I
Yeah,
go?
no.
Like, there's so much.
Well,
There's so many
that
directions
was their
to go in.
solution, was putting a big neon yellow, just like, right here, you climb right
Oh
here.
man, these goofy kids they can't miss this.
But anywho's, I wanted to touch on this. Super Metroid was a game that I grew up with. I remember the Christmas I got it. It wasn't 1994. It was, of course, later. I would have been 2 years old in 1994. It was later. Most of the stuff as a kid, when Nintendo 64 was out, I had Super Nintendo, and so luckily, Santa Claus could bring me a lot of Super Nintendo games because Super Nintendo was.
It was in the discount bin.
Yeah, exactly. And so all my cartridges I have, I still have. I have all of them. I have all of my cartridges I grew up with. They're all loose. I don't have any boxes for any of them. The ones I did were destroyed by my older brother, and that's a topic for another day, which made me really mad. but all of them are loose cartridges for the most part. And I remember playing that game, dude, and it was so different. And it was. There's no timer at the top saying you need to finish this level at a certain time. I wasn't collecting bananas to get extra lives. Yeah. I wasn't on a top-down view. It felt like a true, like, atmospheric adventure. And I took it at my own pace, and I was discovering things. I didn't have internet to consult either, which was another cool part. And because the game was designed so well, I was able to finish that game at such a young age, just thinking about what the developers were showing me, and now looking at it like this, like I'm reviewing it essentially. That's one of the biggest things I want to praise about this game that I've never really thought about is when they show you something, and then you go in the next room and you get a new tool or you get a new skill, and you come back through to see that one thing that they had showed you before, and now you can interact with it in a new way. They're giving you a tutorial without giving you a tutorial, and I love that. They do it like 8,000 times. They do it with the high jump whenever you get the high jump. They do it with the morph ball when you get the morph ball. They do it with the ice speed. They do it with almost every item. They always give you a section where you're demoing it, where your brain's like, oh, I can do this now. What could I use this skill on that I've passed up a million times already when I ran that Norfair loop 73 times?
Yeah.
But I love it, dude. I think this is a borderline perfect game. And a lot of these games on the Super Nintendo were like that because these designers, they had limitations, and they were like, how can we make this within these bounds? And this is how they did it.
You're right. You're absolutely right. But they were building on the experience of having most of the Super Nintendo's console generation at this point and the previous console generation.
Yeah.
So these were experienced developers who knew what it was like to work within limitations, and they took what they learned from Zelda and Mario and everything else, and they combined it to be a 2D plot. Which again, this isn't the first time Samus has ever been around. It's not the first time they've done non-linear 2D exploration, but it's just the moment in history where it was perfected like the first time, I think.
Yeah. I think the map on Zebes is one of those all-time greats as well, where like if you play this game again, you'll just remember it because it's designed so well.
Yeah, I can see that.
And it goes down with like the Raccoon City Police Department. It goes down with the Resident Evil 9 in most recent history, with the Chronic Care Center. These levels that they design for you to be going back and forth in, and they connect in all these interesting ways. Resident Evil tried to do a little bit more of a explanation of why it's like that with like, the architecture and all this stuff. But Super Metroid, I mean, it was just so... Every time we got out of a place, it's almost like how Skyrim improved on Oblivion, where when you go into a dungeon, you don't have to just turn around and fight your way back out. There was always something that was looping you right back to get you right back out. That was one of the big innovations of Skyrim I loved. I think people take for granted. But every time you finished up an area in Super Metroid, there was always some kind of clever way to kind of get you right back out. Like we just talked about with Lower Norfair.
Like with Mother Brain.
With Mother Brain, back into the first section. The Meridia tube, which is like my favorite one, where it's like not only did you just get an exit if you need to go break off and go somewhere, but you just got a shortcut going from the upper parts of Meridia to the upper parts of Brinstar. It's just such a genuinely wonderfully crafted map experience. It's just really great design, dude. It's just really freaking clever design.
Yeah, tremendous game. I'm really glad we started here.
it's unreasonable the amount of games that I can think of that have been directly inspired by this and carry that on their sleeve, like as an acknowledgement. Because all the stuff that you've said about, knowledge-based games and games where you learn through utilizing the verbs of the games and not just through reading English, and games that, demand a little more kind of rational thought and critical thinking. I being fair to the games industry, I think that now is the best time that it's ever been for those sorts of games, because we have this huge library of those kinds of games to look back on now, and a lot of them are here in part because of Super Metroid's existence.
And the kids that grew up playing this game as an inspiration are making games now, so that's also awesome.
Absolutely. And they have made games for for like the past decade or so. Like we can think of mini games that have come out over the past 10, 15, even 20 years that were amazing because they adapted these concepts and brought them into a new era with new technology. Like, I think about the False Walls and how they've been such a huge part of the From Software catalog, and they integrated a communication system into their game where people could communicate with each other and say, hey, there's some sort of like, there's a fake wall or whatever, like utilizing their text system. So you're always on the lookout for other people's messages telling you about secrets in the game that you're playing. And the way that, so many games do the like big exploration and then wrap back around, oh, I'm back at my starting point now, is it's become somewhat common for games marketed toward a certain audience, I think. But I still love it all the same. Like when I do a huge set of exploration, killing tons of enemies, fight a boss, and then I open a door and I'm back at the starting zone, it always feels good. It makes it feel like everything is like designed internally by the people who are in the game almost. Like it just naturally kind of feels like a space that people with conscious decision making are inhabiting. I don't know. It's extremely well designed. Super Metroid is, and all of the flaws that we mentioned are in large part because of its age, and are things that they aren't deciding factors in how I feel about the game. I really enjoyed it. Every time I sat down to play, I looked forward to it. And it really makes me want to play Zero Mission and the other one that we talked about.
Zero Mission is really great. As the Metroid,
the fourth one rather. What's the fourth one?
Fusion.
Fusion. I want to play Fusion and Zero Mission.
Zero Mission is very, very good. And as these games go on, they do a way better job of Zero Mission, for example. It will have like a little highlight on the map of where it wants you to actually get to, instead of saying, "Oh, just wander around." Some people like it, some people don't. It didn't really bother me that much, but it is a little bit more user friendly. Also, it's a Game Boy Advance game, so I mean, you don't want to be running around too long and killing the battery on that thing. They design around those things.
You're talking about a game that's also, what, 20 plus years old also?
Yeah.
Like, we think about Super Metroid in those terms, but its sequels are also that old.
Yeah, which is wild. But yeah, dude, Super Metroid done. I am so happy.
Awesome time. Great experience. Well, thank you so much for watching. If you made it this far in the video, I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. This is mine and Brandon's first Game PAC project, and we're really excited about it. Super Metroid was a wonderful experience, and at the time of this recording, we are currently doing Sleeping Dogs. So if you want to stay up to date in the community, give our podcast a follow, give it a listen. We are releasing podcast episodes week to week of Sleeping Dogs and whatever's to come into the future. But if podcasts aren't your thing, we are going to be uploading that content to YouTube, as you just saw with Super Metroid. And if you want to see more content like this in the future, hit subscribe, maybe leave a comment, tell us what you thought about Super Metroid, your favorite game that you want to see us play. And with all that said, welcome to the Game PAC.